Not waiting for a response, Alia stepped away from the group and leaned against a nearby wall while waiting and tapping her foot, causing the sound to reverberate throughout the cave. Tap, tap, tap. Leaving the main cast behind, I ventured deeper further into the cave, surveying my surroundings carefully as I walked. I had to make sure that there were no exit routes to this cave so the main cast would be forced to fight the real body of the tree and finally put an end to the loop. If they were just a random path out of here somewhere in this path, their group would most likely take it, leaving me behind alone to fight the tree's real body. Surprisingly, though, as I continued deeper into the cave, the tunnel did not diverge, so there was only one path that could be taken. Were my worries for nothing? Did the tree spirit plan this so that we would be forced to kill it? I've never heard of a suicidal spirit before. As I continued walking deeper into the cave, the green particles began to group up and accumulate more. Before, I would see a new green particle every 5 seconds I walked, but now, I was seeing 2 of them at least every 3 seconds. Were all my worries for nothing? Was I already reaching the end of this path? Considering whether to risk going further forward and maybe running into the tree's real body, I sat down for a moment. Wasn't this a little bit weird? First, we seemed to escape the boundaries of the loop as we were no longer teleported back to the carriage. However, this was completely false, as even though we escaped the loop, we were still forced to follow this odd and unnatural path. It was a red herring. We were just as trapped as we were in the loop in this tunnel. Next, after destroying the end condition, we quickly learned that it wasn't actually the main body and that its real body was somewhere else. But hadn't Ruby said that the tree was a living thing? How would it be a decoy body if it was an actual living thing? I had dismissed this earlier as it was possible for the tree to have a skill or trait that allowed it to create clones of itself, explaining the existence of the tree. But now that the inconsistencies and odd things were increasing, I couldn't just ignore it. Once an accident, twice a coincidence, 3 times a pattern. How many odd things have happened since the destruction of the tree? There were simply too many to count. The random appearance of the tree spirit that somehow communicated with Alia. The secret tunnel was clearly human-created as it was too erratic for nature to have formed it. Us somehow escaping the boundaries of the loop. This path somehow did not diverge at any point. This cave seemed to have no exit or way out, as there was only one way forward. Straight. How hadn't I noticed all these inconsistencies at the start? Hope. After we had destroyed the tree with our purple beam, and I found out that the loop hadn't ended, my hope had been shattered. It has disappeared. The same could be said for the girls as when I gave them the news about the loop not ending, their expressions visibly grimaced and saddened. We were all at an all-time low since entering the loop. Until Alia's sudden discovery of the tree spirit basically gives us the path ahead to destroy and end the loop through the green particles. Wasn't this too convenient? Right, we were at an all-time low, and the spirit suddenly appeared and gave us hope again. Since we were hopeless and had no other idea of what to do, we just trusted and followed the path that the spirit had given to us without any qualms. All my hope and faith was now in the spirit and its instruction. Anything it says, I would have done. Just like how I'm following its path of green particles right now. Normally, I would have been suspicious and questionable, especially when seeing a random spirit appear. But here, I had just blindly followed its instructions, believing its words without considering anything else. A false sense of safety. My emotions had been played and manipulated. I had been played. What was at the end of this path? I had just blindly assumed it was the real body of the tree. But what if it was something else? All of our exit routes were cut off as there was no escaping this tunnel. There was only one way, forward. A trap. A trap. Didn't this perfectly match the definition of a trap? But, then, who was trapping us? Dig further back into my head and eliminating all my blind faith in the spirit, I discovered one glaring inconsistency. The tree stump. What had happened when I had switched bodies with my crow? The tree from earlier was one of the toughest and hardest things I had ever seen in the world. My power, combined with the 4 girls, had barely managed to destroy it. Only the trump had remained after our beam. But then, How did that stump suddenly disappear? This trunk that had withstood the impact of our powerful beam had just suddenly vanished without a trace? How could that be? What the hell had happened when I switched bodies with my crow? Something was wrong. Something had to be wrong. Rushing in the opposite direction, I tried to peer through the darkness and find the main cast. However, just like last time, I couldn't. There were countless rocks and walls in my way, forcing me to continue running to get a better angle. I had all the information in my head, but there was one part missing. I was missing one puzzle piece, and the holders of that missing piece were the 4 girls. Twisting and turning my body through the various turns, I sprinted backward, a sense of stress spreading throughout my entire body. I had to figure out what had happened while I was using the crow's body and how the tree stump had suddenly disappeared. Though even without that information, a preliminary explanation was already forming in my head. All the inconsistencies and strange things are tied to one thing: the sudden appearance of the spirit that was suicidal after our purple beam destroyed most of the tree. Something was definitely off with that spirit. Making no noise, I increased my space to sprint and dashed forward after activating the usage period. Manifesting a dragon's wing right now was dangerous and unnecessary. As if there really was an enemy trying to trap us, I was just showing off one of my powerful traits. Also, it would only save me around 2 minutes of running. And what could possibly happen in 2 minutes? Maybe I should just choose the wing. Pushing the idea out of my head, I dashed forward as soon as the cooldown reset before peering through the darkness. Slowing my pace to a jog, I sighed and wiped the sweat off my face as the 7 figures of the main came into view. Like me, the 4 girls and 3 boys were blindly following the path of green particles ahead of them. They also all had their weapons out and were on standby, ready to defend or attack in case anything showed up. Shaking my head, I hid behind a rock and watched intently, waiting for a perfect moment to pop out. Why would our enemy reveal itself to us? We were the ones trapped with no escape and no information. Our enemy had all the time in the world. The 7 main cast members and I were not going anywhere anytime soon. Again, that prompted the question: who exactly was our enemy? My first thought, of course, was the spirit, the only connected trait between all the inconsistencies and strange things. But how could an intangible thing be our enemy? Spirits were different from us. They didn't possess physical bodies. Instead, they had astral forms. These astral forms were impossible to damage or hurt, as any physical or magic attacks would just go straight through the body. However, that meant that the spirit also couldn't attack us due to its astral body, just like how we couldn't touch it. It couldn't touch us. Or could it? If the spirit couldn't hurt us itself, then it could simply use a physical object or person. What exactly was at the end of this green particle path? The most obvious answer again was a person that the spirit had contracted, as the spirit could actually influence that person to attack us. However, most spirits, except a couple of important exceptions, which definitely could be this spirit, could only have one contractee. Didn't Alia say at the start that she had contracted with the spirit? Contracting with a spirit wasn't necessarily hard. In reality, it was as simple as making a handshake. No documents, forms, or procedures were involved. If a spirit voiced that it would like to contact you, all you would have to do is agree, and that was it. Just like that, a bond between you and the spirit was immediately formed. The process could take less than a minute. The spirit granted a portion of its power to you, and in turn, you gave the spirit some of your energy. When you used its power, allowing the spirit to survive, to maintain its astral body, a spirit had to some contractors, as its body required at least some energy to survive. Peeking out above the rock, I honed on Alia, who was the only person to have communicated with our perceived enemy, the spirit. How didn't I see this earlier? Did my loss of hope just suddenly cause my brain to turn off? Having spent so much time recently with Alia in the loop, I had subconsciously formed a visual profile of her with my eyes, including her normal expressions, hand movements, and leg movements, recreating her normal way of walking, including the distance she moved her hands and legs each stride. I coped down in front of me, comparing it to the figure of Alia right in front of me. They were completely different. Vertical bar. While the normal Alia moved her right foot and hands at a 49.5-degree angle usually, this Alia was far off with around 67% angle. Also comparing the breathing patterns of the Alia in my head and the Alia in front of me, they were off as the Alia in front of me breathed a faster rate. Of course, in a normal circumstance, something like this would be normal as she could have just gotten less sleep or been more stressed, causing her walking motion and breathing pattern to be different. But, with all the things going on, and the inconsistence surrounding the spirit, I couldn't just disregard the fact that she was also acting abnormal. It couldn't be a coincidence that after taking and contracting with the spirit, she was acting abnormal. Since Alia was the only one who contracted the spirit, she was the only one able to see and communicate with it. Even with my amazing eyesight, I couldn't just look into the astral dimension where the spirit's astral body was located, as there were boundaries separating the different realms. In other words, she was my one way to actually confirm if the spirit was leading us into a trap. Moving forward towards the cover of another rock, I kept my gaze locked on Alia, who continued acting abnormally. There was just one problem remaining now. While a human couldn't kill a spirit, it could kill the tethers keeping the spirit's astral body alive. Without any tethers or contractees, a spirit would have no energy to maintain its astral body and, therefore, disappear. If the spirit was confirmed to be my enemy and the loop's end condition ... how could I make it disappear? There was only one answer: destroy all its tethers ... Well, let's not do anything too drastic yet. As Lily, Alia, Kevin, Zach, Irene, Ruby, and Liam all passed by my new hiding spot, I tapped my eyes, instantly slowing my perception of time. Instantly, all 7 of their figures seemed to freeze and their pace slowed to basically a stop, their legs moving in slow motion. Communicating and talking with Alia wouldn't be easy. Not because of all the main cast members around her but because of the possibility of the spirit influencing her. How could I trust anything she said? What if she had already been compromised by the spirit and was leading us right to the end of this path, where the trap stood? A contracted spirit can remain by their bond side for as long as it wants to and talk to them, making it able to influence their bond's emotions without them even realizing it. At the same time, I couldn't just kill Alia and destroy the spirit's only tether, making it disappear and lose its astral body. Planning for the worst possible scenario, I decided to just assume that the spirit was our enemy and needed to be destroyed, which wasn't a far-fetched guess at all, considering all the information I had. To break a bond formed between a human and a spirit, 2 parties needed to agree to separate the agreement. Convincing the influenced Alia to destroy the bond would be hard but not impossible, if I had the help of the main cast, who were actually Alia's friends. On the other hand, I doubted that the spirit would just agree to terminate its agreement, as it would basically be sentencing itself to death, losing its last tether and only support to its astral body. But, if the spirit wanted to lead us into this trap, which was at the end of the path, it would want a bond which was strong. Since Alia, the spirit's only contractee, was here, the trap at the end of the path had to be a physical thing, like a treasure chest that opens the floor below it when you touch it. In that case, the spirit would want to have the best possible contractee, so that even if the trap doesn't work, it's still able to outpower and destroy everyone. As the 4 girls at the back of the group stepped right back my rock in slow motion, I slipped backward, hiding in their shadows. Then, like an assassin, I silently stood up, manifested a corrupted mask, and moved to my right, where Alia and Lily stood. Raising my hands, I slipped the mask around the bottom portion of Lily's face, immediately covering her mouth. Tightening the mask around her face before she could realize what was happening, I pulled the mask backward and slipped into the shadows. With the trailing mask behind me and Lily pulled behind me, I hid behind another rock before pulling Lily under, hiding us from the main cast. Lily, who had noticed what was happening, stared at my face with her eyes wide, but my corrupted mask still restricted her from making any noise. Ignoring her, I glanced forward, and as if confirming my theory, the usually observant Alia didn't even seem to notice the disappearance of her best friend, Lily. Slowing back down time, I looked back at the wide-eyed Lily, carefully removed the mask covering her mouth, and indicated for her to be quiet. As the mask's grip tightened, Lily raised her hands and furiously threw off the mask off her face before asking, "And what exactly was that?" Pointing ahead at the fleeting figure of Alia, who still hadn't noticed Lily's disappearance, I whispered back, "Something's wrong with your friend." Still fuming, Lily turned to me before grabbing my ear and whispering right in, "You really think I didn't know that? She's 100 times closer to me than you. If you had noticed it, why wouldn't I? I had to confirm. "Oh, so then, instead of practically kidnapping me, maybe try asking me when she's out of hearing range?" "Just an idea." Raising my hands in defeat, I slowly and carefully explained the details of what I had found out about the spirit, leaving out some parts. Of course, I didn't mention that killing with the spirit right now would require killing her, but Lily could fill in the blanks. Taking a minute to comprehend my mass load of information, Lily's expression transformed from furious to a grimace as the realization slowly set in. Not bothering to ask any questions or verify my information, she turned to me and hurriedly asked, "You didn't bring me here and tell me all of that just to tell me you don't have a plan, did you?" Shaking my head, I explained, "I do. But it'll require some help." After glancing over the rock to make sure the main cast, oblivious to Lily's disappearance, was out of sight, I got up from above the rock and dusted off my pants. Turning to Lily, who was below me, I preemptively said, "Don't make any noise." But before I could even do anything, Lily's expression immediately turned a bright red as she stared at me with a weird expression. Standing up, Lily carefully and eerily calmly asked, "What exactly do you mean by that?" "Just watch." Ignoring the bright red Lily, I dove inside my body, finding the lake of corruption spread inside my body. Raising both my hands, I allowed the corruption to ooze out of my hands and onto the floor. Within seconds, the floor below Lily and I was covered in a dark and stick-black substance that further spread across the floor with each second. Creating a mental image in my head, I kneeled down to the floor and allowed my brain to move my hands through the corruption below me. Like a sculpture maker from the Renaissance, I carefully and intricately used the corruption below me to make a figure. This was my Mona Lisa. Kneeling from the ground, I slowly used the corruption to mold a pair of legs before standing up and creating the stomach. Moving to the right and left, I formed the two arms before standing up fully to recreate the neck and head. Slowing down the movement of my hands as I began creating the face, I tried my best to recreate my exact face, using the same nose, eye, and mouth measurements. Recalling my occasional visits to museums during school field trips as I tried to make figures made of corruption in front of me as real as possible, I sighed. I really wasn't an artist. In the slightest. I wasn't an artist. I never claimed to be an artist. But here I was, making a self-portrait. In comparison to the sculptures of Michelangelo, I didn't even think mine had the honor of being within 100 miles of it. Finishing the face, I moved up to the head, creating small noodles of corruption and sticking them together to resemble my hair. Thankfully, my hair was jet black, so I didn't have to worry about that part standing out. But unlike me, the entire sculpture was painted pitch black. So black, in fact, that it could barely even be seen due to the darkness shrouding the cave around us. How was I going to pull this off? Finishing the last few strands of hair, I took a step back and stared at the immobile pitch black figure, made of corruption, motionless, standing in front of me. There was just one problem. Sure, it looked like me if you squinted your eyes a bit, but any sane person could easily tell that it wasn't me. From its eyes without pupils to its lack of clothes, one could easily tell the difference between me and it. In front of me stood a figure made of pitch black corruption with the exact same height, body shape, and face as me. The motion figureless was only visible to me as the darkness around shrouded us, but turning behind me, I could see Lily staring at my moving figure with a strange expression. To her, it just seemed like I was randomly moving around my hands with no intended goals or purpose. Well, no one ever understands famous artists from their time. I mean, look at Vincent van Gogh. He was dirt broke, and no one even wanted to buy his paintings, but now, people would chop off their hands to buy one of his pieces. The same can be said about countless other artists. Some people are just ahead of their times. Now, did I see myself as Van Gogh? I would like to think that there were some similarities between the two of us. Both of us were misunderstood and unrepresented during our times, ... But that was the extent of our similarities. Manifesting 2 daggers, I shrouded them both with a blood-red substance in my body before lifting them up and using them as a torch. Illuminating the cave with the blood-red aura covering the daggers, the sculpture was now visible to people beside me. Feeling my blood pressure increase slightly as the sculpture entered Lily's vision, I added a few last-minute corrections, like fixing its hand placement. Is it what it feels like to open your first exhibit? Turning back to Lily, who was staring at my sculpture, which from her point of view just suddenly appeared in front of her, with her eyebrows squinted, I asked, ... Any suggestions? Squinting her eyes even further and raising her eyebrows to the max height, she stayed silent for a moment before muttering out, ... Is that supposed to you? Well, she can at least tell it's me, so that's a good sign, isn't it? Nodding my head, I pointed at the motionless sculpture in front of us before saying, this is how we kill that spirit. As soon as those words came out of my mouth, I heard a sigh almost instantly come out of Lily's mouth, prompting me to curiously ask, did you really think I'd kill the elven princess? Shrugging her shoulders, Lily walked closer to the sculpture, examining its backside before responding, you never know? Having the stamp of approval from Lily on the initial structure of my self-portrait, it was time to move on to the next part. Placing my head on my forehead, I put the daggers down, extinguishing the light in the cave, and asked, ... Could you wait over there and face the wall for a bit? Peering through the darkness, I tried to see Lily's expression. However, she was hidden behind the sculpture. After a couple of moments of brief silence, Lily emerged from the sculpture and walked towards the wall before muttering, ... Yeah, do what you need to do. ... Hiding behind the rock from earlier, I once again confirmed that Lily was looking at the cave wall before carefully removing my sweatshirt and shirt. Holding the 2 clothes in my hand, I silently made my way to the sculpture and placed my shirt and sweater on the corrupted figure, covering its pitch-black, corrupted body. Looking down at the rest of my clothing, I sighed before taking off my shoes and carefully putting them on the sculpture. ... There was just one last step left. Turning around, I made sure that Lily was facing the wall before raising my hand to my eyes and slowing my perception of time. Was it a wasteful use of mana? Yes. Did I care? First removing my pants, I felt a sense of coldness envelope me instantly as I began to shiver. Having removed my socks earlier, the sense of coldness from the cave combined with the cold, hard ground against my floor almost brought me to the floor. ... It's too damn cold. Lifting the jeans off me fully, I stared at the corrupted figure, who was now looking a bit more realistic as it wasn't completely pitch black anymore. Not wasting any more time, I placed my pair of jeans on the corrupted figure, covering its lower body and, finally, its legs. Looking at the corrupted figure in front of me, I actually thought it seemed human-like if we included the fact that it had no eyes and a pitch-black face. Well, this is the best I'm going to get. Using my remaining corruption, I manifested a pair of shorts and a sweatshirt before quickly putting them on. The corrupted figure and I had essentially switched places. Looking at Lily, who was getting ants while staring at the wall, I said she had started tapping her foot. All right, now, what do you think? As I raised my blood-red daggers, creating a makeshift torch and illuminating the figure to her, Lily didn't even bother to say anything. Instead, upon taking one glance at my now fully clothed corrupted sculpture, she immediately covered her eyes. She had been fine with it earlier, but not now with the clothes. Was my clothing style that bad? However, as I continued pondering while staring at the silent Lily, who was muttering incoherent words while still covering her eyes, I realized something. Am I a rom-com protagonist or something? How the hell did I not manage to understand this situation could be completely understood? To be fair, when someone's life, Alia in this scenario, is on the line. I'm not going to be thinking about how my actions are going to be misinterpreted. Still ... this wasn't a damn rom-com book. This was a fantasy ... Why was I being so oblivious? Sighing, I shook my head as an expression of disappointment appeared on my face due to my severe case of oblivion, and I quickly said to Lily, "I have an extra pair of clothes." Opening her eyes and glancing at me, she redirected her attention towards the figure before saying, "And you didn't think to mention that first?" "I mean, you said, do what you need to do, didn't you? You think that gives you a reason to strip down and exchange clothes with your sculpture?" "I was obviously thinking that you were going make clothes out of whatever that slime substance is." "But that would make it look even less Interrupting mid-sentence, Lily walked toward the corrupted figure and said, "All right, that's enough. We have more important things to do right now." Holding in the urge to respond back, I watched as Lily carefully scrutinized the sculpture before turning to me. "It's realistic. Creepy realistic. But, the face gives it away." Raising my hands, I held in the urge to tell her to do something about it instead of just criticizing me before replying. "Well, it's the best we're getting." Moving the sweatshirt up to cover the sculpture's pitch black further, Lily asked, "You do know that the one way to break a spirit contract is for both sides to agree, right?" As I nodded my head in approval, Lily continued, "I do understand your plan here is to make the spirit break its contact with Alia by giving it a contractee who is more powerful. But what exactly does this sculpture have to do with it?" Glad that I didn't have to explain any of the plan to her, I got up and walked in front of Lily, standing right before the motionless and lifeless corrupted figure. Humans were animals, too, right? As the corrupted figure and I were the same height, due to him being a replica of me, I raised my hand to my height before placing it on the corrupted figure's forehead. Feeling the cold and slimy feeling of the corruption, I resisted the urge to immediately remove my hand and instead pushed my hand further into the corruption. My hand slowly went through the slimy-like corruption until it finally completely emerged in the corruption. From Lily's standpoint, it looked like I just shoved my hand right into the forehead of the corrupted figure. As the slimy sensation enveloped my hands, I moved the last of my corruption out of my chest into my hand that emerged into the corrupted figure's forehead. Never thought I'd run out of corruption after receiving that lake. Making a raven required a small amount of corruption as it was a small and uncomplex animal. However, creating a human clone of myself was a different story. It would take up almost 50% of my corruption, even though I basically had a whole lake of corruption flowing inside me. As the corruption flowed up of my hand and into the corrupted figure, I made sure to hold my hand steady, not allowing for any disruption. If I was disrupted during the process, I would have to restart, and there was also the possibility that I put too much corruption in. This sculpture, despite its solid and pitch black appearance, wasn't made out of hard substance like stone or concrete. It was made out of glass. If I input too much corruption into a single part instead of slowly spreading it around the corrupted figure's body, it could shatter. "Lily, Lily, where do you go?" "Lily, we're over here." As countless voices entered my ears, I didn't stress or increase the speed at which I was inputting corruption, painting my composure. It was a miracle that the main cast had taken this long to notice Lily's absence. As if they had just noticed a minute earlier, I wouldn't have been able to make the corrupted figure in time. Well, it wasn't really a miracle. I was sure the cause of them not noticing Lily's disappearance immediately was Alia, or the spirit that influenced Alia. The whole group must have been in a rush to reach the end of the path due to the spirits influencing Alia, so they probably hadn't been looking backward, therefore not noticing Lily's absence. As the last bit of corruption left my body and entered the corrupted figure, I sighed and wiped the sweat off my forehead. If the mechanics were the same as creating the crow, this should work. Just like with the crow, I had inputted the corruption equally in the body, making sure to increase its size or change its shape in the slightest. Removing my hands from the corrupted figure's head, I watched as the hole in its forehead that I had made instantly healed. "Lily, if you can hear us, say something." Almost immediately, I dismissed my two daggers, extinguishing the light from the room and plunging it back into darkness. Peering through the darkness of the cave, I spotted Alia leading the main cast towards our direction. As the voices of the main cast members grew nearer and nearer, I was about to explain the plan to Lily when another main cast voice caught me off guard. "I told you guys there was something up with that bastard, Ren." "Liam, have you finally lost it? Do you really think that he could do anything to her?" "Kevin, see, you're doubting me now, but I swear to God, when we find Lily, and she says it's something to do with Ren, you better get down on your knees and beg for my forgiveness." Staring at Lily with a deadpan expression, I sighed as I gestured toward the corrupted replica of me. Am I just that predictable? Also, really, what vendetta does Liam has against me? Nothing good could come out of the protagonist of the book having a grudge against me. Well, he should be pretty happy when Kevin has to get on his knees and apologize, right? As Lily turned her confused face to the corrupted figure, a sense of relief washed over me. I felt a strange sense envelop me as I stared at the figure. Staring at the corrupted figure, I ignored the strange feeling inside my body and instead thought, walk and stand next to the girl. The next moment, the previously lifeless and motionless corrupted figure took a step towards Lily and then another step. And just like me, the corrupted figure moved silently through the cave. However, that it didn't quite have my stealth stat. Well, I can't have everything, can I? Being able to create a clone that had the same exact powers and the same strength as me was just a dream. For now, at least. Though it would still be unnoticeable to an unawakened, Lily's improved senses from being a D rank allowed her to sense the figure's movement. Every time the figure moved, it sensed a small shockwave through the floor, and since I was standing right next to Lily, she knew it wasn't me. The main cast was also too far away for their movement shockwaves to reach us, so it had to be something else. Making sure the main cast was a suitable distance away, I summoned one small dagger, allowing only the tip of it to be covered in the blood-red substance. Lily, who was staring at me, slowly turned around, staring at the corrupted figure slowly moving towards her. Staring at the incoming corrupted figure, Lily subconsciously took a step back before staring at me. Making sure that my voice didn't leak out, I quietly whispered, "Well, all you have to do is convince that spirit that this version of me is stronger than Alia." Staring in the direction of the voices of the incoming main cast, Lily took a moment before nodding her head. She took it better than I thought she would, didn't she? I mean, she had just seen me bring an inanimate object to life. So shouldn't she at least have some reaction? Well, considering our time situation, she was probably just ignoring that and trying to save Alia, but still accepting it without any questions is insane. This was not going to be easy to explain after we escaped the loop. But I didn't have to explain it in the first place, so it didn't matter. Slipping away in the darkness, I hid behind a rock and watched as the main cast approached Lily and the corrupted figure. I had to be trailing behind them in order to give my corrupted figure the correct orders, so it wouldn't seem suspicious. Switching bodies with the corrupted figure would be a terrible idea right now, as I would basically just leave my body out in the open. Even if I hid my body somewhere, the spirit would probably find it eventually, as in the astral realm, everything was hallucinatory. In the spirit's eyes, there weren't any walls. Everything was just transparent. It was basically like spirits had my eyesight, but unlike me, they could see through walls and other physical objects. Although the spirit couldn't directly damage me due to it being in the astral realm, it could influence Alia to do something, so I wasn't willing to risk it. As I extinguished the last light, the room, however, wasn't plunged into darkness. Instead, a new light source emerged in the shape of the fire levitating right above Ruby's hand. While I did want to inform Ruby of the current situation, that would just be impossible right now. Two people disappearing in the span of 10 minutes would be far too suspicious to the spirit and Alia. I was also quite curious. Would Ruby be able if it was me or not? Did the clone have the same desire burning inside me or not? I was also sure that Ruby wouldn't reveal the identity of the corrupted figure even if she discovered it wasn't me. As the cave emerged back into the light, the entire main cast paused upon seeing Lily and Ren, or what they thought was Ren. However, that wasn't what brought the most shock to them. Covering the corrupted figure's face was Lily's sweater, and Lily was on her tippy toes, seemingly trying to wipe something off his face. Well, I have to give props for creativity. Staring at the scene in front of them in shock and silence, Liam was the first to speak, as he exclaimed, "I told you, what did I say?" "Kevin, tell me what I said." "Get down on your knees, now." Kevin, with his mouth open, stared at the scene in front of him, ignoring Liam's screaming. Breaking the silence, Lily stepped forward, leaving her sweater covering the corrupted figure's face, and said, "I found him starving and thirsty lying against one of the cave walls." I can't say it wasn't a bad idea or bad explanation for her being with me, but I still felt offended. Really, did I have to be portrayed as a pathetic person who had to cling to Lily for assistance in escaping the cave? Sighing, I shook my head and turned towards Ruby, not surprised at her current suspicious and confused expression. Well, desire or not, I'd be pretty disappointed if she thought that figure alongside Lily was the real me. After another brief moment of silence, Alia waved her hand at Lily before gesturing for her to come forward. Sending an order for the corrupted figure to follow Lily, I watched with interest as Lily, the corrupted figure, and the rest of the main cast stood in silence. After a moment, Kevin looked at the corrupted figure, which still had something covering its face, before shaking his head and saying, "You're really thinking of taking him with us, are you, Lily?" Stepping in front of the corrupted figure, Lily defended me by replying, "We wouldn't have found this place without him." "What good did you guys do running around the forest while he helped us find this place and the exit?" The entire group hesitated for a moment, shell-shocked at Lily's sudden defense before Kevin muttered out, "You're the one who told me to." Interrupting Kevin mid-sentence was Alia, as she stepped in front of Kevin, staring at the corrupted figure and replying, "Enough." "Lily's right, we may not like it, but he could prove to be useful." Fainting hearing something from the other side, I turned around and barely managed to hear Liam whisper, "Yeah, useful as a fucking bait." Really, dude? It was ironic as I was in fact currently using them as a bait right now, so I didn't take his words too personally. Re-examining Alia's expression, I saw her eyes light up with a spark before returning to normal as she took the lead of the group. As the other main cast nodded their heads at Alia's words, Ruby's nod was somewhat forced and skeptical. At least that was what I thought it was. They departed. I still had one question remaining. Did Alia know she was being influenced and essentially possessed the spirit or not? It was possible that the spirit was communicating to Alia through their contract and telling her that something bad would happen if they didn't immediately go to the end of the path. On the other hand, it was also possible that the spirit was manipulating Alia's sense of time by telling her that every second that passed in this loop was a day on the outside. Whatever the spirit was telling her though, it was clear that he had one goal: reach the end of this path with all of us. As the main cast began walking in the direction of the end of the path, I also started moving, using the darkness of the cave to trail behind the main cast by a couple of steps. For the time being, Lily did not say anything or attempt to showcase the corrupted figure's strength to Alia and the spirit, so I simply observed. If we rushed and were caught somehow by the spirit, we would lose our chances of escaping. The spirit was part of that tree that we had destroyed, and that tree was the end condition. So, in other words, this spirit was also an end condition. Something we had to kill to get rid of the loop. The spirit had all the cards in this scenario if he wanted to. It could just leave us here and run away, leaving us trapped in the loop forever. It had all the leverage. Hearing a conversation spark up between the group, I got a bit closer. Irene, turning to Lily, Alia, and the corrupted figure who was at the front of the group, asked, "So, what's up with your face?" Suddenly, you're scared to show it. Finally, looked in a mirror and realized something was wrong. I understand Liam's hate a bit, but what the actual hell did I do to deserve that insult from Irene? Struggling to keep my mouth closed, I instructed the corrupted figure to simply turn to Lily in response to Irene's question. The corrupted figure could not communicate, so I had to let Lily know that so she could respond on my behalf. Noticing the corrupted figure's expectant gaze, Lily seemed to have an idea as she stopped mid-walk and turned back to face Irene. I saw him fighting an A-rank beast back in the cave, and it gave him a bloody scar. I think he's covering his face to prevent the blood from leaking out. Almost wanting to run over and thank Lily, I sighed in relief from behind the rocks. At first, I thought that we were going to be caught, as since the spirit could see through anything in the cave, it would be alerted if a monster were to appear, so it would know that Lily was lying. Fortunately though, Lily had mentioned that it was the underground space that we had first fallen into, not the secret tunnel that we were currently in. Working with instead of against other aggressors who have a ton of knowledge is kind of nice sometimes. Examining the expressions of the main cast, I saw Kevin and Liam give me a weird expression while Ruby's entire face was slanted while staring at the back of the corrupted figure. Huh? Did she really still think it was me after what Lily said earlier? Irene stared at the silent corrupted figure for a moment before shaking her head and staring at Lily, clearly not believing the story. On the other hand, Alia's eyes flashed a cold silver for a moment before returning to normal as she quickened her pace, not questioning Lily's statement. The bait had been set. All that was left was to wait. And wait, I did. As the group went further into the tunnel and became closer to the end of the path that I had perceived earlier, I followed behind, aware of any movements from Alia. At this point, it was pretty easy for me to determine that Alia wasn't necessarily Alia. Now, that may sound like an oxymoron, but it is true. Alia isn't the one in control of her body. Whether she knows it or not doesn't make a difference. She was simply a puppet being controlled by the spirit. Now, that didn't necessarily mean that Alia didn't have control of her body, but it was also possible that the spirit was manipulating her, swaying her actions and emotions through his words. From her rush to reach the end of the path to her occasional glances at the corrupted figure of Ren, someone who she wouldn't pay any attention to earlier, and her unusual manner of walking. Can't have a heroine dying, can I? Sighing, I continued following, getting a bit closer as I heard a conversation spark off, breaking the awkward silence. Trailing at the behind of the group with his sword ready, Kevin angrily asked, "Look, Princess, I know you said that this path is the way out, but it really doesn't seem like it anymore." As Alia turned around to face Kevin, not slowing her pace a single bit, she was about to reply when Zack suddenly interrupted. "Kevin, we've always trusted each other to the end. So what good would not trust each other now do? If she's wrong and you're right about this not being the way out, then so be it, but we're a team." Nodding from beside Kevin, Liam also chimed in. "I mean, what else were we supposed to do this in the tunnel, Kevin? If you have any suggestions about how to get out, let's hear them." Shaking his head, Kevin ceased his complaining before speeding back up to catch up to Alia's increasing pace. However, just as Kevin sped up to catch up with Alia and the rest of the group, Liam halted, immediately falling behind. Thinking for a moment, Liam seemed to be staring at the green particles with his eyes slanted. This time, everyone was much more alert due to Lily's previous disappearance, so within a few seconds, the rest of the main cast had stopped, staring at Liam's stationary figure. Tapping her foot rapidly, Alia coldly asked, "Got something to say?" It was quite obvious that Alia wanted to rush to the end of the cave, but she wasn't going to outright force everyone. Whether it was because the spirit controlling Alia wanted to seem less suspicious or because the real Alia wasn't a bad person, I did not know. Raising his hand and jumping into the air, Liam's hand passed through one of the many green particles in the air. Landing swiftly on the ground, Liam managed to gather his words as he turned to the main cast and pointed at the green particles in the air. "Look, don't get me wrong, I'm not agreeing with Kevin or not trusting Alia, but does anyone not find it suspicious that this path of green particles is the only way out?" Walking towards the main cast, Liam continued, "I mean, this is a cave, isn't it? Shouldn't there be multiple paths diverging, not just one long and twisting one?" Almost immediately, the temperature of the cave began to drop as, unbeknownst to the others, a small layer of ice formed on the blade of Alia's sword. Shivering, I looked at Alia, whose eyes were sparkling with a dangerous aura, and her stance had changed to one preparing to fight. The spirit's maximum power would be that of Alia's, as Alia was its only contractor, so it definitely couldn't kill or majorly injure Liam, especially with the rest of the main cast here. But the spirit could disappear and leave us. That would be detrimental. If the spirit disappeared, we would be trapped in here until it reappeared. Our only way of escaping was killing the spirit, as it was the end condition and the only way to terminate the loop. Tensing myself up, I stared at Liam before giving an order to my corrupted figure, which was standing next to Lily. Thankfully, I had prepared for this situation, as I knew that the main cast wasn't stupid and that one of them would most likely figure out the abnormalities in the cave just like Lily and I. As Alia's legs tensed, my corrupted figure opened its mouth, which, though blocked by the face cover, was still noticeable as the cover twitched upwards. At the same time, from behind a nearby rock, I placed my hand over my mouth, making it seem as if something was covering my mouth. MMPH, I don't see any way besides forward, even if MMPH is suspicious. Remembering his words earlier, I continued in a mocking and sarcastic tone. If you have any suggestions, I'm sure we'd all be glad to hear them. Seeing the room's temperature slowly drop, I turned to Lily, prompting her to continue. Even if my point was correct, I was just an outsider in this main cast group, so no matter what I said, my points would be irrelevant and ignored. I just needed to build a base for Lily to continue off on. Meeting the corrupted figure's gaze, well, where she thought it was, there was cover blocking the figure's face. Lily replied, as much as I hate to say it, he's right. We have no other options, and this is probably the closest we've ever been to escaping, if you all say so. PFFT. As Kevin chucked, Liam returned to the main cast, his sword already drawn and presumably readying to attack at any moment. Well, at least I knew the spirit's first target when we arrived now. But was using the main character as bait really a good idea? Well, when has anything I've ever done been a good idea? Thus, our expedition into the cave continued at a much faster pace than usual, showcasing Alia's desire to reach the end of the path. Desire? Could Ruby have already read Alia's desire and noticed something was off? The normal Alia's desire would be to protect her friends and possibly return home, so it would be quite unusual for her desire to suddenly switch. Glancing at Ruby as I followed them, I tried to discern if she knew anything, but she was acting normal, her wand drawn and lighting up the cave with a bright fire while she was talking to Irene. Returning my gaze to Alia and the corrupted figure, I was surprised to see Alia's pace actually slow down as if she were waiting for something. Looking around, I also realized that we were just at right about the point that I had noticed something suspicious and turned around. The path's end was nearby. The green particles in the air were accumulating and showing up more and more often, and the number of twists and turns ahead was decreasing, the path actually going somewhat straight. Unfortunately, there were still some obstacles blocking my sight ahead, so I could just peer to the very end of the path. As we continued ahead at a slower pace, I glanced at my corrupted figure, which was walking side by side with Lily and right behind Alia. The only requirement for a spiritual contract was for the contract to be signed between a spirit and a living thing. As I saw with my raven earlier, the creations from my corruption were considered living things, so the corrupted figure definitely met the criteria. There was just one problem. How was I supposed to know if the contract had been signed with my corrupted figure and Alia's contract had been terminated? We couldn't just ask Alia, as the spirit would realize something was off, making him possibly disappear, leaving us with no chance of escaping the loop. Well, I guess that only left me with one way of determining the validity of the contract. Since my corrupted figure didn't have a mind of its own, if offered a contract by the spirit, it would, by default, accept, as it would be unable to reject unless I ordered it not to. Who knows? Maybe the contract between my corrupted figure and the spirit had already been signed. Only the corrupted figure and the spirit would know. Even Alia could be completely oblivious to her contract's dismissal, as it was clear that the spirit had some control over her mind by now. If that had already happened, this entire plan would have been a bust. As we had already won. To kill a spirit, one simply had to kill its tenants. In other words, if the contract had already been signed, All I would have to do was dismiss the corrupted figure, dismissing and killing the spirit alongside it. Wiping those thoughts out of my head, I noticed the frequency of green particles increasing further. It was far too early to dismiss the corrupted figure. If the spirit was not yet contracted with it, it would surely sense danger and possibly leave if a person just disappeared in front of it. I also had only one chance, as I would have neither the time nor energy to recreate and mold the corrupted figure if I dismissed it. Crazy how I don't have enough time when I can slow time. I can't imagine what normal people feel like. There was also the question of what would happen if I simply switched bodies with my corrupted figure. But that was not a risk I was willing to take. What if the contract was transferred from the corrupted figure to me, making the spirit able to influence me? Then, the only end to end this damn loop was for me to die, as I would become its tenant and contractee. Clearing my head, I crept closer towards the main cast as the accumulation of green particles grew larger and larger. In reality, I had no intention of allowing the spirit to reach the end of the path. What was at the end of that path? I had no interest in knowing. Using my last bit of corruption, I manifested 2 pairs of daggers, a bow with a couple of arrows, and a mask to cover my face. If the spirit had not yet contracted my corrupted figure, I was going to make it. Killing Alia was off the table, but coming close most definitely wasn't. Fusing the blood red substance and ocean blue mana in my body, I manifested 1 dark purple, on the borderline of being black, wing on my right shoulder. Using the wing to levitate in the air, I activated the grace period of dash before waiting for the perfect moment. Just as Alia was about to leave the 10-meter range of my dash, I raised my hand to my eye, slowing time. Finding a gap in between the group of main cast members, I calculated the perfect angle I needed to dash at. Placing my dagger at where Alia's right hand would be, the hand holding her sword, I removed my hand from my eye before using a dash. Whoosh! Blowing away the green particles above me as I dashed forward. In real time, I saw the expressions of the main cast members below me transform. Liam, who was already on guard from his suspicions, immediately lit up his sword a light blue. However, he was still slow to catch me. Liam swung his sword, just barely missing my legs, as I propelled forward with my dagger aligned straight with Alia's arm. As Lily hesitantly raised her wand, a smile appeared on my face. Bracing myself for the incoming attacks and spells, I stared at the blank-eyed Alia before lowering my daggers. Giving an order to the corrupted figure, I further grinned, feeling a sense of relief as I flapped my wing. Did the spirit think I was stupid? In reality, the spirit could be contracted with anyone at this point. It could have been contracted with Ruby, Irene, Alia, Kevin, Zach, Liam, and even Ruby currently. There was just one living thing it couldn't be contracted with besides me, the corrupted figure. Spirits can see anything, can't they? They should have been easily able to see through my corrupted figure, instantly not recognizing it as a human. At that point, the spirit should have definitely realized that something was off. From there, the possibilities could be endless. The spirit could have recognized that Alia was obviously the most suspicious person, prompting them to switch to another person. That person could have been anyone besides my corrupted figure. Attacking Alia right now wouldn't do anything, as there was a possibility that the spirit was contracted with another member of the main cast. Then, everyone here was my enemy. Appearing 10 meters up in the air, I levitated in the air before dismissing my only escape route from this underground space. Over 200 meters above me, a single pitch-black crow that was flying the night sky, blending in completely, suddenly disappeared. This time, it didn't disappear because it was blending in so well with the night sky. It truly disappeared, leaving no trace. Instead of a sense of panic overwhelming me as I floated in the air with time slowed, a sense of relief flooded through my body. I was going to win. Why would I need an escape route? If you have an escape route or backup plan ready, then you've already lost, both mentally and physically. Feeling the corruption from the crow flood into my body, I didn't waste a second as I immediately used the new corruption. At this point, everyone was right under my levitating figure, their spells and swords already swinging and aiming at me, right where I needed them. Sending shockwaves through my body, I allowed the ocean blue mana to flow out of my body, crystallizing around all of us. The mana left my body, slowly accumulating and surrounding all of us until it was done. In less than a second, an entire ocean blue mana cage was surrounding us, preventing anyone from leaving and entering. The next second, a small dot of pitch black color appeared on the blue mana cage, blemishing it. The next, there were countless more black dots appearing all over the mana cage until, finally, they had overtaken the mana. The red wand of Irene and Ruby, the blue wand of Lily, the blue sword of Liam, the grey sword of Zack, the blue sword of Alia, and the red sword of Kevin all disappeared. They were still there, but the pure pitch blackness of the shadow cage suppressed their colors, not allowing them to be seen. The room was pitch black. No one could see what was in front of them or even their own body. No one could see their hands or their weapons in front of them. Levitating right below the roof of the shadow cage, I stared downwards at the 7 main cast members, each of them still aiming at me. The next moment, all the spells and countless sword slashes flew at me, prompting me to flap my wing, appearing on the floor. Where is he? This is me, you idiot. Leaving the cast members' chaos, I strolled through the shadow cage, silently, carefully maneuvering around the main cast members until I finally reached someone. In front of me stood a silver-haired girl with ocean blue eyes, her ice blue sword being held shakingly in her arms. Alia was acting irregularly despite the fact that the spirit should have already negated their contract with her. If the spirit simply had manipulated her to forget everything, Alia would be acting normally, yet here she was, trembling right in front of me. And even before I implemented the shadow cage, she was still rushing towards the end of the path. What the spirit hadn't manipulated her memories, but instead used them against her. Alia, who had regained all her memories of being manipulated after breaking the contract with the spirit, would have realized that the spirit wouldn't have just left her be. It would have found another target, someone else in the main cast. The spirit must have told Alia something along the lines before ending the contract. Take us to the end of the path, or dies. Taking off my mask and revealing my face, I reached out, grabbing Alia's shoulders and stopping her from trembling. Not giving her any information, I simply leaned into her ear and whispered, "Who is it?" Having her body forcefully stopped from trembling, Alia immediately flicked her head, turning to face the sound of my voice. Seemingly recognizing the sound of my voice, I felt Alia's body begin to shake even more, but again, I gripped her shoulders, stopping her from making any sound. After a moment, she somehow turned right into me, despite there being no light, and whispered in a quiet voice. He said it was Zack, ... He chose the least powerful person out of everyone here. Patting her on the shoulder, I whispered back. It's done ... Just be patient. Leaving behind the scared Alia, I flapped my wings once, teleporting right in front of Lily and my corrupted figure. Tapping her on the back, I quietly whispered, "It's not Alia ... I need you to relax them. Make them feel as if this is just because of the cave." Then, without waiting for a response, I flapped my wing, appearing right above Zack, with my corrupted figure silently making his way to Zack as well. I'm sorry about this, Zack ... But don't blame me if I enjoy it." Like a seagull flying into the ocean to scoop up a fish, I flew headfirst downwards right at Zack. At the same time, Lily's loud voice could be heard echoing throughout the mana cage. "Everyone, calm down, this is normal. It's going to get darker as we go further into the cave." Stopping a meter before I hit Zack head on, I waited for his reaction. Suspended in the air right above Zack's head, I watched as he slowly opened his mouth before immediately closing it. Her face transformed from confused to one of disgust as he muttered out, believing that nobody else could hear him. "Damn liar. He can see the shadow cage," which is not surprising but still trippy. He was a direct counter to my corruption ability. Ordering the corrupted figure to stop a couple of steps away from the corrupted figure, I smirked as I drew in the shadow cage, making it smaller and smaller. If the spirit could have escaped the shadow cage, it would have done so by now, yet here it was, standing still and observing the situation. It was also possible that he was simply observing, waiting for an enemy to appear, and then making a plan. Unfortunately, I had to assume the first theory was correct as my mana was running lower and lower with every 1 second. The shadow cage would drop in less than 2 minutes, and when that happens, the spirit would be set free, taking our hopes of terminating the loop with it. Well, it's now or never. Not bothering to make it seem as though the corrupted figure was speaking, I shouted out. I tease Kevin. I could kill Kevin, yes, but could I trap him and showcase the corrupted figure's ability at the same time? I had to trap the spirit, making it seem as if it would die if it were Kevin's body, and at the same time, make the corrupted figure's body appealing to it, making it want to switch bodies. Looking around at the main cast members and seeing the surprised expressions on all of them. Except Alia, a smile slipped onto my face. The tables had turned. I used to have to fight 1v20s, but now it was the opposite. All of the main cast and I versus one single person. Oh, how nice it was to be on the side with a greater amount of people. As I plunged my dagger downwards, allowing myself to plunge toward the ground right at Kevin, Lily reaffirmed my words. Kevin has been possessed, we have to kill him. Thanking Lily for actually saying kill, as the spirit needed to believe that it would die if it stayed in Zach's body, I threw my first attack at the corrupted figure. However, I did not expect it to hit. The main cast could easily take care of Kevin. My job was to showcase the corrupted figure's body. Flapping my wing, I appeared right beside my corrupted figure with my night black bow and arrows in hand. Feeling a presence behind me, I turned around and saw Ruby cluelessly wandering around with her wand. Alright. They can't see, can they? Without sight, they were just a bunch of useless people who had no chance against the spirit. Thankfully, I believed that the spirit couldn't see in the shadow cage as it had barely managed to dodge my dagger attack by ducking at the last minute. But that also was a double-edged sword, as that meant I couldn't showcase the power of the corrupted figure to it. That would mean that the spirit would attempt to take over another main cast member instead of the corrupted figure, making our situation even worse. Can't I have one good thing? Why does everything come with side effects? Leaving the corrupted figure and the retreating Zach behind, I flapped my wing 3 times, grabbing Ruby, Lily, Irene, and Alia in less than a second. To them, it would have looked like they were teleporting as I seamlessly grabbed one before moving on to the other. Dropping the 4 girls next to Kevin and Zach, I hesitated for a moment before whispering to Lily and Alia in a deadly, serious voice. Try to kill him. You have to make it seem real, or else the spirit won't believe it. As Alia was at a loss for words, Lily muttered back, how can we, sighing, I shook my head. If we don't do this now, the situation will only get worse. Would you rather Zach possibly die? Or we all die instead? Without any hesitation, Alia broke out of her trance and replied, we all die. Some people are just fundamentally different, I guess. As Lily nodded her head and turned her expectant gaze to me, I asked, do you trust me? In unison, the 2 girls replied, Nope. Sighing, I turned away and replied, well, you're going to have to. Leaving the main cast behind, I whispered back in a dead serious and cold-hearted voice, I will kill Zach myself if you don't. Some things needed to be done. Did I seriously have any intent to kill Zach? But those were the words that Alia and Lily needed to hear, and just like the spirit needed to believe that he would die, they believed that I would genuinely kill Zach if they didn't listen. Not waiting for a response, I flapped my wing, appearing next to my corrupted figure once again with my bow in hand. Now, it was time to solve the problem of lighting. Dismissing my mask as there was no longer a need, I manifested 2 daggers. Finding the blood-red substance in my body, I embed both my daggers with the substance, causing them to shine a bright red. Corruption and my blood-red substance could coexist instead of one trying to overpower the other, just as they fused together to create my wings. In the pitch-black room, one figure was illuminated and seen despite the immense darkness, my corrupted figure. Looking around, I saw the entire main cast with sullen faces as they gazed at my corrupted figure in the distance. I had stepped back to prevent myself from being seen, hiding behind the corrupted figure's back. Putting one of the daggers in the corrupted figure's hand, I knocked an arrow in my bow before aiming. As I pulled the delicate black string of my bow back and placed the bow in front of me, making it seem as if the corrupted figure were using it, I examined Zach's crumbling figure. If he had not been aware of Zack's lack of power when comparing it to the other main cast members, he would know now. Right now the spirit's hope of winning the fight is the fact that he believes that the other main cast members won't kill Zack as he is their friend. Through the walk to the cave, the spirit must have noticed the closed camaraderie and sentiment shared between the main cast members. Therefore, right now, he should believe that the main cast wouldn't kill Zack no matter what happened. Not only that, but it was also clear from the spirit's lack of energy or just standing still instead of trying to escape that he had no plans of attacking. Just like he had used our emotions to manipulate us into following the path at the start, he was once again influencing our emotions, disallowing us from killing Zack and him. Unfortunately, this time around, he wasn't in control of everything from behind the scenes. He was on the front stage, in the form of Zack's body, standing in front of the entire main cast and just like an actor, he was attempting to elicit emotions out of us, not excitement or happiness, but sympathy and sorrow at seeing one of your best friends being controlled. Truly, he was an astounding actor. If I hadn't been here, there was no doubt in my mind that Lily, Alia, and the rest of the main cast wouldn't attack, not daring to harm Zack's body. Then, it was simply a game of blackmail. The spirit had all the bargaining chips while the main cast was broke and penniless. Unfortunately, an extra was going to make an appearance in this performance. A true extra, one that neither belonged in this world or performance. Releasing the arrow, I aimed right above Zack's shoulder, calculating the trajectory so that the arrow would barely miss him, just flying by his cheek. However, that didn't mean Zack wouldn't be hurt. The spirit in Zack's body, who neither had the capabilities nor skill to dodge my arrow, simply stared at the corrupted figure, not noticing me, and watched the arrow fly toward him. Instead of making an attempt to dodge to the right or deflect the arrow with a sword, the spirit in Zack's body simply watched, a shrewd and cunning smiling apparent on his face. As the arrow flew right past Zack's head and above his shoulder, a deep cut appeared on Zack's face, blemishing his priceless face. The spirit did not flinch as blood leaked out of the cut on Zack's face, simply staring at the corrupted figure and the main cast, who had not joined me. Everyone was now on stage, illuminated by the blood-red aura surrounding my daggers, which seamlessly coexisted with the darkness of the shadow cage. Hiding behind the corrupted figure, I turned to Lily and said, "My arrow won't miss next time." Looking at the horrified expressions on Alia and Lily, who were the only two close enough to hear me, I picked up another arrow. Seeing no way of reasoning with me, the two simply stared at my bow for a moment before turning right back around. Then, in a purposely loud voice, Lily screamed out, "We have no choice. It is either Zack dies or us. Guess someone else here is a natural-born actor." The smile on Zack's face disappeared, being replaced with a cold expression as his teeth gnawed each other before reappearing. However, completely wiping the smile of the spirit, the rest of the main cast did not object to Lily's statement, simply staying silent. "Looks like we have a whole group of actors over there." Well, I'm an extra who wasn't even cast by the director or author in this scenario, so who am I to judge? Pulling the elegant string of my bow once again, I watched with interest as the main cast rushed towards Zack. Even with my blood-red aura lighting up this area of the shadow cage, the colors of their attacks still weren't visible. They appeared for a split second before becoming immediately consumed by the darkness of the shadow cage, vanishing without a trace. Watching the colorless attacks of Ruby's fire, Lily's water, and Alia's ice charge at the corrupted figure, I released my arrow. However, instead of fully pulling back the string, I simply did it halfway, giving Zack more than enough time to dodge. But that didn't mean that the attacks of the others wouldn't hurt him. After sending the arrow off, I immediately dismissed the bow and commanded the corrupted figure to charge forward. Holding the dagger covered in a blood-red aura, the corrupted figure charged forward silently. Turning to the side, I saw Alia staring at me with an expectant gaze instead of her friend Zack, who was being bombarded by attacks. Raising my hand, I copied the salute that I had seen the elven soldiers do during the attack on the clearing. Putting my right hand to my heart, I tapped it with my index finger once before swiftly raising my hand upwards and touching my nose. Finally, I tapped my index finger to my nose before throwing my entire right hand upwards, my index finger sticking out. Leaving behind the confused Alia, I activated the grace period of dash before immediately dashing to the side. Instead of dashing straight behind the corrupted figure, I appeared 10 meters to the right, not in the area illuminated by my blood-red dagger. As Zack desperately dived to the right, barely avoiding my arrow, countless fire spells, ice attacks, and sword slashes hit him. Bang! Being sent flying by the attacks, Zack's back crashed into the barrier of the shadow cage, sending him right to the ground with an uncontrollably yelp. However, no more spells or sword slashes came as Zack swiftly descended to the floor, battered and bruised. Well, they didn't know the script of this performance I was hosting, so I couldn't blame them. They weren't really acting. Just doing improv. Not going forward myself, I sent the corrupted figure towards Zack's injured body, the blood-red daggers still lighting the area around the corrupted figure. Despite the fact that no more attacks or spells were going to be thrown, the climax was just starting. Everything before was just the exposition and rising action. Ordering the corrupted figure to open its mouth, I spoke from behind, shrouding myself in the darkness of the shadow cage to avoid detection of the spirit. Give it up. Pew. Lying on the ground, propped up against the barrier of the shadow cage, Zack spat out a handful of blood before turning to face the corrupted figure. A shrew smirk appeared on his face. Zack pointed at the countless injuries on his body before cockily asking, "Are you really going to allow your friend to die?" Pointing the tip of the dagger at Zack's bruised body, illuminating Zack's terrible state and condition for the rest of the main cast, the corrupted figure opened his mouth. Hiding in the darkness with my dash's usage period already activated, I spoke. "Fortunately, he's not my friend." Clash, clash. As those last few words escaped my mouth, I could hear the sound of weapons dropping to the floor, reverberating throughout the shadow cage. Almost instantly, those sounds of swords and wands dropping were replaced by footsteps, once again echoing throughout the cage. Lots of footsteps. I didn't even have to turn around to know that there were countless people charging at me. Looking behind the corrupted figure, Zack held his smile up high before using the last of his energy to point in the direction of the sound. "Looks like his friends won't let you." Commanding the corrupted figure to continue staring at Zack's bruised body emotionless, I dashed forward. Still shrouded in the darkness, I was now side by side with the corrupted figure, barely escaping from the area lit up by the daggers. Rumble. The next second, the entire shadow cage began shrinking. Without turning back and ignoring the sound of the footsteps readily approaching me, I snapped my fingers. In an instant, the entire shadow cage shrunk and shrunk, faster than at which the pace the main cast was sprinting at me. Just as the main cast was illuminated by the blood-red daggers of my corrupted figure, the shadow cage finished shrinking. The next second, the shadow cage cut off, creating new barriers, encircling only me, the corrupted figure, and Zack. Though I could not hear it, by turning around and peering through the darkness, I could see the entire main cast banging on the barrier of the shrunken shadow cage. A moment later, the main cast picked up their swords and wands before casting spell after spell sword slash after sword slash, and shouting some words that I couldn't quite make due to the shadow cage separating us. Not wasting any more time, I turned around and stared at Zack's injured figure, still oblivious to the shrinking of the shadow cage. Controlling the corrupted figure to raise the daggers upwards, illuminating the entire shadow cage except for a small part in the corner where I stood, the corrupted figure watched as Zack's smile cracked. Commanding the corrupted figure to match Zack's smile and open its mouth, I said from behind, "Looks like it's just me and you now." As the shadow cage started shaking and trembling from the spells and sword slashes of the main cast, I sighed. They were quite good actors. When they didn't know they were acting, usually, I would have just blamed Lily and Alia for not trusting me, but this time, I had actually wanted them to not trust my words. This all just added to the effect that I seriously wanted to kill Zack. Why else would I blockade off the main cast? Taking one last glance at the main cast, I sighed. I went from a 20v1 to a 1v20 with seconds. I'm back where I started. Seeing the smile on Zack's face stay unchanged, I also smiled in the shadows before commanding the corrupted figure to raise its daggers. Like an executioner, the corrupted figure raised the daggers as high as possible before staring down at Zack's figure. Remembering the behavior profile I had created of the corrupted figure with my eyes, I formed a mental hologram of the corrupted figure in my head. Placing my mental image of the corrupted figure side by side with the real one, I closely watched as the dagger began its descent, aiming right at Zack's neck. Raising my right hand to my eye, I slowed down my perception time, focusing all my attention on the descent of the dagger below me. Right beside the real dagger was the mental image of the dagger and corrupted figure I had created in my mind. All I had to do was watch the differences. And a difference there was. As the dagger was about halfway to reaching Zack's neck, it slowed for less than a second, allowing the mental image of the dagger I had created to surpass it. Without skipping a beat, I immediately dismissed the corrupted figure, causing the blood-red dagger to drop to the ground, narrowly missing Zack's neck. Confirming that my actions had been successful, Zack's expression transformed from a cocky grin to one of confusion as he stared around the room. Letting out a sigh, I wiped the sweat that had accumulated on my face. Was it really all done? Was this loop finally done? As the corruption returned to me, I gasped, feeling a pain in my chest. Covering my chest with a hand, I turned around, seeing a hole begin to form in my shadow cage, allowing countless spells to fly toward me in slow motion. Bang! Using the last of my energy, I created a small shield made of corruption before lowering my other hand and slowing back down time. Preparing myself for the impact of the spells hitting my shield, I kneeled down on the ground, also creating a small barrier around me to protect my body from any strays. However, that impact never came. Exhausted from simply kneeling down on the ground, I finally collapsed, allowing the shield to disappear and return to my body in the form of corruption. Maybe they had forgiven me. Looking upwards at the roof of the cave, I expected to hear a joyous and heartfelt reunion. But there was nothing. No sound. There weren't even any footsteps or voices reverberating throughout the large cave. Struggling as I attempted to turn around, I tilted my head upwards and stared at the edge of the previous shadow cage where Zack was, or had been. As I gazed at Zack's previous location, I opened my mouth in surprise as Zack's body was nowhere to be seen. In fact, as I slowly turned my head, I quickly realized that there was no one else around me. I was alone in the cave. Regaining some of my energy, I used a wall to stand up before glancing around once again, feeling a sense of similarity. I was still in the same cave. The people had just disappeared. Maybe I had passed out, and they had just left me to leave the loop. Did it have anything to do with the spirit that I had just killed? Leaning against the wall, I simply stayed still, surveying my surroundings and allowing my body to recuperate. After about 5 minutes, I finally felt my legs again, which was both a good and a bad thing, considering how sore they were. Limping across the cave, I looked up and down for a moment before dropping to the floor. Manifesting a crow with my regained corruption, I sent it in the direction we had entered the tunnel before once again lying down. Waiting about 5 minutes, I prepared my head for a surge of information before promptly switching bodies with the crow. Finding myself in the area we had originally been, under the tree stump, I immediately stared upwards. However, the roof was blocked off, leaving me no way out. If the loop had been terminated, everything that had happened in our last loop would have become a reality, so our destruction of the tree and ground below should have been apparent. Yet, staring up at the completely fine and untouched roof, I couldn't deny it. Had the loop not ended? Immediately re-energized, I'd manifested the crow before jumping upwards and walking forward. Spirit or not, there was still only one way forward. Manifesting 2 corrupted daggers, I lifted them up, before shrouding them with a blood-red substance and lighting up the area around me. At the same time, I also manifested a wing, allowing me a path of escape in case anything happened. Holding my arms both up with a dagger torch in both hands, I carefully walked further and further into the tunnel. At this point, I was too tired and exhausted to feel emotions, so I didn't have any anger at the loop, not ending or feeling stressed, considering my situation. I simply walked forward with an emotionless expression, keeping all my available attention on my surroundings. This was now the furthest I had ever been in the cave, so everything around me was new. Yet, it was still all the same. This is not to say that the layout was the same or that my eyes felt a sense of similarity. It was just the same setting around me. Rocks all around me and dirt under me. However, one thing had changed. The path was now going straight without any twists or turns. Eventually, I stopped for a moment before peering into the darkness ahead of me. Seeing the end of the path. Only a mile away stood a wall. This end of this path led to a wall. Just a regular wall made out of rocks. Making sure that there were no abnormalities or enemies ahead, I sighed before flapping my wings. Flap, flap. Continuing to flap my wings and appear 10 meters ahead each time, I eventually reached the end of the path. Standing in front of the solid rock wall, I immediately tried to look for any weak spots or hidden tunnels behind. But there was nothing. Well, now, what the hell am I supposed to do? I had done it all. From testing my body mentally by creating an entire map of the forest to using my body to the maximum physically by fighting the spirit. Slamming my hands into the floor furiously, I lost all motivation. Before, there was always a path forward. First, my hope had been to find the end condition. Next, it had been following the path of green particles. And finally, it had been killing the spirit and triggering the end of the loop. But now there was nothing. And there was no one else around me. The main cast had just disappeared as if they had been holograms this entire time. Once again, slamming my hands against the floor, my blood-red dagger slipped out of my hands and hurtled towards the rocky wall. The next second, a fire appeared. Out of pure nothingness, I watched as the formerly normal wall of me erupted into flames. But it wasn't just any fire. Lying on the ground, furious and confused, I watched as the fire slowly liquefied, until all that was left was a puddle of what seemed like blood. Unable to comprehend what was in front of me, I stared in confusion at the puddle of what seemed like blood before me. The next second, a bright light enveloped me, forcing me to close my eyes. You and your party have completed the dream. Calculating completion rate, greater than, error, value cannot be calculated. Your rewards will be handed out accordingly. Reopening my eyes, I realized that I was no longer in the cave, or anywhere for that matter. In front of me sat a system menu that I stared at, shell-shocked. You and your party have completed the dream. Calculating completion rate, greater than, error, value cannot be calculated. Your rewards will be handed out accordingly. A dream. You're telling me that was all a dream? Around the system menu, I seemed to be in a pitch-black void as everything around me was covered in darkness. Still lying down on the floor, I looked upwards at the never-ending abyss of black darkness above me. I was too tired to be angry, as my surroundings distorted once again and the system menu promptly disappeared. A sudden jolt coursed through my body. Closing my eyes due to the pain, I felt my surroundings adjust as I was no longer lying down but somehow sitting down. It really was all a dream. Keeping my eyes closed for a second longer, I contemplated just manifesting a crow and swapping bodies to avoid this current situation. A very peculiar word was mentioned in my congratulations for completing the dream. You and your party, my party. Wasn't I just fighting against them to kill the spirit and Zack, not only a couple of minutes ago? One could say the main cast should get down on their knees and thank me for killing the spirit and allowing us to complete the dream. However, that one would most definitely be wrong. After all, in their eyes, I had just attempted to kill one of their friends, even going as far as to threaten them as well. Misunderstanding upon misunderstandings. That was my entire life at this point. Of course, it was mostly my fault as I had never bothered to clear up these misunderstandings. Realizing that I couldn't muster the energy to use my corruption to manifest a crow, I sighed before listening to the conversations around me. I really had no choice here. Though, since I was still pretending to be passed out, I could not see who was talking. It was very easy to identify people by just their voices. Somewhere to my right, Liam screamed out, "Zach, Zach, where are you?" As soon I dismissed the corrupted figure, they must have been blinded by the sudden light before receiving the system message like me, so they didn't end up seeing me kill the spirit and not Zach. From beside me, I felt a pair of shoulders slump against mine before a warm and soft voice spoke. I'm right here. Liam, what's all the commotion for? Before Liam could reply, Kevin's voice spoke from my far right as he tried his best to remain nonchalant while responding. "Oh, we're not surprised or anything after watching you come this close to death. I knew your self-awareness was terrible, Zach, but this is simply astounding." From in front of me, Lily's distressed voice immediately replied, "Really, is this the time for sarcasm, Kevin?" "Oh, so I can't use sarcasm when we're in a near-life-death situation, and when we're just sitting in a carriage." "Tell me, when am I Sue?" Crash. From all the way in front, a deep and elder voice spoke. "Keep it down back there. Time. How much time had passed in the real world? Around 3 days had passed in that dream. But since the main cast and I were still inside the carriage, that would have to mean less than half a day had passed here. Trying to confirm my theory, I slightly opened my eyes for a brief second before staring out the window. The lush green grass and the leaves of the several trees in the distance swaying in the wind, the orange sky shining over anything, and last of all, a sense of familiarity with my eyes. We were indeed still on our trip back to the Celestial Academy. Closing my eyes once again, I stayed completely still and continued listening in. After a couple more friendly words for their reuniting with Zach, Lily finally asked from across me, "Zach, what exactly do you remember?" After a moment of silence, Zach replied hesitantly, "The last thing I remember is being shown a system menu. And before that, when we found Ren and Lily together." It seemed that the spirit had not manipulated or done anything to Zach's memories, so he remembered everything correctly except the portions of his memory when the spirit had possessed him. Irene, who had been quietly chatting with Ruby until now, asked from my far right and across the carriage. "So I'm guessing we all saw that system menu, then. Right?" After a moment of silence, where I guessed the others nodded their heads, Irene continued. "Does that mean all of that? Those last 4 days were all just a dream?" Breaking the unbearable silence that descended from Irene's question, Alia looked behind her, ensuring the carriage driver wasn't listening, before replying, "But how can that be possible? The last time we entered a dream, all of us had to agree. This time, we were just hurled in." From beside Alia and Irene, Ruby curiously asked. "I did my first dream alone, but Zach, Kevin, Lily, and Liam. You 4 did it together, right?" "Maybe it had something to do with that." After a moment of silence, Liam replied, "Yeah. When the 4 of us entered our first dream, only one of us had to click the button. Then the rest of us were just teleported like magic. So, I was dragged into this scenario because some idiot here decided they wanted to enter a damn dream at this very moment. Also, what are these mechanics? Is there no consent? I can be teleported into a dream just because I'm sitting in the same carriage as the person who clicked the button. What kind of bullshit is this?" Bang! From my far right, the sound of a fist hitting the wood of the carriage reverberated throughout the area. As the bang reverberated through the carriage, an angry Kevin furiously asked, "So, which idiot decided this was a good time to enter a dream, then?" I didn't know who was more stupid, the person for deciding to enter a dream while we were all exhausted in a damn carriage, or Kevin for asking. I mean, are you just going to say that it's you if he asks? No, you're gonna stay silent and lie. Maybe that's just me, though. These guys are the heroes of the world. Surely, they'll be honest and admit their mistake if they were the ones who entered the dream. Yeah, never mind. This world is doomed. Seeing the rest of the group start to point fingers, I continued closing my eyes and enjoyed the last few moments of relaxation. Of course, these fingers would end up pointed at me in the very end. Only the person who entered the dream would say something like that. Oh really, Liam? What the hell do you think someone would say if it wasn't them? Not what you said. Ignoring the bickering between Kevin and Liam, I was about to pretend to suddenly wake up from the dream. However, before I could even open my eyes, Lily's stern voice echoed throughout the carriage. Does it really matter who entered the dream? We are fine, and we also just advanced to C ranks. Oh yeah, I was a C rank now, wasn't I? Opening a tiny sliver of my eye, I carefully maneuvered my hands so as not to be seen by the main cast. Raising my hand, at last, I stared at the new and improved stat menu that was sitting in front of me. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Proficient Assassin, Level 3, 58%, dash greater than Stealth, C+, dash greater than Moderate Dagger Mastery, 53%, dash greater than Arts, Eclipse Blade, 3-5. Stats, dash greater than Rating, C, dash greater than Strength, D, dash greater than Agility, C+, dash greater than Stamina, D+, dash greater than Magic Power, C, dash greater than Luck, GS, Conditional, dash greater than Intelligence, C, dash greater than Charm, C, Traits, dash greater than Passive, Dragon's Will, 3/ dash greater than Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced, dash greater than Dragon's Transformation, you are able to harness a physical part of a dragon, dash greater than Dragon's Blood. Skills, dash greater than, E, dash, not requiring any mana usage. The skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. Dash greater than, C, Sky Flash, requiring the usage of mana. The skill allows the user to create a bird-like animal. This bird-like animal will fly through the sky at the user's discretion until the user decides to pop it. When popped, the bird will blind every person in a 5-meter radius for 2 seconds. The bird can be used twice every hour. Completely ignoring the increase in stats and my useful new skill, I stared at the 3 question marks next to my new Dragon's Will ability. Was this system playing games with me? Why the hell was it giving me an ability without even telling me what it was? What the hell was I supposed to do with the information? I couldn't just test everything in the world until I finally learned the ability, so right now, it was essentially useless. Dragon's Blood. As the word blood echoed throughout my head, a faint memory played in my mind. Maybe it had something to do with that puddle of blood I saw before I was removed from the dream. Turning my attention to the skills menu, I was surprised to see that the usefulness of my new skill was actually quite nice. I could paralyze something with my serpent slash, make them lose their sight with a shadow cage, and now, finally, blind them with my sky flash. What couldn't I do at this point? Finishing examining my new and improved stats menu, I peered out of the corner of my eye across the room. Alia, Ruby, and Irene were eagerly checking their stats menu as they, like me, had forgotten about their dream improving it. Ruby had a slight smile on her face, while both Irene and Alia were visibly excited as their smiles were plastered all over their face. You're welcome for that, by the way. Closing my eyes once again, I decided that was the perfect time for my performance. As I opened my eyes a bit, my mouth slowly opening, I was once again interrupted as Liam finished looking at his stats menu with a smile and asked, "So, Lily and Alia, care to explain what happened back there?" Seeing Alia slightly uncomfortable, Lily replied, "From the start I noticed something was off with Alia. I was only able to confirm it when Ruby pointed out her weird hand gestures to me." Staring at Ruby for a moment before looking away, Lily continued, "From there, I was able to confirm that Alia was not nervous or anything, but in fact, acting abnormal for no reason. Then, I recalled how Alia had mentioned briefly that she had become contracted with the spirit. That, combined with Alia's abnormal behavior, easily led me to the conclusion that something external was affecting Alia. and the only external thing was the existence of the spirit. Scratching his head, Liam further questioned. But didn't you say the spirit was inside Zack at the end? Is that my cue? Leaning back in the seat, I silently stretched my hands and slowly opened my eyes, acting as if I had just been awakened. PFFT. However, as my eyelids popped up, I heard a small chuckle escape the mouth of someone across the room. Was I that obvious? Lily, being one of the first to notice that my eyes were open, stopped mid-explanation and stared at me, prompting the rest of the carriage to follow suit. But, just as I was about to speak, I felt a sudden pressure on my right shoulder. Thud. Slowly shifting my head to the right, I saw Zack's head resting on my shoulder, his eyelids completely closed, revealing his dark eye bags, and his mouth entirely closed. Forgetting about everyone else staring up, I stared at Zack's head, which was comfortably resting on my shoulder in confusion. Somehow, Zack has none of the scars or wounds I had inflicted on his body during the fight when his body was possessed by the spirit. Recalling my fight with the spirit and Zack's terrible state at the end of the fight, I kept my shoulder steady, allowing his head to sit comfortably. How he had fallen asleep after just learning that his body had been possessed during a dream was something I could not fathom. Aren't you supposed to be freaked out or even angry that someone stole your body? Ignoring the pressure on my right shoulder, I looked upward at the main cast while Zack continued dozing off. Met with the confused and silent gazes of the 3 boys and 3 girls around me, I didn't know what to say. I was never really much of a explainer or creative thinker. I was more the type to memorize a formula and do countless problems until I was able to solve every single type of problem, while others would simply use and combine the concepts they had learned to solve word problems. I would simply memorize the method to doing each type of problem. It wasn't actually learning as I wasn't putting the concepts to use, rather just memorizing them and writing them down. But the learning part of school doesn't actually matter. All that mattered was obtaining good grades and getting into a good university. When you're going to the best university in your world, no one is going to question your capabilities, no matter how stupid and dumb you act. Shifting my gaze to Lily, I looked at her expectantly, prompting her to continue explaining. From there, I met up with Ren, and it seemed that he had noticed something odd as well. Pointing at me, Lily continued. Since the spirit might find out about the plan if I told you guys, Ren and I crafted a plan to lure the spirit out. Seeing me nod my head at her explanation, Lily finally explained the climax. From what I saw the spirit had actually taken over Zack instead of Alia, so we had to fight Zack to free him from the spirit's control. Looking down at her lap and avoiding everyone's gaze, Lily hesitated before muttering out the last few words in a defeated tone. We had to make it actually seem as if the spirit thought it was going to die. Or else it would simply use Zack's body as a hostage. That's why Alia and I kept telling you geese to try and kill him and that we'd explain what we meant later. We never meant. Bang. As Liam stood up from his seat with a bang, everyone's gazes immediately shifted from me to Liam as he slowly walked towards Lily. Shifting her gaze up from her lap, Lily stared at the approaching figure of Liam, and so did everyone else. The mood has done a complete 180-degree turn. The joyful feeling from everyone looking at their new and improved stats menu had disappeared, replaced with a serious and grave one. Seeing Liam standing next to Lily, I sighed, preparing myself for his next words. Looking Lily straight in the eye, Liam asked in an unusually serious tone. And what about Zack? Did not you see his state when you returned? It took over 5 healing scrolls to get him to the conditions he is right now. And even that is far from perfect. Staring at a hole in Zack's shirt, Liam continued. And that's not even going to last. When the effect of the healing scrolls wears off, he'll be back to that condition. Looking away from Lily, Liam slowly turned to face everyone in the carriage, ensuring he made eye contact with every person, even me. Did you all not see his condition? Spitting out blood, shaking and trembling uncontrollably. And he could barely move. Putting his head on his forehead, Liam stared directly at Lily before slowly asking in a hurt and conquered tone. Tell me again, Lily. Alia. Whoever else was involved, Was this part of your damn plan? Feeling Liam's piercing gaze locked on her, Lily immediately looked down for cover before finally managing to mutter out, "No, we were just trying to escape." Bang! Slamming his hand on the wall right above Lily's sitting figure, Liam interrupted her before staring directly at her face. From behind Liam, Kevin finally emerged as he rushed up from his seat and to the right behind Liam. Seeing the severity of the situation, Kevin didn't dare joke around, as in a calm and non-sarcastic tone, he said, "Look, Liam. A lot has happened, but now is not the time to fight. We can talk about it later. A better time. Our emotions are all over the place because we've just escaped that hell we were in, so none of us are in the right state to have an effective discussion." Irene, who remained unfazed by Liam's sudden punch to the wall, continued, "Nothing good is going to come from talking right now. You'll just say something you will regret later." "Trust me, I have a lot of regrets." On the other side of Lily, Alia remained motionless, simply staring blankly at the floor with a blank expression. However, even after all those words, Liam did not remove his hand from the wall above Lily, continuing to stare directly at her. "Tell me, did you know it would come to this or not? Did you at all believe that Zack would end up in this state? Was there even a hint of doubt in your mind?" I. Seeing Lily squirming helplessly under Liam's piercing gaze, Kevin grabbed Liam's shoulder, forcefully pulling him away from her. "Not now." The next second, Liam's shoulders shinned a bright blue as he shrugged them. Bam! Kevin, caught completely off guard by Liam's use of mana, lost his grip on Liam's shoulder and flew back, hitting the wall of the carriage. Staying in my seat with Zack slumped on my shoulder, I watched as Kevin staggered to get up, staring daggers at Liam's back. "This carriage is going to be destroyed." Well, that's actually an understatement. I wouldn't be surprised if this entire area was decimated to pieces as a result of the fight was about to take place. Liam, ignoring Kevin's gaze and approaching figure, continued staring directly at Lily before once again asking, "Did you know that there was even a slight possibility that this would happen?" Watching her frantically search her mind for a response just to end up with nothing, I sighed. How could she have known? She didn't come up with any plan. I just told her to do something, and she followed out of desperation without knowing anything about what would happen next. Well, she wasn't exposing me or anything, so I guess that was a decent sign. Seeing Kevin grab his bag and take out his sword before preparing to charge at Liam, I finally moved. These people had been risking their lives for each other and relying on each other for over 3 months at this point. All of them would risk their life for each other without hesitating for even a moment. All of them completely trusted each other. If Lily had told Liam that she had no idea that Zack would end up like this right now, then Liam would instantly believe her. That would resolve the entire situation. Yet, Lily didn't do that. She kept silent, because I presumed she didn't want to lie. If she lied, their entire foundation of trust that had been slowly built up through countless events where they worked together to save others, and even themselves, would break. Even if no one besides Lily knew it was breaking, it was still broken at the end of that day. So, Lily kept silent out of fear that the foundation of trust would crumble and collapse. It was interesting how a bond of trust formed amongst them that took countless near-life experiences and days spent together could be broken by just a single lie. It was as if the pyramids in Egypt, the greatest human technological achievement at that time and taking years to create, could crumble just because a single small rock was thrown at them. A friendship could take years to make but a single second to break. Well, it wasn't even a lie. Yet, I guess Lily still considered it lying. After all, she had decided to listen to my plant, so she had probably considered the risk that came with it, one of them probably having to do with the main cast members getting hurt. Seeing Kevin about to confront Liam with his sword in hand, I stood up from my seat, slowly allowing Zack's head to fall on the cushion of my seat. However, no one even noticed me as everyone's gazes were locked on Kevin, Liam, and Lily. Ruby and Irene were simply huddled up in a corner with their wands ready to attack, while Alia wore a dreaded expression while staring ahead. Ruby and Irene could be considered outsiders, so they had no obligation to help resolve this issue. Not that they could even if they tried. As Kevin was about to attack Liam's defenseless back, I spoke in a loud and emotionless tone, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She didn't know it was my plan from the start. Dropping his sword mid-swing, Kevin stared at me while Liam slowly turned around to face me, his eyes burning with anger. Lily didn't budge as her gaze remained locked on the ground while she desperately tried to think of something, and the other three girls simply stared at me as well. Still standing beside Lily, Liam's hand began to shine a bright blue as he stared at me. Raising his fight into the air, Liam's eyes flickered a bright red for a moment before he replied. "Repeat that." Leaning against the carriage wall, I shrugged my shoulders and cockily replied, "You heard me." "I did it." Your friend over there had no idea. Seeing the anger begin to light a flame in Liam's eyes, I chuckled and continued. "It was actually quite funny, you know. She had no idea that one of her precious friends was going to hurt while following my orders like an obedient puppy. She really thought her friends were going to be saved without even realizing that she was going to be the reason one of them almost died." Desperation really does a number on the human brain, doesn't it? As my final words escaped my mouth, everyone in the carriage remained still, their gaze locked on me. Everyone seemed starstruck as their mouths were wide open. Even Lily and Alia seemed shocked. Yet, one person remained still with their mouth closed, silently staring at me. The entire carriage remained silent for a moment. Not a single soul dared speak. Only a soft chuckle that escaped from my mouth eventually broke the silence. Raising my chin up high, I matched Liam's gaze, looking directly into his eyes with a smile. "I mean, even now, she doesn't know." "The smartest student in the school?" "I've seen beggars smarter than her." Oh yeah, I hadn't replied to Raven's messages in over a week, had I? Before anyone could react further, Liam charged toward me, his fist covered in a light blue divinity and already swinging toward me. Standing directly still, I simply used the dash I had prepared earlier, appearing 10 meters to the right. Stopping his strike mid-slash, Liam continued his relentless attack, charging right at my new location. This matchup really was the best for me. I knew Liam's every single attack, ability, behavioral pattern, personality, and trait. After all, he was the protagonist of a book I had read for over a year. I knew everything about him. Causing the carriage to shake further, Liam jumped into the air, closing the distance between us. Recognizing his sky plunge, or the second movement of his art, I smiled and raised my hand to my eye, instantly slowing my perception of time. It seemed that Liam hadn't completely lost his mind from my words as he opted to use one of the weaker attacks in his arsenal. He was still trying to keep the carriage somewhat intact while hurting me at the same time. Unfortunately, it didn't matter what attack he used, because I knew all of them. Sky Plunge, an attack where Liam imbues his fist with divinity and then jumps in the air before barreling downwards at the ground. However, the real trick about this attack is that Liam is able to change locations right as he is about to reach the ground. You could be in the perfect place to dodge his plunge, but in the next second, Liam would disappear and reappear right behind you with his fist hurling at you. If it was your first time seeing Liam's attack, the odds of you dodging it were close to zero. Even for me, who knew the exact attack description and effects, it could be quite hard to dodge. How could I predict where he would teleport to at the last moment to attack me? Well, with my time-slowing ability, why would I even bother to try and predict? Seeing Liam begin his descent, his light blue fist hurling towards me already, I slowed my perception of time and waited. Even though my perception of time was slowed, Liam was actually moving quite fast, so I couldn't be too careless. Keeping my eyes on Liam and ignoring the horrified and confused expressions of everyone else in the carriage, I patiently waited. As Liam neared me, his figure suddenly disappeared, prompting me to swivel my head a full 360 degrees like an owl. Finding his new location, which was to the right, I immediately dodged to the right, watching Liam flying right past me. Bang! As Liam's fist collided with the carriage floor, the entire carriage shook, throwing the sleeping Zack off his seat. Standing back up and looking at the hole in the carriage floor that his fist had caused, Liam looked even more furious as sparks of fire began to dance in his normally passive eyes. Cockily and slowly clapping my hands, I said to Liam's back. "Is that all?" I needed Liam to get out all his anger right now, or the problem would continue to resurface and cause further problems in the main cast. It was also quite entertaining watching him struggle while I seamlessly and easily dodged his attacks. To Liam, I would probably seem like some oracle who could see the future and dodge his attacks easily, and he wouldn't actually be too far off. With that assumption, seeing Liam regain his composure and charge back at me, this time with a sword in his hand, I simply stood still. Ravage Rush, a much stronger skill, and Liam was already preparing to use it. Seeing his grip on his sword, which was placed slightly lower than usual, and the irregular style of running, I could already predict it. Usually, Liam would charge right at me to take a one-on-one combat fight, yet right now, he was running at an angle. As Liam's sword approached me, I manifested 2 corrupted daggers before immediately activating the dragon's transform. As my right hand slowly shifted to that of a dragon, gaining scales, claws, and an abnormal red and green color, I readied the 2 daggers. Finally reaching me after many unnecessary detours, Liam swung his light blue sword, prompting me to raise my daggers. Calculating the trajectory of the sword in my eyes, I raised my daggers before immediately turning my head round, not bothering to watch and see if my daggers actually blocked his sword. As the cold steel of Liam's sword clashed against my daggers, pushing me back, I simply let myself fall back. The next second, the pressure exerted on my daggers disappeared. Not skipping a beat, I turned around completely, placing the daggers right below my chin. Then, the next moment, before I could even see Liam with my eyes, his sword seemed to manifest from the air and immediately slashed down on me. Ready for the sudden attack, I didn't hesitate to block it, forming an X with my 2 daggers to block the full force of the sword. Again, as the metal of his sword collided with my daggers, I immediately removed my daggers. Like clockwork, Liam's sword emerged from the air on the other side of me, striking right at me. Clash, clash. In the carriage, only the sound of my daggers blocking his constant and relentless sword strikes remained. Every time my corruption interacted with his divinity, a bright light would appear, blinding everyone besides Liam and me, who already knew to look away. Clash, clash. Blocking another slash, I immediately turned around, seeing Liam's sword appear out of the empty air to my right. Clash, clash. Strike after strike, block after block. We were at a stalemate. At least, that's what Liam thought. As Liam continued slashing at me with his sword, and I kept blocking with my daggers, I was slowly memorizing the pattern of his attacks. Unlike his sky plunge, where he could choose where he reappeared, the Ravage Rush had a predetermined pattern of moving that Liam could not alter. It takes me back, doesn't it? The countless hours I spent in the training hall, fighting AI dummies and slowly but surely memorizing their attack pattern, were finally coming to fruition. Seeing Liam's slashes remain their high speed and high power even after so long, I smiled. After all, his talent was his inability to give up and his persistence. In other words, he essentially had infinite energy. That's why, instead of just giving up on the Ravage Rush and choosing another ability, he kept using it. He was hoping that I would get tired and miss a block, handing him the win. To think, the talent that made him the protagonist of this world was actually slowly leading him to his downfall. He was just giving more and more time to memorize the pattern. Clash. As I blocked the last sword slash, I slowly turned to my right, allowing my 2 corrupted daggers to disintegrate in my hands. Grasping at what seemed like the air with my right arm, which was using Dragon's transformation, I stepped forward. Almost a second later, Liam's sword once again appeared from nothingness right below my dragon's arm. As the glowing light blue sword lunged right at my defenseless body, I simply stood still, allowing it to near my vulnerable body. With every passing moment, the cold steel tip of the light blue sword got closer and closer to my chest. Then, just as the tip of the sword was about to plunge into my chest, the owner of the sword finally appeared. The whole point of Liam's skill Ravage Rush was to make it seem as if Liam was every place around you at every second. Above you, below you, to your right, and to your left. The ability made it seem as if Liam was everywhere but nowhere at the same time. This effect is displayed by teleporting Liam's sword first, and only after the sword is nearing its victim will Liam appear and take control of it. In other words, the sword can't do anything to me until its owner, Liam, appears and actually uses it. As Liam appeared, immediately grasping the hilt of the light blue sword, he prepared to plunge the sword forward and right into my chest. However, before he could even take full control of his sword, I clenched the area next to my dragon's arm, which seemed like air a moment ago. There was no air. Just her neck. With my improved strength, flexibility, and reaction time from the dragon's arm, my right hand instantly grasped Liam's neck. Staring him directly in the eyes, I simply smirked cockily before gripping his neck even harder. Is that all? For someone who wants to save the world, you really are pathetic. Stretching my left hand out, I immediately slapped away his flailing arms, which were desperately trying to touch his sword, which was only a meter away from my chest. Seeing his expression overcome with dread, I lifted his body up even higher before remarking, "You can't even protect your own friends. How do you expect to do anything else?" Not wasting another second, I lifted Liam up by the neck before throwing him across the carriage just as he had done with Kevin. Bang! As Liam's back collided with the wall of the carriage, I reached downward with my dragon's arm. As I was about to grab the hilt of Liam's light blue sword, it suddenly moved. Then, before I could react, the light blue sword, like a magnet repelling itself, hurled away from me. Watching the light blue sword soar through the air with an eagle, I sighed as I watched it land in Liam's hand, which was still on the floor. Still on the ground, Liam stabbed the light blue sword into the floor of the carriage, creating another hole. Using the help of the sword, Liam slowly stood up, ignoring the hole in the wall behind him, and glared at me. Glancing around the carriage, I ignored the expressions of the others and instead looked for any obstacles that would prevent me from reaching Liam. Glancing at the floor below me, I subconsciously said out loud, "Was that always there?" Right below Liam's previous location, when he had appeared and I grabbed him by the neck, there was a slight burn mark. The fire seemed to have been placed there like a trap, but for some reason, it had been deactivated instead of causing a massive fire. Looking upwards, I glanced at Irene and Ruby, the two fire mages in the room. However, they seemed oblivious as they kept switching between looking at me and Liam. Shaking my head, I looked at the furious Liam before remanifesting my two corrupted daggers. He was letting his hatred take control of his fighting style. In other words, his fighting patterns and use of abilities would be completely different from the book as his behavior is unpredictable right now. Letting this go on any longer could result in damage or even a loss for me. Getting cocky just because I had some knowledge about him was not a thing I wanted to do. He was the protagonist of the book, the one favored by the world and gods, no matter how pitiful he seemed right now. Dismissing my dragon's arm, I watched the claws and scales disappearing, turning my arm back to normal. Using my new skill, I manifested a regular bird, this time green and not black, and allowed it to remain in my hands. As Liam prepared to attack once again, instead of attempting to dodge, I simply turned around and faced the windows. Releasing the bird, I ordered it to fly out of my hands and right at Liam's figure. As Liam raised his sword, finally noticing the bird, it was too late. Still looking at the wall, I popped the bird. Not skipping a beat, I turned around and saw the entire carriage covering their eyes and essentially blind. Except for one person. Alia, who had been staring at the floor, finally looked up in confusion before locking her sullen gaze on me. Seeing everyone else was blind, I waved before pointing to Liam, who was desperately covering his eyes. "Don't worry, I'm just taking care of his annoying attitude. He'll be fine." As I dashed at Liam's figure, he finally removed his hand, but it was far too late. Just like Liam's sky plunge, my flash was incredibly powerful and useful. At first, but after that, it completely fell off. Every time after their first time witnessing the flash, people could look away from the bird, avoiding its blinding ability. But for the first time, it was powerful. It was just a bird, how could people expect it to suddenly blind them? Raising my daggers, I manifested yet another green bird in my hands while still dashing forward. "Liam, seeing me mid-dash, prepared to swing immediately. However, his stance quickly changed as he saw the green bird in my hands once again. Thinking he was smart, Liam immediately turned aside and covered his eyes with his arms, prepared to avoid the popping of my green bird. Playing along, I said the bird flying forward right at Liam, but instead of looking away like last time, I simply continued running at Liam. Who said I had to pop the flash? Why couldn't I just let it fly and let it do its own thing? An owner has to give their pets some freedom. Controlling the bird, I sent it flying ahead of me and straight at Liam, who was still covering his eyes. As the bird passed right by Liam, I stopped in my tracks and manifested a pitch black bow alongside a couple of arrows in my hands. Watching Liam with his eyes still blocked off, I nocked an arrow before aiming right at him. He was like a statue, simply sitting there with his eyes closed, waiting to be hit. With Liam's countless abilities and arts, dodging an arrow from my bow, even with my enhanced eyesight involved, would be easy. His speed stat was by far the highest, so no matter how fast I shot the arrow, he could outpace it and dodge faster. So, I had to make him stationary. As Liam slowly removed his arms, thinking he had dodged my flash, it was already too late. Releasing the elegant white string of the bow, I sent the arrow flying at Liam's stationary body. However, that wasn't the true shot. Less than a nanosecond later, another arrow went flying, aiming to the right of Liam's current location. This shot was honestly a gamble, but I assumed Liam would dodge to the right as he was right-handed. Proving me right, Liam, who had barely enough time to react to my first arrow, immediately dodged to the right. However, as Liam dodged to the right, I manifested another bird in my hands, this time a corrupted pitch-black crow. California Core focused on the crow in my hands instead of the arrow stealthily and silently flying at him. Liam once again looked away and covered his eyes with his arms. He was far too predictable. As Liam slowly removed his eyes, assuming that the flash was over, the arrow reached him, and without any time to react, he could only watch the pitch-black tip of the arrow reach him. Having perfectly calculated the trajectory of the arrow with my eyes, I watched as it, instead of directly hitting Liam, went right through his shirt. Grazing the right part of Liam's chest, the arrow passed right through his shirt and then right out, dragging Liam along with it. With his shirt attached to my flying arrow, Liam flew backward at the wall and was the true target of my arrow. Finally, reaching the wall, the arrow embedded in the carriage wood instead of passing right through it. Bang! A second after the arrow hit the carriage's wall, Liam also hit the wall back first, slumping down on the ground. With the blue flames dancing in his eyes, Liam attempted to stand up, but the arrow attached to the wall and his shirt prevented him. Then, before he could try again, 4 more arrows were flying right at him, courtesy of yours truly. Like the arrow before, the 4 arrows did not hit Liam directly, instead passing right through his shirt and grazing the right part of his chest. Within a second, the 4 arrows hit the wall, attaching themselves to both Liam's shirt and the wall. Slowly walking towards Liam's slumped body, I watched him attempt to stand up countless times, failing due to the weight of the arrows. As I neared him, Liam desperately threw his arms to his chest, attempting to tear the shirt he was wearing. Rip! Slicing his shirt in half with his sword, Liam again attempted to stand up, just to fail again. Standing right in front of Liam with my hand pressed down against his head, I watched him squirm as I increased the pressure of my hand on his head every time he tried to stand up. Looking down at his shirtless figure, I smiled and said, "Are you done yet?" Clash! Still slumped down against the wall, Liam swung his sword upwards right at my hand, but I easily blocked the sword with my bow. Since the bow wasn't as sturdy as my daggers, part of it disintegrated under the pressure of Liam's sword, causing me to lose corruption. As Liam continued pressing his sword against my bow, I swung my right leg at the sword, knocking it right out of Liam's hands. Clang! The sword flew back from my kick before promptly hitting the ground right below Ruby and Irene's seats. Ignoring the sword below them, the 2 girls continued staring at me, but in a weirder way than usual. They were looking at my backside instead of Liam and I. Making eye contact with Ruby, I saw her trying to discreetly point her wand behind me while mouthing some words that I couldn't make out. Turning my bow backwards so that it was facing the wall behind me, I stared right at Liam before shooting an arrow backward without even looking. Bang! Taking a short glance behind me, I saw Kevin's figure pressed against the wall of the carriage with my arrow, which was attached to his shirt and the wall, keeping him from standing up. Shaking my head, I smiled and replied, "Looks like your friend is down for the count as well." Of course, that wasn't true, as Kevin would probably recover within 10 seconds, but seeing the slight sliver of hope remaining in Liam's eyes disappear was enough for me. As I dismissed my bow and manifested my 2 corrupted daggers, Liam stopped trembling. Finally making eye contact with me, Liam spoke in a dead serious tone. "Tell me why, at least. Tell me why you were fine with killing Zack." Chuckling at his question, I disrupted our eye contact and looked at the window above us, which had cracked from Liam, and my arrows had crashed into the wall. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the plain outside, with the moon illuminating a small lake before us, I smiled. Shrugging my shoulders, I responded, "Someone had to do it." It was the only way out, and he didn't even die, did he? Of course, I knew what I was saying was stupid. Yeah, he just almost died because of me, so everything is okay and alright. No need to worry or get angry because he's alive in the end. Taking my bait, Liam's eyes shinned an even darker blue, matching the color of the mana inside my body. Looking at the 2 daggers in my hand, Liam questioned further, ... You're terrible. At first, I thought you were just some stupid, obsessed maniac. But this is much worse. Do you just see the people around as pawns who can be disposed of at any time of your choosing?" Raising his voice so that the entire carriage could hear our conversation, Liam lashed out, struggling against my head on his head. "Do you believe you're some god that gets to choose who dies and who lives? How can you look at someone like Zack and genuinely believe it's okay ... to sacrifice them? It's like you don't even see others as humans." Continuing to look out the window as the carriage moved, I didn't interrupt Liam and continued listening to him rant on. Stopping his struggle, Liam continued in a dark tone, "Your sarcastic and joking way of speaking. At first, I thought it was just because you were a dumbass. But you're just a psycho. You talk sarcastically because you don't see the people you're talking to as real people. Just things to pass the time. You can't talk seriously or discuss earnestly because you don't seriously see the people around you as humans." Looking at my head, which was outside the window, Liam continued, "Even now, as I'm speaking to you, you continued staring out the windows, ignoring everything I said. A normal person would react in some way, whether it's getting angry or sad. But you just don't listen. It's like I'm not even a person in your eyes, just an object that you can use and take from." Sighing as I continued staring out the windows, I finally raised my hand, but before I could talk, Liam once again said, "See, a normal person would have just told me that I have no right to tell you who you are. But you simply ignored me as if my words are worth dog shit." Through a remaining glass piece from the broken window, I could see Kevin slowly getting up with his sword in hand. Also seeing the large figures of the buses in the distance, I replied in an emotionless tone, matching Liam's profile of me. "Would you rather have died or been stuck in that loop forever? Deep down in your heart, you must know that if I hadn't done that, we would still be in that forest." Looking down at Liam and meeting his eyes, I continued, "You must be truly delusional if you haven't realized by now that I'm the reason for our escape. Without me, all 7 of you would be wandering around aimlessly with no way of escaping." Not flinching at my words, Liam continued staring into my eyes before looking at his sword below Irene and Ruby. Letting out a small chuckle, Liam hesitated before replying, "You think you're one to talk about being honest? You seem to know me quite well from the way you recognized all my attacks without even flinching." Well, I hadn't at all tried to hide it, so it wasn't surprising. For me to have predicted his sky plunge and how his Ravage Rush ability was used was too much of a coincidence. Seeing me not deny his claim of me knowing him well, Liam chuckled again before continuing. "Then you know I don't really give a shit if you were the one to let us escape the loop. For all I care, I could have died in there and been fine, simply knowing that everyone around me was fine. Raising his head and meeting my eyes, Liam matched my smile and replied, "That would have been a better scenario than seeing my friend almost die without not even being able to intervene or help. Just sitting there and watching." Wiping the smile off my face, I took a glance at the remaining glass shards on the window before sighing. Standing up and releasing my hand from Liam's head, I replied in a monotone voice, "Look, you can die if you want. I could honestly care less. But don't drag me in your ridiculous masochistic fantasies." Picking up the 4 arrows from Liam's shirt and setting him free, I jumped on the windowsill before taking one last glance. Irene's face was twisted as if she was sad to see the fight end, while Ruby wore an expression that I couldn't decipher. Something in the middle of being intrigued and sullen is all I could say. Alia and Lily wore grim expressions, and Kevin seemed to be angry as he still charged at me, knowing that his sword slash would never hit. Lily seemed to know I wasn't going to do anything drastic as her wand was resting on her lap. Alia held her ice blue sword in her right hand, but her body was still trembling, so even if she fired at me, her attacks would most likely miss. Liam was still shirtless and slumped against the carriage wall with a defeated expression despite knowing he could get up at any moment. And finally, Zack was still sleeping, using my seat as a pillow for his head. Turning back around, I jumped out of the carriage window and right onto the roof of the carriage. Sitting atop the carriage as it slowly moved across the plain, getting closer and closer to the looming figures of the buses ahead, I closed my eyes. Feeling the soft breeze of the wind hit my face, I sighed before lying down and staring upward at the night-black sky above me. It had been a while since I had been to the academy. Of course, considering what had just happened inside the carriage, that was the least of my worries. Is what a normal person would think. But, honestly, it was just like Liam said. I didn't care about his opinion of me. Sure, in the past, I would have cared what Liam thought about me as he was indeed the protagonist and the hero. That was the past, though. I had already established myself in this world, gained countless powers, even having the Elven Queen as an ally, and gained enough wealth to last me a lifetime with Raven's business. No longer could I be wiped out just by someone else's word. I was strong enough to stand alone without having to worry about being assassinated or killed at any time. Sure, there were still a bunch of people who could kill me with one sword strike, and I wouldn't be cocky enough to believe that my knowledge of the book would help me out when fighting them. Unlike the current Liam, they were monsters, so even if I knew their attacks, there would be nothing I could do to dodge or avoid them. I still wasn't strong enough. There was someone I needed to reach and kill with my own hands. A promise that I had made to myself ages ago, when I was still in the honeymoon phase of transmigration. Then maybe I could relax. That's what she would have wanted for me, right? Looking at the stars shining in the pitch-black sky alongside the half-crescent moon, I raised my hand, attempting to grab at them. Maybe it's not too far away anymore. The end. Enjoying the soft and cold breeze of the wind brush against my face, I only got up after the carriage abruptly stopped. Before the carriage doors could open and the main cast could exit, I jumped off the roof, heading in the direction of the nearby bus. As I walked past the carriage, an elderly voice somehow reached my ears despite the soundproofing of the carriage, which was, of course, especially given to us by the Elven Queen. What the happened here? So no one wants to talk? The wood, the walls, it's all broken. And why is he shirtle? Bang! Interrupting the elderly voice of the carriage driver, the door of the carriage shot open, causing me to speed up. Taking a short glance back, I saw the carriage driver, who was easily identifiable as an elf due to his ears, screaming out from behind the emerging main cast. Yeah, that's right, get the hell out. However, as the grim-faced Alia exited the carriage, the elf's expression and way of speaking quickly changed. Have a safe trip back to the academy, Princess Alia. Make sure to write the kingdom letters of your adventures and school lessons. Holding in a chuckle, I stepped onto the stairs of the bus before quickly heading to the back. Only after the familiar figures of Han and Jin entered my sight did I sigh, finally relaxing my face and allowing my body to unwind. Back to the academy. Huh? What new hell awaits me there? Well, I already knew the countless hells and incidents that awaited me at the academy due to my book's knowledge. But that didn't mean new ones couldn't pop up. Getting closer to the back of the bus, I saw Han and Jin slumped down on the armrests, so I took a seat on the other side of the aisle without waking them up. Demanifesting my daggers, I leaned back against the chair, not yet allowing my eyes to close. Looking out the window at Han and Jin's side, I saw the main cast entering, each wearing an expression that personified sorrow, defeat, or anger. Only Zack, who remained oblivious to the whole situation, wore a relaxed expression as he walked from the carriage to the entrance of the bus with the help of Liam's shoulder. Burning bridges. Huh? Well, I had probably scorched the earth. However, that didn't mean the earth couldn't recover. Just as how the earth, first a world full of volcanoes, lava, and single-cell bacteria, had transformed into the earth with skyscrapers, countless innovative inventions, and evolved humans, our relationship could transform. Of course, this wouldn't be of my accord. Recalling the first event that would occur after my return to school, a slight smile appeared on my face. Might be sooner than they expect. Seeing the main cast take the seats at the front of the bus, I finally closed my eyes, feeling my consciousness slowly drift further and further away. BZZT. Hearing my smartwatch catch up to the countless messages that I had missed during my trip, I shrugged my shoulders before silencing it. Some things never change. Rin, wake up. When did you get here? Stretching my hands upward, I slowly opened my eyes. Immediately, I saw the figures of Han and Jin looking at me, and I looked out the window. Right outside the window was a whole bunch of familiar things. The Celestial Academy building was as beautiful and opulent as ever, with its towering pillars and large entrance gate embedded with countless gemstones just for the hell of it. Shrugging my shoulders, I replied to the two boys. Right after you idiots fell asleep. Rubbing my eyes, I slowly got up before following Han and Jin off the bus. Exiting the bus and stepping foot onto the bridge outside of the academy, I glanced at the sea of water below. I had forgotten to get any souvenirs for Raven and Zeng. What kind of boss was I? Seeing the rest of the students begin walking across the bridge and towards the looming academy gate, I quickly caught up with Jin and Han. Tapping both of them on the shoulders, I asked, "Think you could do me a favor?" Shaking his head, Jin immediately replied, "Oh, after abandoning us for your new famous friends, you suddenly want a favor from us?" "Hell no." Nodding his head, Han implicitly agreed before also turning around and ignoring me. Wrapping my right arm around Jin's shoulder and my left arm around Han's shoulder, I smiled as I slowly took a piece of paper out of my sweatshirt pocket. Shaking my arm off his shoulder, Jin was about to speed up and leave me behind before he saw me pulling something out of my pocket. Handing him the piece of the paper, I smiled and replied, "Don't tell me you guys actually thought I could be friends with them? They're just a bunch of goody two-shoes." Skeptical at my reply, Han immediately responded back, "So then why? However, before he could finish his sentence, Jin quickly exclaimed as he slowly read the 3 pieces of paper from my hand. 3 fast passes to the school Christmas Wonderland. Christmas. It is one of the few traditions from Earth that the author of this book had bothered to implement in the story. It was also the location of the next incident. Next week, the entire school would turn into a Christmas Wonderland, with candy canes, snowmen, mistletoe, and other Christmas-related decorations plastered everywhere. Students were even required to wear a winter-themed uniform with countless red and green ribbons. Some unlucky students would also have to volunteer for the event, dressing up as nutcrackers, countless Christmas elves, and even Santa. Every corner of the Academy's island would be decked in decorations, making it impossible for anyone not to know it was Christmas. I think they spent more money on decorating the academy than paying our teachers and professors. What was the reason the school was going all out for this event? It also served as a recruiting session for night orders to scout out potential candidates for their teams. During this time, leaders of night orders would be allowed free entry into the academy, even being allowed to watch students take classes and spar amongst each other. Imagine just being in class and having a bunch of adults who could destroy the entire academy and kill every student at the snap of a finger, just watching you take notes and listen. Well, that was my reality now. A week from now, the school will be flooded with random adults who would just creepily watch you in an attempt to discern your skills. For many students, this event could define their life. If a Night Order leader takes an interest in you, your life could massively change for the better. This was also the time when my father would officially recruit Liam, giving him full access to the guild's vast information network, storage of weapons and skills, and finally, his own wealth. Looking up at the perfectly blue sky, devoid of any clouds, and the bright sun intensely shining down on everyone, I opened my mouth in awe. Could anyone predict it was going to snow a week from now? Seeing Jin jump up and down in excitement, I quickly shushed him down before saying, "Don't be too loud. Don't you know how hard I worked to get these?" As Han looked at the 3 tickets in shock, Jin practically hugged me while murmuring his thanks over and over again. How did I get these exclusive tickets? Well, a low rank like me didn't even get the mid-tier tickets for the Christmas event, so there was only one way: steal. Liam and the rest of the main cast had enough connections to get new tickets if they simply told the academy that they lost their tickets, so it didn't even matter. Anyway, I needed some payment for putting up with them for the entire loop. In a much more cheerful and sympathetic voice than earlier, Jin exclaimed, "So, you were just choosing and playing them to get tickets?" "That's my boy, Ren." Shaking his head in disbelief after confirming the authenticity of the tickets, Han also added, "I almost can't believe it. Oh, only the top 10 ranks of each year get these tickets." Slapping Han on the shoulder, Jin replied, "That's Ren for you." Taking the 3 tickets back from Jin, I asked, "Think I could get a favor now?" Not skipping a beat, Jin immediately responded, "Of course. But, don't get too cocky, these tickets are cool and all. But you can't just abandon us again." Nodding my head, I promised Jin and Han that I would hang out with them in the week before explaining. "Just tell the guards at the front gate that I'm already inside. I have some things to do outside the academy for a bit." Seeing the 2 boys nod their heads, I waited until everyone had their backs turned, before diving straight off the bridge and into the water. Splash! Finally escaping the hot rays of the sun, I basked in the cold feeling of the water before diving down even further. Using my eyes, I looked right through the water, seeing every fish, piece of seaweed, and rock in the area, taking as much as needed since I didn't have breath due to the ability I had gained in my first dream. I finally found a couple of blue crystals. While these crystals were rare, they did respawn and regenerate at certain locations every couple of months. Picking up 2 dark blue crystals, I looked around a bit longer before finding 2 oddly shaped clamshells. Taking the clamshells, I pushed off the ground, heading straight for the surface of the water. Feeling the sun immediately shine down on my face as it emerged from the water, I covered my eyes before making my way back to the capital city. Fully emerging from the water, I walked under the bridge before leaning against a nearby wall and resting in the shade. Walking around the capital city in a drenched academy uniform was bound to attract some unnecessary attention, especially with the Night Order recruiting session starting soon. Manifesting a pair of pants and a sweatshirt with corruption, I simply put them on over my academy uniform. The corrupted clothes seemed to be waterproof as they completely stopped the water from dripping off my body without even getting wet in the slightest. Walking out from under the bridge with my 4 crystals and odd-shaped clamshells, I made my way through the bustling capital city. Arriving at a familiar warehouse, I demanifested my corrupted clothes before walking up to the entrance. Tap tap. After knocking the door, I didn't bother to wait for a response, instead using my key to unlock the door. Opening the door, I was surprised to see the entire warehouse shrouded in darkness as all the lights were off and the windows were blocked off with various objects. Walking into the warehouse, I put down the crystals and clamshells on one of the various tables scattered across the gigantic room. Peering through the darkness, I sighed as I saw that the entire room was basically the personification of the term messy. The kitchen area was overflowing with plates, The cushions of the couches were all over the floor, countless food stains lay on all the furniture, and countless mugs of coffee were on every table. Well, it wasn't if I hadn't expected it. Leaving a former beggar, who had just experienced his first taste of real money, and a djinn, who was previously a ruthless villain, home alone for a week was bound to cause some problems. Shaking my head, I turned on the lights, revealing two sleeping figures. Raven, with his overgrown dark black hair, was lying on one of the couches, while Zeng was passed out on a table, with his pure white hair almost touching the floor. Instead of waking them up, I walked over to my area of the warehouse, which Zeng and Raven had thankfully left untouched and clean. Changing into another pair of the academy uniform, which was actually dry, I manifested a corrupted dagger. Taking the two odd-shaped clamshells, I began cutting at them and changing their shape, trying to sculpt something. Finally, after a minute or two, the clams were the perfect size and shape. Sighing, I manifested my dagger before heading back into the main area of the warehouse. Without any hesitation, I grabbed the TV remote before looking at the TV, which seemed to have been turned on for over a week straight. Maxing the volume to the maximum with the remote, I connected the television to my smartwatch. Seeing my smartwatch mirrored on the TV screen, I smiled before heading to my saved videos app. Long ago, when I visited a nightclub with Jin and Han, I took a short video of the band after seeing Astrid singing. There was the slight possibility that she would attempt to get me expelled or suspended to prevent me from finding out about her secret, so I took a short video just in case. Well, of course, that possibility was zero now, considering all that had happened between us, but I had just never bothered to delete the video. Clicking on the video, I watched it appear on the television screen before sitting down on one of the few clean chairs. What's your ETA? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? We can go wherever you like, baby, say the words, and I'm down. All I need is you on my side. Hearing the blasting music that resembled Korean pop from Earth, Raven's eyes immediately flicked open before closing back. Grabbing a nearby cushion, Raven crumpled it up before desperately attempting to cover his ears. We can go wherever you like. Now where are you? What's your ETA? What's your ETA? Getting off my chair with a freshly made cup of coffee, I looked down onto the couch where Raven was sleeping. Seeing Zeng's eyes also flash open, I slowly turned the volume down before removing the cushion from Raven's ears. Finally, looking upward, a small smile appeared on Raven's face as he saw me and what I was holding in my hand. Without any hesitation or greeting me, Raven grabbed the cup of coffee from my hand before rushing it to his face. Sighed, I sat on the armrest of the couch before turning to Raven, who was now sitting up. You do know caffeine is a drug, right? So, you're basically a beggar turned drug addict. Really moving up in the world, aren't you, Raven? Shaking his head with a smile as he sipped the piping hot cup of coffee, Raven shook his head and replied, a rich drug addict, get it right. Wiping the bottom of my pants as I stood back up, I sighed before responding. Is it too late to say, don't let the money get to your head? Wiping the remnants of the coffee off his mouth, Raven smiled and replied, whoa, ain't too late. Putting down the cup of coffee on the table, Raven stared at the television, which was still playing the video of Astrid singing, before asking, anyway, when do you get back, boss? Scrolling through the messages that Raven had sent me, I replied, just now. Looking around the dirty and chaotic room, I added, looks like you guys had a party without me. Pulling up our message logs, which showed the countless messages I hadn't responded to, Raven immediately replied, if you're going on vacation, why can't we? Shaking my head with a smile, I turned to Zeng, who was sluggishly and slowly walking over to the couch where Raven and I were sitting. Seeing my face next to Raven's figure, Zeng wore a slight grin before saying, welcome back, boss. Seeing Zeng's sly smile, I pulled out the clamshells that I had carved earlier with my corrupted daggers. Gesturing for Zeng to come over, I stood up and carefully placed each of the carved clams on his horns. Each clam perfectly fit his horn, not being too small or too big, and instead of his horns being bright red, they were now the metallic metal of the clamshells. With Christmas coming up soon, There was no way Zeng could go outside with his bright red horns showing, but with the metallic colored horns, he could pass as a reminder cosplayer. Anyway, it was much better than the bright red horns that stood out to everyone. Standing back up, Zeng touched his horns, feeling the odd texture of the clamshells on them instead of the usual rough feeling of his red horns. As Zeng rushed to the mirror, I looked back at Raven, who was entranced with Astrid's singing on the television. I had brought her to the warehouse once already, didn't I? Did he not recognize her? Drawing Raven's attention away from the television, I sat down on the couch before asking, "You need anything?" Shaking his head while raising his cup of coffee, Raven gazed back at the television before replying, "No, this is perfect." Stopping mid-sentence, Raven seemed to have a revelation as he immediately turned to face me. "Wait. Why are you being so nice? What the hell did you do this time?" Waving my hands up and down to calm the anxious Raven, I smiled and replied, "Nothing. At least not yet." Slowly meeting my eyes, Raven's hand trembled, causing some coffee to spill on the floor. So you're telling me you know you're going to do something that's going to cause me a lot of problems? Nodding my head, I replied, "Yep." Putting down the cup of coffee, Raven got up from the couch and replied, "Here's an idea. If you know it's going to cause problems, then don't do it." Getting off the couch as well, I sympathetically tapped Raven on the shoulder and added as I passed by, "Sigh, in a perfect world, Raven." "What?" Ignoring Raven's outburst, I headed to the warehouse door with a couple of supplies I had gotten from the painting subspace. Opening the door, I was surprised to see a familiar figure standing right outside the warehouse, seemingly waiting for me. Seeing her long blonde hair and light red eyes sway in the wind as she leaned on the outside of the warehouse, I hesitated for a moment, realizing she hadn't noticed me. Stepping outside the warehouse, I scratched my head before asking, "Is there something you need, student council president?" Not at all surprised at my voice, Astrid got off the wall before walking right in front of the door, trying to peek inside the warehouse. Attempting to block her entrance, I once again asked, "Hello?" Finally giving the time of the day, Astrid looked up at me before saying, "I thought you'd be here since you didn't come back with the others at the front gate." Confused, I once again asked, "So do you need anything?" Nodding her head, Astrid answered, "As you know, the student council is responsible for ensuring that the Christmas Wonderland next week is perfect." Reaching out her hand, Astrid put a piece of paper in my hands. "Staff pass, Ren. You'll be needing one of these." Looking at the piece of paper in my hands, I hesitated for a moment before sighing. "You have something else, don't you?" Maintaining her emotionless expression, Astrid replied, "Do you really think I'd come all the way out here just to give you a piece of paper?" Stepping out of the way, I allowed her to walk inside before shortly following behind. Who cared if she thought the warehouse was dirty? It was her decision to come here, not mine. Why should I suffer? However, as she took her first step into the warehouse, I suddenly recalled something. Grabbing my wrist, I immediately looked at the smartwatch, realizing that the video was still playing. As I disconnected my smartwatch from the television, I heard a loud scream come from inside the warehouse. "Boss, why the hell did you stop playing it?" Mustering the courage to look up, I saw Astrid frozen in place, with her gaze locked on the television, which was now blank. This isn't a good look for me, is it? Attempting to reconcile the situation, I stepped into the warehouse before pointing at Raven, who was making yet another cup of coffee. He's a really big fan. After a moment of silence, Astrid, continuing to stare at the blank television, replied, "Give it." Realizing I had no choice, I hesitantly took the smartwatch off my wrist before handing it over to Astrid. She was the student council president, after all. I had no chance of winning in a one-on-one duel against her. Of course, I wouldn't die or receive any major injuries as I had countless escape routes from this warehouse. But did I really want my entire warehouse to be destroyed just because of a video? Scrolling through my smartwatch, Astrid finally moved, taking a seat on one of the stools lying around near the kitchen area. Heading to the kitchen, where Raven stood with a cup of coffee, I almost collapsed, seeing Raven looking at me with a grin. Staring at Astrid, who was still scrolling through my smartwatch, Raven curiously asked, "Boss, are you guys swapping smartwatch?" "Shut it." Mumbling about how unfair I was, Raven sat across from Astrid with his cup of coffee in hand. A couple of seconds later, Zeng also emerged from the closet, proudly brandishing the metallic-colored horns on his hands. Seeing Astrid pay no attention to Zeng, I sighed in relief. Maybe passing him off as a reindeer would work. Taking a seat on the last stool, I silently took back my smartwatch before once again asking, "Now, what is it?" Looking around the messy and disorganized warehouse for a moment, Astrid inhaled for a moment before turning to me. Finally changing her expression, an artificial and fake-ass smile appeared on her face as her red lips slowly parted. "I've received some information that the CH number B hell number. The last time I had gotten involved with Astrid, I had been time-traveled and found a cat, which was resting in my area of the warehouse right now. Though I couldn't say I completely regretted it, as I gained the dragon's transformation ability from absorbing the blood-red sword, there was no way I was doing it again. Seeing Astrid still looking at me with an expected expression, I sighed before asking, "Who exactly are you receiving this information from?" One time could have been a coincidence, but for Astrid to receive another piece of information that required my help was weird. Why couldn't she go to the school or to her large family or the countless connections she had made as her student council president? Why did it have to be me? Shaking her head, Astrid replied, "If I knew that, would I really go to you for help? So she's trusting a random piece of information given by some random guy that she doesn't even know? Well, it worked last time, so I can't really complain." Curious as to what the information would be, I asked, "Alright, I'll hear you out, but don't get your hopes up." Placing her two hands on the table, Astrid took out her own smartwatch before projecting the screen of the smartwatch onto the table. On the table in front of me lay a three-dimensional replica of the academy, complete with all the correct trees and bushes. Well, I could do that too now with corruption. Nodding my head and prompting Astrid to continue, I watched as she pinched her fingers, zooming in on a specific portion of the academy by making the scale larger. Pointing at the academy's multi-purpose room, Astrid asked, "You should know about what's happening here, right?" Nodding my head, I replied, "The Winter Ball." How could I not know? Right now, I was currently receiving countless messages about Jin and Han about that very topic. "Jin, so you all knew about this ball the entire time?" "Rin, hate to break it to you, but I think everybody beside you knew." "Han, I saw posters for it 3 months ago." "Jin, I'm already behind." "What if all of the girls have been asked out already?" "Ren : Don't think you're going have to worry about that, not gonna lie." "Jin, and what is that supposed to mean?" "Han, yeah, you're one to talk after that Lily incident at the start of school." Ren, low blow dude. Putting my smartwatch on Do Not Disturb, I looked back up at the three-dimensional replica of the building where the ball would take place. Looking up at me, Astrid asked, "Aren't you curious about why I pointed at the building for the ball? An area where the entire student population gathers for a night, a villain and Jin's greatest dream." PFFT. From beside me, Raven almost fell off his seat while struggling to contain his laughter. Ignoring the confused Astrid, Raven screamed out, "You hear that, Zeng? Is that really your Fanta?" Pushing Raven off the chair and interrupting his screaming, I watched him head over to Zeng and sit on the couch next to Zeng before returning my attention to Astrid. "Sorry about them." "It's fine, it's probably my fault for dropping by so abruptly." Pulling her stool closer to me, Astrid further zoomed in, revealing the inside of the ballroom building. It looked like just what I had expected, resembling those high school dances that my friends had told me and constantly gossiped about. As my mother had never allowed me to go. While they're out wasting their time, you're creating a better future for yourself. Only a certain amount of students are allowed each year into the top colleges. Do you want to give up this head start just because of some silly school event? There was a gigantic and currently empty room with a high ceiling with windows and doors all over the place. Above the flat and empty floor and just below the ceiling, there was just a short ledge that allowed you to see everything below. Turning my head to Astrid, I asked, "And why exactly are you showing me this?" Picking up a pencil, Astrid started counting all the entrances into the building out loud, even including the glass roof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17, 18, 19. Interrupting her count, I said, "All right, I get your point, but what are we supposed to do about it? Can't we just leave it up to Academy security and the heroes?" Rapidly shaking her head, Astrid immediately replied, "And you trust them? The book's characters are actually becoming self-aware of the cliches that the author wrote into the plot." Normally, I would have agreed with her point, but this time, I shook my head in disagreement. In the main plot of the book, it was the same scenario, a ball with hundreds of students and countless entrances. Yet, nothing happened. There were no djinns, villains, or problems. The reason for this? Of course, not the useless and nonsensical Academy security. An incident would take place during the Winter Wonderland, but before the ball, and in that incident, the djinns would be majorly defeated by Liam and company. Thus, the djinns had no resources or energy to attack and invade the ball despite the potential it had for them. Responding to Astrid's confused expression, I said, "Ironic how the student council president doesn't even trust her own school, but, instead, she trusts a random piece of information." Not wasting another moment, Astrid stood up from the stool, giving me one last glance before saying, "I'll take that as a no to helping." Without waiting for my response, Astrid turned around and swiftly exited the warehouse. As Astrid swiftly departed from the warehouse, I used corruption to manifest Crow, ordering it to keep a close eye on Astrid. I had learned time and time that the belief that this world would follow the book's plots exactly would only lead to danger. Maybe there was some unknown threat and waiting to attack the school during the ball. Opening a window and letting some sunlight shine into the disgusting room, I watched the pitch-black Crow fly out into the light blue sky before returning to the couch. Leaving the two boys behind in the warehouse, I followed after Astrid, leaving the warehouse only a few minutes later. Enjoying the short stroll, I sighed as the looming figure of the Academy front gate came into view. Taking one last glance at the body of water below, I crossed the bridge before entering the Academy, giving a short nod to the heroes tasked with protecting the gate. Still tired despite having slept for almost the entire bus ride, I made my way to my dorm room before collapsing on the bed. For the incident during the Winter Wonderland involving the main cast, I didn't plan to do anything. As I said before, I had a slight feeling that I would be requested soon enough. Besides that, I had 3 things on my to-do list. Advance to the 4th movement of my shadow arts. Considering how much I had been using shadow cages and corrupted in physical form now, I was definitely more than ready to advance. At this point, I used corruption at least once every hour, so I wasn't surprised at how my mastery progressed. Normally, a movement would take, on average, 3 months to a year to perfect. But then again, a normal person doesn't do what I do, saving the Elven Kingdom and advancing to C rank in the same week. Light work. The next and by far the easiest task was to keep a close eye on Astrid. With my Crow following her constantly, I wouldn't have to worry about this too much as I could just switch bodies with the Crow occasionally to check up on her. And finally, the hardest and the most elusive task. Dragon's blood. The only clue I had was the pool of blood that I had seen at the end of the dream earlier. Or was it? After I had defeated the spirit through my use of the corrupted figure, everyone in the main cast, including Ruby and Irene, has been teleported out of the dream and received the notification that they had advanced. So, why did I still remain? Shaking my head, I stared up at the ceiling, allowing my eyes to close, slowly feeling my consciousness slip further and further away. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. With my eyes still closed, I immediately slammed my hand down on my smartwatch, not worrying at all about whether it was broken or not. BZZT, BZZT, turn off damn it. Opening my eyes, I covered my ears before finally turning off the annoying alarm that I had set up on my smartwatch. Slowly removing the blankets and getting up from my body, I sighed as I moved to the shower. Classes. It had been a long time. After returning to the academy from the Elven realm and resting, I had spent the last 2 days essentially rotting in my room. What did they call it back on Earth? Procrastinating. Or in other words, I was somehow bored with a bunch of shit to do. Apart from switching bodies with Micro every once in a while, I had just been lazing around in my room. But sadly, today was the end of that. Not of my own accord. Today was the start of the new week. And that meant classes would begin once again today. Getting into the shower, I let the steaming hot water drip down my hair for a couple of minutes before finally getting out. Grabbing a towel and scrunching up my hair to dry it, I stared at the calendar on my smartwatch. 5 days until the Christmas Wonderland starts. Plenty of time. Putting on the academy uniform, I grabbed my backpack before departing from my room. Leisurely making my way down the stairs and toward the building of my class, I took in the views of the academy. Around me were at least hundreds of kids, all also making their way to their classes, and countless teachers could also been rushing to get to their classrooms on time. To my right was a park where lucky students who didn't have classes today could be seen lounging around, and to my left were countless buildings, each having their own design. The buildings for magic classes had gigantic wands alongside pictures of spells all over their walls, while the buildings for combat had swords, axes, and spears. Only second year and above would take specialized classes, so, unfortunately, I had to walk past those beautiful buildings. Looking at the bustling atmosphere full of students and the gigantic and amazing campus around me, a sudden thought occurred. Is this what it feels like to be a university student? Opening the doors to my building, I walked through the hallway, finally stopping in front of a familiar-looking door. Well, they should have had some time to calm down since that, right? Sliding open the door, I simply looked at the floor, trying my best to recall the exact pathway to my desk without looking up. If I can't see them, they can't see me. Walking up the stairs to my seat all the way back, I finally looked up and saw both Jin and Han sitting in their respective seats. Taking a seat in the middle of them, I put my head down on the table, awaiting the ringing of the bell. When you're transmigrated, you would expect to live life, doing whatever you want and exploring the new world, having fun all the time. Yet here I was, taking a class like some normal university student. Shaking my head, I ceased my complaining. Not everyone gets a second chance at life after dying once, so complaining wasn't the thing to do. Anyway, it wasn't like anyone was forcing me to stay at the skill or anything. I was just doing it all out of my own volition. Ding. Slowly raising my head as the sound of the bell echoed throughout the classroom, I saw the sliding door slowly open, revealing the familiar figure of Professor Zia. She had been treating me rather nicely, considering the fact that I had attempted to hurt her favorite student, Liam, on the first day of school, so I had no qualms about her. As the class descended into silence, Professor Zia slowly walked up to the whiteboard before writing in large letters on the chalkboard, "Christmas Wonderland." Sighing, I looked away from the whiteboard at the massive windows to my side, as the words "best behavior," "recruiting," and "pivotal moment in your life" emerged from Professor Zia's mouth. I zoned out even further. Wasn't this just college applications all over again? Instead of writing essays and putting down our extracurriculars, we had to show off our combat prowess and good behavior. Looking next to me, I noticed that both Han and Jin were actually paying attention and, at least trying to take notes on what she said. Making sure nobody was watching me, I put my head on the desk and covered both my eyes with my elbow. The next second, I was no longer in the classroom but hovering above another building as a crow. Flying over to a tree, I perched on one of the branches before shifting my gaze to a nearby building. Looking down as the crow, I peered into a nearby window, seeing Astrid sitting by her desk, simply working on documents. Again, for the last 3 days, all she had done was train, work on documents, eat, and sleep. Did she give up on the information because of what I said? No, Astrid isn't the type of person who ignores a warning of danger, no matter how false and stupid it may seem. Leaving the crow on the tree branch, I returned to my body, instantly having my vision blocked by my elbows. Removing my elbows, I was shocked to see that the front of the classroom was empty as Professor Zia had disappeared. Turning to Jin and Han, who had already reverted to their old ways and were using their smartwatch, I asked, "Where did the professor go?" Han, looking away from his smartwatch, replied, "Oh, we didn't want to say anything because you were sleeping, but apparently she's giving us a free period right now." "For real?" Responding to my question, Jin scoffed and replied, "It's just one period, though. We have to be back by the end of lunch." At this point, why doesn't she just give us the whole day off? Nodding my head in approval, I waved goodbye to the two boys before getting out of my chair. Paying attention to gazes I could feel tracking my movement, I walked back down the stairs and exited the classroom. Having skipped breakfast in the morning, I walked through the hallways, eventually arriving at the first-year cafeteria. Standing in front of the cafeteria, I almost dropped to the floor upon seeing the massive line already formed. Interrupting my lampooning, a family sweet and soft voice spoke from behind me. "Seems like every class got the period off today." "Really? What makes you say that? Isn't it too early in the morning for sarcasm?" Shaking my head at Ruby's question, I replied, "Sarcasm waits for no one." As more footsteps sounded from behind us, Ruby quickly said, "Well, I would stay, but you must know Liam and Kevin hate your guts right now." Paying no mind to the smile that, for some reason, was on her face, I replied, "Doesn't matter to me." Swiftly turning back around, I stepped into the line for the food. However, Ruby also stepped into the line right behind me. "Wait. Don't tell me you're jealous." "Jealous of what?" "Did you not see beat the shit out of them?" Tapping me on the shoulder, Ruby whispered so that only I could hear. "They're some pretty important and influential people, so if I got on their backside by hanging out with you, my identity could be at risk." Genuinely surprised, I whispered back, "You're still a villain? Honestly, I don't even know at this point. But yeah, technically, I'm still a squadron leader of the Gemstone Order." "Just choose a side and stick with it, then." Stepping back out of the line, Ruby curiously asked, "So, what side are you then?" "Try guessing, it's a 50-50. Smirking even further, Ruby replied, "And what do I get if I guess correct?" Confident that she wouldn't guess it right, I responded, "I'll do anything you say for a day if you get it correct. But if you lose, you have to try and piss off Liam for me. That's what you want?" As I nodded my head at Ruby's question, she waved, revealing a large grin on her face, before heading in the direction of footsteps behind us. She never guessed? After waiting an arduous 10 minutes in line, I finally grabbed a tray of eggs before heading outside. Finding a nearby bench, I dropped my backpack on the ground before laying the tray of food on my legs. Staring at the plate of eggs in front of me, memories of the plate of noodles that Lily had prepared in the Elven realm flashed into my head. I never did get the recipe out of her, did I? Well, it's probably too late for that now. Weighing the pager that the Elven Queen had given me in my hand, I genuinely considered using it to ask for the recipe. She did say to ask for help anytime, didn't she? "Is this spot taken?" Looking up from my lunch tray, I saw a girl about the same height as me standing next to the bench. Her golden blonde hair and matching golden eye color sparkled in the sunlight, making it seem as if she was the reincarnation of the sun itself. However, my eyes weren't drawn to her looks at all. Instead, I saw a particular badge that was hanging on her chest. A gigantic cube that seemed to be alive as it had 4 legs and a pair of eyes was displayed on the badge. Was that a Pokemon? Nope. It was the badge given to members of the royal family currently presiding over the human empire. Charlotte, the empire's famed princess, was known for her ability to manipulate light magic, using reflections and sunlight to create various new spells at just the age of 16. Glancing at my tray full of food, I shook my head before standing up. "I've just finished, it's all yours." On the outside, Charlotte would have seemed like a kind and amicable person to anyone, as she always wore a smile and brightly colored clothes. Here she was right now, even daring to sit next to a fallen noble like me, who had been disowned by their own father. A member, even being in the vicinity of someone with my reputation, was unthinkable, yet here she was. She seemed to have a gentle aura surrounding her as she passively gazed at me, not making any assumptions or insulting comments in her head despite the countless negative rumors surrounding me. However, as an avid book reader, I knew it was all an act. The real Charlotte was very different. She was definitely not someone I wanted to get involved with right now, especially when I already had so many things on my plate. Standing up with my tray, I began walking away, not glancing back at Charlotte to see her reaction. Walking around my tray, I finally found a new spot to eat in a somewhat secluded area in the park surrounding the building. Hiding from the sun in the shade of the trees, I sat down on the bench before picking up my fork once again. Crash! However, just as I picked up another piece of food with my fork, a sudden loud sound sounded in front of me. Almost falling off the bench from shock, I put down my fork, ensuring none of the food that I had waited ages for spilled, and looked up. Peering through the forest with my eyes, I saw a familiar figure slumped against a tree in the distance. She seemed to be interacting with the air in front of her as she waved her hands around and opened her mouth, but my eyes couldn't see anything there. Well, if it were anyone else, I would have just thought they were some loser talking to their imaginary friend. But it was an elven princess. Carefully setting down my tray on the bench, I got up and started walking towards the source of the sound. Surprisingly, it wasn't Liam who had the biggest change after my fight with him, but Alia. She had probably thought it was all her fault as she was the one who voluntarily contracted with the spirit, starting everything off. Of course, that also meant she was the one who got us out of the loop, as she allowed me to kill the spirit, but I doubted she saw it like that. All of Zack's external injuries had healed as he had incurred them with his fight with me in the dream. But from the spirit's possession, there were some internal issues. From what I observed in class, he seemed to have major attitude swings pretty often, and occasionally, his feet would start trembling for no reason. The guilt weighing on Alia must be immeasurable, as Zack could suffer from this internal problem for the rest of his life. And in Alia's head, it was all her fault. Since nothing like this was ever mentioned in the book, I couldn't do anything to help Zack but just observe from a distance. Looking at Alia from a distance, I started wondering. Alia had been possessed by the spirit, but she wasn't suffering from any side effects like Zack. What was the reason? Shaking my head, I got even closer to Alia, watching her fully lie down against the tree trunk and emotionlessly staring upward at the sun. Well, I guess that's another thing added to my list of things to do. Recalling Zack's happy face in the classroom despite the side effects of the spirit's possession, I sighed. Why do bad things always happen to good people? If it was some evil villain who was suffering the side effects, I wouldn't feel a thing of guilt or sympathy. I could just ignore it and go on with my day. But looking at Zack, who was putting on a false facade and a mask of happiness to stop his friends from worrying, and Alia, who was being crushed under an immense of guilt, my chest began to ache. TSK, I really hate this. Why was I feeling this guilt in my chest? I had simply done what I was supposed to do. None of the things I had done to Zack mattered, as those wounds had all healed after his dream. Guilt is a weight that will crush you whether you deserve it or not. Shaking my head, I emerged from the protection of the trees and walked towards the oblivious Alia. Stopping a few steps in front of her, I hesitated, watching her silver hair sway in the breeze, and her eyes remain motionless, locked onto the sky. What was I doing? Taking on more tasks while I can't even complete the ones I already have? Was this even worth it? Whoosh! As the breeze flew by, brushing Alia's hair back and revealing her face, she finally looked away from the sun, slowly shifting her gaze downwards. Well, it's a bit late to turn back now. Accepting my fate and washing away my doubts, I walked closer to Alia, stopping a step in front of her. Noticing me, Alia simply stared for a moment before looking back up at the sun, not having any reaction whatsoever. Leaning downward and raising my hand to block her sight of the sun, I quietly said in a serious tone, "Are you just going to give up and feel bad for yourself for the rest of the time, sitting under this tree?" Nothing. Alia simply ignored my words, shifting her gaze slightly so that she could see the clear blue sky. Shaking my bed, I spoke once again. Self-pity is a sin. Here you are washing away in sadness while Zack is the one who is actually suffering. See how he's still smiling? He's the victim, not you. So, why the hell are you acting so sad for? Seeing her eyebrows slightly raise and her finally showing some reaction, I continued. Do you seriously think you have the right to pity yourself? Zack's the one suffering, not you. You're just using pity as an excuse to doze off, aren't you? In order to break Alia out of this emotionless, apathetic, and detached state, I had to make her angry. Make her feel something. Right now, she was just a piece of grass, flying in the breeze, letting the world take her wherever without caring in the slightest. Responding to my provocations, Alia's face twisted as she turned to look at me right in front of her. The next second, the entire forest seemed to get much colder as the grass below me started to freeze. Well, I can't say I didn't ask for it. Activating the usage period of the dash, I immediately dashed backward, narrowing and avoiding an icicle. Getting up from the tree, Alia's face began to show some emotion as her teeth grinded against each other in anger. Pulling a clean steel and silver sword out of the icy cold air, Alia immediately covered it with ice before pointing it at me. Without saying a word, Alia thrust her now ice blue sword forward, sending dozens of icicle spears whirling at me. Then, she slammed her sword into the ground, embedding it deep in the forest floor. Rumble. The next moment, the temperature dropped even more as the ice began to slowly spread from the hole created by Alia's sword. Within 2 seconds, the entire floor below me was covered with ice. Making sure not to slip, I sidestepped to the right before jumping sideways onto a tree. Boosting off the tree, I cleaved through the branches above with the 2 corrupted daggers that I had manifested. As the sun shone down through the holes I had created in the branches, the icicle spears hurling at me became significantly weaker, melting in the heat of the sun. Using my 2 daggers, I simply slashed at them once, shattering them into thousands of pieces before they melted under the sun. As I successfully avoided Alia's first barrage of icicles, a scream suddenly and abruptly came from her side. And what do you know? Slashing at another incoming ice spear with my daggers, I replied. Does it matter what I know? I know enough to see what you're doing is wrong. Receiving no response from Alia, I sighed before combining the corruption in my body with the blood-red substance. The next moment, a large wing, colored night black and blood red, formed on my right shoulder. Flapping my wing countless times, I weaved in between the icicles, dodging them without even destroying them. Dashing forward while simultaneously flapping my wing once, I appeared in front of Alia with my daggers ready. Responding in time, Alia slashed her ice blue sword forward, causing me to dodge to the right. And just in time, a wall of ice formed in the spot I was just right in, stretching at least 10 meters forward. Before I could attack again, Alia once again plunged her ice blue sword into the ground. Flapping my wing, I watched in awe as a platform of ice below Alia appeared, slowly raising her higher and higher into the air. As I appeared upward into the air, the platform finally stopped elevating Alia, leaving her right below the branches and blocking her from the sun's rays. Thrusting my daggers forward, I tried to slash down the ice platform, but every hole my dagger made in the platform was instantly replaced with more ice. It could regenerate. Raising her sword, tens of icicles appeared right above me before hurling downwards at me as if it were hailing. Realizing that there was no path out with my wing and my eyes, I simply stood still. As the icicles neared me, I slashed my corrupted daggers at the air 10 times, creating 10 holographic daggers. As 10 holographic daggers appeared alongside the 2 real ones in my hands, I smirked before sending the holographic daggers flying at her. Not wasting another second, I slashed my corrupted daggers up at the sky, sending countless night black slashes. As the night black slashes and icicles hit each other, countless elemental reactions occurred, causing bouts of smoke to appear. Flapping my wing, I flew through the smoke, avoiding some of the icicles that my night slashes had failed to hit or destroy. Emerging from the smoke, I saw Alia's face transform into confusion as her sword simply passed through the holographic daggers. Using her confusion, I manifested a green bird in my hands before sending it flying right at the elevated platform. Looking away from the platform, I popped the flash, feeling a beam of light appear behind me. Without wasting another second, I flapped my wing countless times, appearing right on the platform and beside Alia. Looking at the blind Alia in front of me, I simply kicked her leg, causing her to lose balance and fall off the platform. Jumping off the platform right after her, I watched as her eyes recovered from the flash, only to realize she was free falling downwards. Falling right behind Alia, I took a moment to repair my corrupted daggers, which had gotten damaged from my blocking of the icicles. Releasing more corruption out of my body and seeing the cracks in my daggers disappear, I created another green bird, ready to end the fight. However, as the green bird appeared in my hands, I suddenly felt the temperatures surrounding me instantly decrease. It was to the point where I was beginning to lose feeling in my hand as I couldn't even move it anymore. Eventually forcing my head to look downwards, I saw Alia still free falling towards the ground, just like me. Could she have done something? Looking even closer, I peered through the air, finding Alia, whose eyes were locked onto the ground right below her. And, just as the ground was revealed to my eyes, a large ice spear appeared, and before I could react, it began flying upwards. Was she committing suicide? Staying still for the moment, I watched as the ice spear, its tip as sharp as a high-tier sword artifact, flew further and further upward. But, it moved up a faster and faster pace. Then, as the ice spear reached Alia's body, I was about to use a dash to stop her from doing whatever it was she was attempting. But before I could do anything, the ice spear simply passed through Alia's body as if she were a hologram. The next moment, the large and sharp ice spear was already upon me, closing the distance between Alia and me within less than a second. Moving my legs, I attempted to use a dash, yet as I desperately commanded my leg to move in any direction, nothing happened. My leg simply remained still, ignoring my commands. It was too cold. Seeing my legs not move, I attempted to raise my hand to my eyes to slow my perception of my time. But it was the same. My hand stayed in the same place. I had lost control over my entire body. Unable to do anything, I simply watched as the ice spear barreled forward at my free-falling body. As the tip of the ice spear touched the jacket I had on, my body's temperature decreased even further. My thoughts began to slow, and I couldn't even form a coherent thought. Or even think for that matter. My eyes began to close involuntarily, and silence slowly descended upon my ears. Finally, the ice spear moved forward a centimeter, stabbing straight through my jacket and embedding itself in my stomach. Letting out a small yelp as the ice spear further pierced my chest, I could only watch. Or at some points, my eyes would completely close. Breaking past the skin layer of my body, the spear began tearing through my muscles and ligaments. My free falling downwards, combined with the spear moving upwards, caused the spear to blitz past any form of protection I had without slowing down a single bit. Then, just as my eyesight blurred and eventually became completely dark, a sudden jolt of energy enveloped my body. Was it adrenaline? Not wasting the single moment of freedom I had back, I immediately grasped the body of the ice spear with my hands. Expected to be hard to pull out due to how deep it had penetrated my chest, I yanked the spear outwards with all the power I had. Yet, to my surprise, the spear came out without a single problem, simply allowing itself to be yanked without any resistance. However, a massive amount of blood was covering the ice spear, making it seem as if it were colored blood red and not ice blue. Feeling my body temperature increase and slowly regaining control over my body, I kicked my legs forward as I neared the ground. Staring at the ice spear in my right hand, I immediately lost my train of thought as I noticed that it had melted. There was no longer a tip on the ice spear. It had completely melted away, leaving just the body. Was that why it had been so easy to pull out? Landing on the ground with my feet, I immediately peered around my surroundings, trying to find Alia. Not finding Alia, I immediately took off my jacket before pressing it into my chest. Even if the ice spear was no longer there, the hole it had left was still very visible. As my white academy jacket became stained red from all the blood, I winced. In disgust, not pain. Wait, Why am I not hurting? Why do I feel normal? Staring at the deep wound in my chest, I once again confirmed it was there before staring at my hands. Maybe it was the adrenaline? No. It doesn't last this long. Staring at my right hand, I attempted to look for clues on the culprit, the ice spear, yet there was nothing left in my right hand. Besides my hand being drenched in water, it was simply normal, not holding or keeping anything. The ice spear had already melted. This entire area was surrounded by trees and branches, so it couldn't have been the sun. Recalling the blood that covered the ice blue spear, I removed my jacket and glanced downward at my wound. My wound was still but I wasn't feeling any pain. Was this the effect of the dragon's blood ability? Not feeling any pain from injuries? And melting ice somehow. Wrapping my jacket around the wound and applying pressure, I carefully walked forward, scared that a rush of pain would just appear from the deep wound in my chest. Wait. Stopping dead in my tracks and looking around, I sighed upon not seeing Alia anywhere in the vicinity. I had been overconfident, thinking I could just beat her without any problems. But I was majorly proven wrong. Well, there was also the fact that I was trying to save her. The only reason I hadn't realized my body slowly losing control was because I was trying to save Alia, as I thought she was attempting to end herself with the ice spear. This is why I hate being the good guy. Seeing Alia about to be impaled by the ice spear, I had forgotten about myself and focused on saving her. I mean, seeing her gloomy and lifeless expression earlier when she was resting against the tree, it wasn't that far-fetched. Wait. Was that part of her plan? No. She couldn't have known I was going to try and save her, right? Shaking my head, I continued walking out of the forest, almost completely forgetting about the deep wound in my chest as there was no pain to remind me of it. Creating a cover of corruption, I placed it over my wound before throwing my bloody jacket into the forest behind me. Lowering my shirt and hiding my cover of corruption that was blocking the wound, I walked out of the forest, acting as if nothing had happened. Yet, just as I was about to head back to class, I saw a familiar figure sitting with my tray right next to her. Making eye contact with Charlotte, my eyes almost closed from the brightness emanating from her. As she saw me emerge from the forest, a smile emerged on her face as she waved at me, beckoning for me to come closer. Glad I had taken off the bloody jacket earlier, I slowly walked towards Charlotte until I was standing right in front of her. Scrutinizing me with a smile on her face, Charlotte joyfully asked, "Say, I just saw the elven princess emerge from that same spot with her hair and clothes all over the place." Her hair was all crumped up. Not a very suiting look for a princess. "And I've just seen you emerge from that spot with messy hair and clothes all over the place." If I didn't know any better. Forcing a smile onto my face, I interrupted Charlotte mid-sentence and responded, "It must have been a coincidence. I didn't see the elven princess anywhere in the forest. I simply went for a quick nap and ended up like this." The perfect alibi. I was sleeping, which caused my clothes and hair to be all messed up, and it also matched my lazy and arrogant attitude that rumors believed I had. Patting myself on the chest, I inwardly smiled. Yet, despite my perfect excuse, Charlotte kept her gaze locked on me, her smile only widening as the last words came out of my mouth. Placing her hand on her elbow, Charlotte looked up at me, making eye contact, before asking in an overly happy voice, "Is that so?" I could have sworn that I heard the elven princess mutter "Damn Ren," at least 100 times. Then again, I have had some problems with my ears in the past, so I might have just been hearing things. If what you're saying is true, then my ears must have been acting up. Staring at my grumbling expression with a smile, she continued in her exaggerated, jolly tone, "I'll have to make an appointment with the royal doctor immediately. I have to thank you for informing me of this. Without you telling me that you had napped earlier, I would have never realized that my ears were acting up. Is this what they call guilt tripping? Well, what am I supposed to do now?" Matching her exact smile, I waited for her to finish before replying in a completely serious tone, devoid of any sarcasm or jokingness. "I am honored to have been useful to the princess." Getting down on a single knee, I placed my hand over my heart before looking up at the confused Charlotte and continuing in my overly serious voice. "I shall remember this moment for the rest of my life. A lowly noble like me was able to help someone so magnificent as the kingdom's princess." Seeing her confused expression, I tried my best to hold in my laughter and smile, staying on the ground. "I bet she didn't expect me to double it." Would a normal person have just admitted their lie and owned up to their mistake earlier? Yes. Was I a normal person? No. Seeing her continue to stare at me with a befuddled expression, I awkwardly remained on the ground. I couldn't just get up without her acknowledging me. That would ruin the whole skit I had just acted out. Finally breaking the silence, Charlotte shifted her gaze upwards to the sun before saying, "You know, you're a lot different than rumors, aren't you?" When getting up, I continued with the act, scratching my head and smiling at the princess's praise. "That's right, I'm not a pawn that you can use and manipulate, so stay away." Raising my hands, I replied to her question in a confused tone. "Am I?" Ring ring. Saved by the bell. As the bell rang, Charlotte stood up from the bench, giving me one last glance before walking away. After ensuring that my corrupted bandage was working, I pulled back down my shirt before walking back to the school building. Sliding open the classroom door, I resisted the urge to immediately grab Alia and slam her against the table before heading to my seat in the back of the class. I'd get my revenge soon enough. However, even though I was doing my best to ignore Alia after what had just happened, she seemed to not care. From the corner of my eyes, I could see her gaze locked onto my every movement as she carefully observed me while wearing a surprised expression. "What? Surprised I'm alive, are you?" Sitting down in my seat, I greeted Jin and Han, who had stayed in the classroom the entire break. Looking up from his smartwatch, Han asked, "Anything good in the cafeteria today?" Asked someone else. Ignoring Han's confused expression, I checked the time before putting away my smartwatch. As the sliding door opened, revealing the figure of Professor Zia, I leaned back in my seat, trying to think of a way to get everything done. As Professor Zia walked to the lectern, I was about to lean forward and pick up my pencil to pretend to take notes when a sudden pain coursed through my body. Leaning fully back on my chair, I immediately placed my hand on my chest, the area of the pain, removing my feet from the ground. With nothing to hold me back, my chair fully tipped over, causing both me and it to swiftly fall to the ground. But that wasn't my worry. "Ah shit, what is that?" Ignoring my descent to the other ground, I clenched the corrupted bandage that was covering my wound with a pained expression. Crash! As the chair and I collided with the ground behind us, causing a loud sound to echo throughout the silent classroom, I lifted up my shirt and forcefully ripped off my corrupted bandage. I had used corruption to patch my wounds before, so why was it hurtling like hell right now? As my pain receptors blared, sending shocks of pain throughout my entire body, I glanced downward at my revealed stomach and the wound on it. The wound was the same as it was last time. The exact same. Losing my focus as more pain flooded through my entire body, I yelped, once again sending another sound through the empty room. Ahhhh. After placing one hand on my wound to stop further blood from leaking out, I pulled down my shirt and managed to gather enough energy to look up. Both Han and Jin were looking at me with surprised faces, and through the gaps in the chairs and desks, I could see Professor Zia also looked at me oddly. Feeling another surge of pain incoming, I screamed out, "I need to use the restroom." Staring at me slumped over on the ground, Professor Zia sighed before loudly replying, "Next time, use your break time for things like this." "But I'll allow it this time." I thanked Professor Zia internally for being one of the few teachers who actually cared about their students, and I gathered enough energy to raise my hand. Taking my raised hand, Jin pulled me up from the floor, and after a couple of seconds, I was able to balance by myself, with one hand still under my shirt, blocking the blood from overflowing. I awkwardly walked down the steps, trying my best to act normal. However, the other children in the classroom, of course, began to speculate. Did he piss himself? Is he faking to get out of class? Did he piss himself, so he could skip class? Why is there a blood mark on his shirt? Wait. Is he on his period? Really? That's the conclusion that the top students and future heroes of the world came to after looking at me. Shaking my head, I tried my best to ignore all the whispers by simply looking down at the floor as I neared the exit. Sliding open the door, I didn't glance back but immediately sprinted towards the bathroom. Reaching the bathroom, I immediately pulled up my shirt and took another glance at my wound using the mirror. It's the same. The severity and size of the wound were the same as they had been when I exited the forest. This, in itself, was, of course, not surprising as there was no way my wound could heal that fast. But why was I feeling the pain now? Did my adrenaline wear off? Grabbing some tissues, I removed my hand, which was covered in blood by now, and tried my best to clean it up. After putting in some water, I forced myself through the pain to reattach the corrupted bandage I had put on it earlier. Exhausted and in pain, I leaned against the sink and raised my hand. If there was anything that could explain this phenomenon, it was my system. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Proficient Assassin, Level 3, 58%, - greater than Stealth. C+, - greater than Moderate Dagger Mastery, 53%, - greater than Arts, Eclipse Blade, 3-5. Stats, - greater than Rating, C, - greater than Strength, D, - greater than Agility, C+, - greater than Stamina, D+, - greater than Magic Power, C, - greater than Luck, GS, Conditional, - greater than Intelligence, C, - greater than Charm, C. Traits, - greater than Passive, Dragon's Will, 3/ - greater than Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced, - greater than Dragon's Transformation, you are able to harness a physical part of a dragon, - greater than Dragon's Blood, in times of danger, you are able to keep a calm mind despite external wounds. Skills, - greater than, E, - not requiring any mana usage, the skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. - greater than, C, Sky Flash, requiring the usage of mana. The skill allows the user to create a bird-like animal. This bird-like animal will fly through the sky at the user's discretion until the user decides to pop it. When popped, the bird will blind every person in a 5-meter radius for 2 seconds. The bird can be used twice every hour. Wiping the blood off my hand with water, I stared at my dragon's blood ability, which was no longer filled with ... so I just have adrenaline, but it lasts longer, now. Staring at the last few by dragon's blood, I began wiping the water off my hands with some paper towels. It definitely has to be related to how my blood melted the ice spear ... but why is it still? If I figured it out. Feeling the pain levels decrease, I took one last glance at my system menu before walking out of the bathroom. It wasn't like I wanted to go back to class, but it was just I had nowhere else to go. However, as I emerged from the bathroom, I saw a familiar figure with long silver-white hair leaning against the wall. Heading towards the classroom, I said as I walked by her. Come to apologize for that? Not moving from her spot on the wall, Alia hesitated before muttering out, why did you try to help me during the fight? And none of this would have happened if you just dodged. Stooping in my tracks, I turned back and said, do I need a reason? Looking at the looming classroom door a bit further down the hall and imagining what I would hear when I came back, I sighed and walked back to Alia, ready to do something about Zach. Now, surprised at my question, Alia hesitated for a moment before shamelessly muttering out, after that, you want to help? Shaking my head and dismissing her worried, I replied, you made the attack non-fatal on purpose. It was simply to immobilize me for a bit. Pulling up my shirt and taking off the corrupted bandage, I pointed at the area of my stomach that it had hit. If my blood hadn't melted the ice spear, it simply would have hit a couple of ligaments that would have caused me no permanent pain, and it definitely wouldn't have come close to killing me. In fact, with some healing scrolls, I could have been just fine in a matter of hours. Of course, now that my blood had melted the ice spear, stopping it early, I would be fine with a couple of healing scrolls in less than an hour. The only reason the pain had been so drastic at first when I was in the classroom was because of my ability. All of the pain that I had ignored earlier through my ability had come rushing at me all at the same time, making it feel worse than it actually was. Putting back on my corrupted bandage, I continued. I clearly instigated the fight. I should have expected to get hurt. Seeing her hesitantly nod her head, admitting that she hadn't tried to kill me, I smiled before asking one question that had been weighing on me. But why did you just leave after sending that ice thing at me? Staying silent, Alia awkwardly fidgeted her hands before reaching into her pocket and taking out a couple of magic scrolls. Revealing her hands to me, I saw at least 5 healing scrolls sitting in her hands. So she wanted to win the fight but not hurt me? Is that not counterintuitive? Taking the healing scrolls, I applied them to the area of the wound, yelping each time a scroll was used. If I had to compare a healing scroll to something from Earth, it would be shots or vaccines. They hurt at first when applied when they puncture your skin to push the antibiotics inside your body, and after that, your body gradually begins to heal. But, as seen with Zack, healing scrolls had their limits. While they could patch external wounds, internal wounds could not be fixed. Even with external wounds, they also had their limits. Using too many healing scrolls within a certain period of time could lead to countless negative side effects on your body, so one also had to limit their use of the scrolls. Feeling the pain steadily began to decrease, I turned to Alia before reaching out my hand. All good? Reaching out her hand, Alia nodded her head and hesitantly shook my hand before awkwardly looking away. And, what do we have here? Shocked at the stern voice echoed from behind us, Alia and I jumped back in shock before slowly shifting our gazes ahead. Only a few meters in front of us stood Professor Zia, her glasses slanted as she looked at the two of us with an intrigued expression. Immediately removing my hand from Alia's, I tried to shift the topic and control the conversation by asking her a question. It was a simple trick. The person who asks the questions is always in control of the conversation. What happened to the class? Shaking her head and removing the clear glasses from her eyes, Professor Zia walked forward, closing the distance between us. Standing in front of her tall and imposing figure, I immediately rephrased my answer and said, I just finished using the restroom and happened to meet Alia outside. Alia, behind me, also nodded, confirming our alibi. Sizing me up with her eyes, Professor Zia stared right into my eyes before saying, if you're in pain or danger, let me know. As your teacher, it's my job to maintain your well-being both inside and outside the academy. You don't just howl in pain like a werewolf under a full moon because you need to use the restroom. Not waiting for a response, Professor Zia turned around and re-entered her classroom, leaving Alia and me behind. Looking down at her shoes, Alia whispered, I mess. Waving my hand, I interrupted her and said, we said we're all good, right? Walking in front of me, Alia headed into the classroom, leaving me behind in the hallway. Leaning against the wall, I caught my breath for a second before switching bodies. Leaving my body alone in the hallway, my surroundings immediately shifted as I was once again perched on a tree branch, looking downwards through a window. Seeing Astrid still signing documents and writing down school-related things, I sighed. Was she even planning to do anything? Was I just wasting my time? Switching back to my original body, I caught myself before falling to the floor and walking toward the classroom entrance. However, catching something out of the corner of my eye, I stopped and looked out one of the many windows. In a nearby set of bushes outside of the window, a dog stood, its white fur sparkling in the sun. However, just as I noticed the dog's presence, it immediately fled, running and hiding behind a tree. Seeing the dog reminded me of something else. Wait, did I feed my cat? Imaging my hungry black cat waiting alone in my dorm room, I sighed before opening the classroom door. Maybe there was a reason for all the pain and bad luck I was feeling today. Ignoring the gazes on me, I swiftly walked to the back of the classroom, fixing my seat, which was still on the floor, and sitting down. Turning to me in unison, the two boys. You all right, Ren? There's no need to fake sick. Just say you don't. I'm fine, all right. Just a bit of a stomachache. Seeming to have a realization, Han said. Is that why you didn't want to talk about the cafeteria food? Ring ring. As the bell rang once again, signifying the end of the school day, I exhaustedly got up before following Han and Jin to the exit. As the sliding door opened, the sound of countless students talking and walking in the hall immediately flooded my ears. Sighing, I recalled how silent the entire school had been earlier when exams were upon us. I missed when there were exams. At least, the school was quiet then. From in front of me, Jin immediately remarked, "Are you insane? Do you not remember how hard we had to study just to barely pass in the end?" Shrugging my shoulders, I replied, "Who's we? I did far better than barely pass." With a smirk, Jin pointed to a nearby chair before putting his hand on his stomach and saying, "Need I remind you of what just happened an hour ago? All right, you win. I'll do anything you say for a day if you get it correct. But if you lose, you have to try and piss off Liam for me." Confused but interested, Ruby turned to Ren before saying, "That's what you want?" Seeing Ren nod, Ruby turned around and ran towards Irene, who was alongside the rest of the main cast. "Where'd you go?" Meeting up with Irene, Ruby replied, "I wanted to get a head start on the line. But after seeing the food, I'm fine." Chuckling at Ruby's response, Irene curiously asked, "Is it really that bad?" As Ruby nodded her head, Kevin spoke up from behind the two of them. "Well, thank God, we have Lily and her amazing cooking skills." Turning before they reached the cafeteria, Irene, Ruby, Lily, Kevin, Liam, and the limping Zack all stood in front of the seemingly useless door. Taking a key out of his pocket, Liam moved forward to unlock the door while Kevin spoke out in disbelief. "I still can't believe the principal gave you, out of everyone, a personal room to use." Not responding to Kevin's words, Liam opened the door, revealing a large room that had countless couches, windows to the outside, some cooking devices, and even a couple of board games lying around. And hanging from the ceiling was a sign that read, "The Heroes Hangout." All of them, having been to the room countless times to plan and hang out, moved their respective places. Ruby and Irene took their seats on a couch right in front of the windows while Lily moved to the center, where a couple of cabinets were. The three boys all took their seats on chairs before placing their backpacks on the table in front. As Lily took out a couple of snacks she had prepared earlier from the cabinet, Irene naturally walked over due to the smell. "What are those?" Warming up the snacks, Lily replied, "I call them Tanyalu. When I was young, I would always buy them from the street my mother made them for me." Taking a stick, Lily carefully took some of the freshly picked grapes from the cabinet and put them through the stick. Putting the stick of grapes on a plate, Lily took a bowl filled with water before adding a couple of cups of sugar. Next, Lily elevated the bowl of sugar and water before casting a fire spell right below it. Watching the sugar crystallize, Lily started creating more sticks of fruits. Finally, as the bowl was at the right temperature, Lily picked up the stick of grapes and slowly placed it into the fire-hot bowl of sugar and water. After ensuring that the fruit was completely coated with sugar, Lily removed the stick and placed it into a bowl filled with water. Using an ice spell to ensure the bowl was cold enough, Lily hovered the stick of grapes over the bowl for about a minute. Then, Lily placed the finished stick of fruits onto the plate. After repeating the process 10 times, Lily was left with a plate filled with countless sticks of fruit, ranging from strawberries to grapes to oranges. Under the sunlight, the sugar-coated sticks of fruit sparkled, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The sweet aroma of the sugar-coated fruit sticks wafted through the room as Lily moved the plate to the table where the three boys sat. "It's ready." Ruby and Irene moved from the couch to the table, and after placing the plate, Lily also took a seat. As each of them reached for a stick of fruit, Liam put his hand forward and opened his smartwatch. A moment later, a three-dimensional replica of the school appeared on the table, projected from Liam's smartwatch. Taking a bite from one of the grape sticks, Liam asked. "What's the plan this tea?" However, before Liam could finish his sentence, Zack interrupted from beside him. Aren't we missing someone?" Shaking her head, Lily replied. "Alia needs some time to cool down." "Don't worry, I'm checking up and watching her to make sure nothing bad happens." Seeing Zack calm down and not respond, Liam continued. "According to Lily, in a week's time, the academy will be infiltrated during the Winterfest. From there, the Jinns will aim to first create a barrier surrounding the entire school, stopping people from both leaving the school and coming inside. That we will allow to happen." Completely distracted by the strawberry stick in front of her, Irene asked. "So, get to the point, what are we going to do?" Using her hands to zoom in on the courtyard area of the school, Lily answered. "First, the Jinns will create an artificial drill using some device to cause a fire or another natural disaster. As per protocol, all students will evacuate to the courtyard area, just where the Jinns want them to be. From there, the Jinns will pop out of the ground, trees, anywhere possible, and try to cause as much chaos as possible." Finishing his stick of fruit, Kevin asked. "But, then, what's their main goal?" "Just to kill and kidnap as many people as possible?" Shaking her head at Kevin's question, Lily replied. "No, with all the heroes around because of the night order recruitment sessions and the increased security, the Jinns know that their chances of dealing any significant damage to the student population are zero." Ruby, eating a stick of bright red strawberries that complemented her blood-red eyes, then asked, "Then, what is it they're trying to do?" Moving out from the courtyard on the replica, Lily zoomed into the building where all administrators, including the principal, worked during the school day. A vault. Even though Lily's words would have seemed absurd to anyone else in the world, as she was just saying that there was a secret vault there, the members of the main cast did not blink an eye and instead continued to listen attentively. Continuing on, Lily further zoomed into the building before saying, "Their main goal is to draw everyone out to the courtyard. Then, a small group of them will sneak into the building, intending to rob the vault." As Liam removed the three-dimensional replica of the school from the table and closed his smartwatch, Kevin asked, "I get that what they're doing is bad and all. But why are we interfering? It's not like the last times when people were going to seriously die. Why don't we just let them take it?" Gazing around the room and seeing everyone either exhausted or somewhat injured, Lily had to admit that Kevin had a point. The state and health of the main condition were probably at an all-time low, so a break during the Christmas event could help heal that. However, despite all of that, Lily still replied, "In the short run, your point is correct. However, think about it in the long term. Imagine how much more powerful and hard to defeat the Jinns would be if they got their hands on whatever is in that vault." As Kevin slowly nodded at Lily's point, Liam questioned, "What exactly is in that vault, Lily?" At Liam's question, everyone's curious gaze slowly shifted to Lily. What could be hidden in a vault that was so important that it was hidden under the administrator's building, a building where the principal, one of the strongest heroes at the moment, and countless other strong individuals resided? Yet, when faced with the curious gazes, Lily remained silent, choosing to keep her mouth shut. Shrugging her shoulders, Lily hesitated for a moment before replying, "I don't know. But it has to be important if it's inside the administrator building." Standing up from the table, Liam said, "All right, let's all start thinking of a plan. Tomorrow, we can reconvene and all discuss the ideas we came up with before coming to a final decision on our plan." Following in Liam's steps, the two girls got up from their chairs before heading to the same couch. As Irene sat down, putting her legs on the couch and fully relaxing, Ruby walked towards the window. Instead of a wall, there was just a very large window. Of course, this was a major talking point when the main cast first discovered Liam's place. Who wants to plan and work where everyone can see them from the outside? After countless harsh words, everyone finally calmed down after Liam's explanation. According to Liam, the window served as one-sided because the principal had imbued it with illusion magic, making it a one-sided window. To the people outside looking in through the window from the outside, the room would seem like an empty classroom, but to the people inside the room, they could see everything outside. As Ruby approached the window, a dog with pure white fur suddenly veered off the normal path and headed straight for the one-sided window. Lifting her head above the couch, Irene glanced out the window before asking, "Is it that dog again?" Nodding her head, Ruby tried to stay as composed as possible while she replied, "Yeah. It's back again." Since there were hundreds of student-owned pets in the Celestial Academy, normally, a single dog would be unremarkable and unnoticeable. However, to the main cast, this dog seemed different. Despite the principal imbuing illusion magic into the window to make it one-sided, the dog seemed to be staring at them right through the window. As if it could actually see them. Of course, they all trusted and believed in the principal's ability, so it was quickly dismissed by everyone. Making sure nobody was looking, Ruby walked straight in front of the window, placing her hand on the glass. At the same time, the white-furred dog raised its right paw to the window. As Ruby's hand and the dog's paw overlapped through the window, Ruby suddenly placed her hand on her head, almost falling to the ground. Like Ren, who gained the ability Sky Flash in his recent dream, Ruby had also earned some abilities in her time. However, Ruby hadn't simply earned the ability through a dream. This skill was gifted to Ruby when she had first taken control of her squadron by the higher-ups of the Gemstone Order. You'll forever be in my debt. Recalling the words that had been recited to her when she had received the skill book, Ruby shivered. Leaving the Gemstone Order wasn't an easy thing for her. At first, when Ruby had received the ability and spotted the rank of it, she had been ecstatic, practically thanking the gods. There were less than 50 of these skill books in the world, yet she, a lowly D rank at the time, had managed to receive one. Screaming on the inside, Ruby had to pinch herself tens of times to ensure it was real life. However, as time passed, the joy slowly turned to confusion. How could she, a new member, have received such a rare skill? Other members who had been part of the Order for countless years hadn't received a single gift in all their time, yet she received a one-of-one skill book within her first week of joining. She had received the ability to split a soul split, requiring a large amount of the mana. The skill allows the user to transfer part of their soul to any living thing in the world. With your soul in another living thing, you can take control of that thing and use it like a puppet, having full control over its memories and actions. However, in order to imprint your soul on another being, your part of the soul must be stronger than theirs. If the part of your soul you send fails these conditions, that part of your soul will disappear forever. This action can be performed an infinite amount of times. Looking down at the dog, which was lifelessly gazing at her, Ruby telepathically commanded, "Keep an eye on Ren." As the dog ran off and disappeared from the window, Ruby turned around and leaned against the one-sided window. Finally, the confusion that Ruby had after receiving the skill turned into fear. An unpayable debt. Upon seeing the skill's rank, Ruby immediately activated it, causing the book to disintegrate and turn into her ability. That action could not be reversed. Ruby now owed an S-rank book, or infinite debt, to someone she didn't even know. At first, Ruby had only joined the ranks of the Gemstone Order in order to take revenge. And after that, she would live in peace, having the closure that the right people had died. However, that future now seemed impossible to Ruby. She felt trapped. What would happen if she left the Gemstone Order? Would she be pursued by the person who had given her the book, come after her, and keep her until the end of time? If someone could give her an S-ranked skill book so easily, their power had to be unimaginable. She was simply a pawn, waiting to be moved and taken by the Gemstone Order. That's why Ruby felt every second she spent was borrowed. Was her life even hers anymore? It was ironic. The skill she had been given gave her the ability to turn other people and living things into puppets. Yet she felt more like a puppet herself after receiving it. Just because she had consumed the skill, she now owed a higher-up of the Gemstone Order a debt that she would not be able to pay off in her lifetime. If she could, Ruby would go back and throw away that skill book in an instant. It wasn't even her life anymore. The looming fear that one day she would be suddenly called to the Gemstone Order headquarters and forced to follow the commands of whatever elder was always there for the rest of her life was always there. Every day she spent felt amazing and fulfilling. just because she knew that this life could be taken away at any moment. Yet, that looming fear always stood tall, casting a dark cloud over her life. It felt like she was living on borrowed time. That was why Ruby's desire to live was such a big flame. Or at least, that it was what Ruby thought, as she couldn't actually see her own desire. That was why Ruby was interested in Ren when she first saw the flame of his desire. Ruby felt like she saw herself in Ren. Except unlike Ruby, Ren wasn't locked down. He was free, without a single burden or fear on his back. However, instead of envying and hating Ren for having what she didn't, Ruby observed him from the background. Recalling his state after his fight with the teacher during the attack on the academy incident, Ruby could only smile. Without any care for credit or glory, Ren simply did what he wanted to do. Sometimes, he was evil, caring about money and magical artifacts, and sometimes he was good, saving countless lives. He did whatever was on his mind, no matter the dangers or consequences that came with it. Nothing seemed to matter to him. There were no shackles holding him back. Was that what it meant to be truly free? Ruby could not answer that question, as she was not truly free. So she looked at Ren for the answer. Ren was a torch, an inspiration for Ruby in the world of darkness. She longed to live like him, but she didn't know how to. Icarus from Greek mythology had flown close to the sun with the pair of wings that his father, Daedalus, had created, and as a result, he had died. Ruby, who had been consumed by her desire for revenge and to get stronger, had foolishly consumed a skill book without considering the consequences or implications. While Ruby had only lost her freedom instead of her life, she still considered it the same thing. How could one live without freedom? Was it truly living if you were simply a puppet forced to follow someone else's orders? One day where Ren has to listen to all my orders. Could Ren teach her the true meaning of freedom during that day? Every time Ruby was with Ren, it felt like the shackles binding her to the gemstone order simply disintegrated and disappeared. It felt like she was living her life, and that looming fear of being a puppet like her ability disappeared. One day of that was something that Ruby couldn't imagine. A day of freedom, where she didn't have to worry about being imprisoned by that elder from the gemstone order and becoming a puppet. I'm going to win that bet. At that moment, the dog with white fur suddenly sped up, running faster than even the students rushing to class behind it. As Ruby's eyes sparkled a fiercer red than usual, Irene spoke up, interrupting Ruby's thoughts. Up for a board game? We have nothing better to do. Sitting down on the couch, Ruby was about to start playing when a sudden sound interrupted them. Ring ring. As Irene knocked the board game off the coffee table in anger, Ruby picked up her backpack and headed to class. Ruby knew that her observing Ren wouldn't do anything, as it was clear he would put an artificial act. That's why she sent her first puppet, the white dog. Pushing back her long silky black hair, Ruby smiled before sliding and opening the classroom door. Leaving Han and Jin and going my own separate way, I rushed over to my dorm room with my backpack almost falling off my back. Accustomed to the crowd of students in my way, I maneuvered my way through, occasionally hearing an ow or who was that? As I passed by. Running up the stairs of my dorm building, I looked downward and took my keycard out of my pocket, not paying any attention to my surroundings. At this point, I had already memorized the path to my dorm room, so it wasn't anything new. However, as I approached my dorm room and looked up, a familiar figure was resting with her back against my dorm door. With her long white hair resting against my doorknob, she simply stared downwards at her smartwatch as if she were pressed for time. Seeing her, I slowed my pace and quietly walked over to my dorm room. But, before I could even catch my breath and say anything, I spotted another familiar figure with blonde hair resting on the wall, facing my dorm door, and Alia. Astrid was here, too. Didn't I just see her in the student council room with Mike Rowe? Had she finished signing whatever documents and was now trying to recruit me again? Also, how did they both get here faster than me? I thought I had created the optimal route. Catching both of their attentions, I asked as I approached, Is there something I can do for you, student council president? As for Alia, I already knew the reason, so there was no need for me to inquire. Glancing between Alia and me momentarily with a confused expression, Astrid hesitated before replying. By any chance, Am I interrupting something? Looking at her expression of confusion shift into a sly smile, I stopped in my tracks and stared at her once again. Where was the serious Astrid? Staring at her body for a moment, I confirmed that her movements and posture were aligned with the Astrid in my mind before sighing. Don't you have better things to do? Shaking her head, Astrid replied. I do. But that can wait. From the other side of Astrid, Alia stared curiously at Astrid and me but remained silent. After taking a moment to look around and examine her surroundings, Astrid leaned in before whispering to the two of us. I think it'd be better if we discussed this somewhere more private. Nodding my head, I gestured for Alia to move away from the door before grabbing my keycard. Opening my door for the two girls behind me, I watched as Alia hesitantly stepped foot in before regaining her composure. On the other hand, Astrid simply strode into the room as if it were already hers. Letting the door slam shut, I walked in and immediately went to the pantry. Letting the two girls get comfortable, I quietly took out a piece of steak before placing it on a pan. Holding the pan in the air, I manifested a single corrupted dagger before infusing it with the blood-red aura in my body. Placing the blood-red tip of the dagger to the bottom of the pan, I watched carefully as the steaks began to cook. Cutting open part of the steak, I confirmed it was a perfect medium rare before manifesting my dagger and putting down the pan. Grabbing a pair of tongs, I picked up the cooked steak before placing it into the bowl on the floor. Ignoring the two girls in my room, the black cat, perhaps smelling the steak, jumped off the bed and slowly walked toward the bowl. Licking the steak for a moment, the black cat closed its eyes and silently stood still for a moment. Giving its approval, the cat reopened its eyes and began to chew on the steak that I had already cut into smaller pieces. Putting away the pan, I turned to the two girls lounging on a nearby couch and asked again, Astrid, what is it you need? Haven't I already given you my answer? Closing her light red eyes for a moment, Astrid hesitated before replying. Can't I try again? Recalling how she had swiftly left after hearing my answer earlier on, instead of trying to persuade me, I asked. Why try now? Have you already run into an obstacle? Alia, somewhat interested in the conversation, leaned back on the couch cushion before inquiring. Why would the student council president need your help, Nen? Before I could respond, Astrid looked at Alia and asked, Are you by any chance interested in helping? You are a part of the student council, so think of it as part of your duties. Was she ordering or asking Alia to help? Staring at Astrid on the couch, I once again re-examined her sitting posture and hand movements, allowing them to overlap with the imaginary figure of Alia I had created using the details my eyes remembered. They were in sync. But then, why was she acting so odd? Maybe desperation leads to changes in behavior. Looking at Alia, I shrugged my shoulders and replied, It's your choice. Just a reminder, though. We have a limited amount of time. Turning around and looking at my happy cat, I glanced at the calendar. By the end of this week, Zach's situation should be resolved, as Kevin and Alia would be almost a necessity to the incident that would take place next week. Although I had no idea how to resolve Zach's current scenario right now, that didn't mean I didn't have any leads or clues. One of those leads was actually sitting right in front of me. As I turned back around to face the two girls, Alia thought for a moment before replying, I can help later on. I can't give you an exact time for now. Getting off the couch, Astrid clapped her hands before nodding her head and turning to me, about what we talked about earlier. I think I have an idea, but it would require your help. Walking to the window of my dorm room, Astrid turned to face us before pointing at the large courtyard below. Since my dorm was facing the forest, you could see the large field used for student evacuations quite clearly, as it was an area without any trees. Following Astrid's finger, I saw countless students playing games, eating on a blanket, or taking their pets for a walk. This is literally a college campus, isn't it? Looking up at Astrid, I asked. So what's your point? Looking out the window, Astrid said, It would be too obvious if the djinns went into the ballroom to attack students. That would be too expected. Even the academy security should have sent enough heroes to fully block off all ballroom exits. I mean, it's obvious that with so many entrances into the ballroom, it would be the best place for the jinns to infiltrate. A little too obvious. The jinns know that the principal and other powerful heroes will be guarding the ballroom, so they would be stupid to attack there. Didn't she say back in the warehouse that the main reason she was worried about the wall was the amount of entrances into the ballroom? Was she just going back on her point completely? Ignoring her contradictions, I nodded my head, prompting her to continue with her theory. Gazing at the large courtyard in the distance, Astrid continued. That's why the jinns won't attack in the ballroom. Instead, they'll lure everyone out to the courtyard. In such a big space like the courtyard, it's not the quality of the heroes that matter, but that quantity. If there are only 10 heroes and over 100 jinns, there's nothing the heroes can do, no matter how powerful they are. They can't just nuke everything or randomly attack, as then the students would be hit in the crossfire. With so many jinns and so few heroes, the courtyard will essentially be a playground for the jinns where they can cause chaos with little to zero casualties. As Alia began listening intensively, seeming to understand what we were talking about and why the ballroom was involved, I grabbed a cup of water. Using the cup of water to cover my expression, I grimaced. This scenario was a bit familiar. Wasn't it? It was. It was the exact same plan that the jinns would use in the incident, which was a few days before the winter ball, to rob the vault. As Astrid stared at the two of us, waiting for our reactions, I further frowned. What were the odds that she came to the exact plan of the jinns? I mean, how did she go from signing documents all day under the watchful eye of my crow to coming up with this insane theory? Had she been thinking of plans while signing the documents? What kind of multitasking? Pretending to think about her idea, I placed a hand on my head and put down my cup of water. Looking downwards, I watched as the black cat finished his bowl of steak before scurrying across the floor and jumping onto my bed. Instead of sprawling down on my bed like usual, the black cat walked to the very edge before raising its paw and throwing it forward at another window, which was right by my bed. Looking out of the window and the clear blue sky, I recalled something. My crow. If Astrid had done anything besides signing my documents, the crow would have seen it. Although I might have been in the body of the crow at the time, I could still transfer the memories of my crow to me. From there, I could go through the crow's memories to discover how Astrid had come to this conclusion. Was it truly out of pure coincidence? Or something deeper? Slowly nodding my head, I pretended to agree before asking. I'm going to use the restroom, give me a minute. You can give the rundown to Alia. Meanwhile, opening the bathroom door, I ensured that I was out of sight completely before leaning against the sink. Letting my consciousness drift, I accepted the weird feeling of my body, instantly feeling my surroundings shift. Closing my eyes, I wasn't surprised when I found myself no longer in the bathroom but yet again perched on a tree branch, staring downwards. However, that emotion quickly transformed. Why was my crow still here? Didn't I order it to follow Astrid, no matter what? Calming my mind, I looked downwards and almost fell off the branch upon seeing Astrid sitting on her desk, mindlessly signing documents. What was going on? I had confirmed that she was Astrid with my eyes. Yet with my crow's eyes right now, I was seeing something else. There were two Astrids. No, this one has to be the real one. If my crow was following this Astrid, then no matter what I saw, this one had to be the real one. But then, who was the Astrid currently in my dorm room? How had she perfectly mimicked Astrid's movements and behavior to a T? Staying my crow's body for seconds longer, I dived off the tree branch, catching myself as I approached the height of the window, levitating by softly flapping my wings. I looked straight through the window, confirming that the Astrid was real, just in case. And her sitting posture, way of signing documents, and signature were all the exact same as the one imprinted on my mind. Keeping the crow on the real Astrid signing documents, I returned to my body, finding myself already on the floor. Rubbing my head, which had banged into the sink, I quickly picked myself from the floor. I had only expected to be in the crow's body for a second or less to transfer memories, so I had just leaned against the sink, thinking I could catch myself. Anyway, There are more important matters to deal with right now. An intruder was now in my dorm room. Leaning against the bathroom door with my ears touching the door, I tried to ascertain if the intruder had done anything in the time I had been in the bathroom. However, as I listened, it seemed that Alia and Astrid were conversation normally as Astrid attempted to explain the situation. From through the door, Alia's voice spoke. So you're saying the jinns will attack during the winter ball? But there's no guarantee as to how or where they'll attack. Yes. That's why I need as much help as possible. If you could convince Ren... It would be a great help. But why Ren? Wouldn't you much rather have the help of a top-ranked student like Liam or Kevin? You don't have to protect to act oblivious. I know you've seen Ren fight as well. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, come on, look at your clothes. There are clear black marks all over, no matter how much you try to help it. That's obviously from that elemental/attack he does. Anyway, it's not like I don't doubt Liam or Kevin's power. I've seen that fight and work as part of the student council. They're most likely on par with Ren's power or maybe even stronger. Hearing the couch cushion crack through the door, I assumed that Alia was recalling the fight in the carriage at Astrid's words. Once again, Astrid's voice spoke despite Alia's silence. His planning skills and ability to come up with things on the fly, when needed, is what proves his worth to me. Why yeah, I see why you choose Ren. Hearing another cushion crack, but from further away, I immediately stepped away from the dais. I assumed Astrid stood up. Speaking a louder tone than earlier, Astrid's voice sounded. Is he alright in there? I mean, you heard that crashing sound earlier, too, right? Rushing away from the door, I hid in the shower, immediately closing the curtains and covering myself. This intruder had managed to deceive my eyes. The thing I prided myself most on, as I used to believe. That my eyes could see everything. They were not someone I could take easily. A plan needed to be made. As I manifested 2 pairs of corrupted daggers, Astrid knocked on the door before saying, "Is everything good in there?" Internally facepalming in the shower, behind the curtains, I readied my 2 daggers. How could I have not noticed this wasn't the real Astrid? Would the real Astrid, the famed student council president known for her serious persona, really check up on someone in the bathroom? I had relied on my eyes too much. Just like I had earlier been dependent on the plot of the book. Just because their movements were the same, I had assumed that she was Astrid, despite all the bits of abnormal dialogue I had noticed from her. I had made the same mistake twice. Clearing away my worries, I stayed silent for a moment before screaming in an awkward tone, I need some help in here." Where was the optimal place to fight? A big and open room where Astrid, who had the power to cast plant and tree spells, could abuse the hell out of it. Or a small room where spells would be essentially useless. Calming my emotions, I inwardly muttered as silence descended upon the room inside and outside. It has to be done. No matter my pride. After a couple of moments of silence, Astrid finally responded from behind the bathroom door. What exactly do you mean? Trying to keep my tone as calm as possible and devoid of any sarcasm, I seriously replied. It's exactly what I said. There's a bit of a problem in here. As silence once again descended upon the room, I began to make preparations, playing the physical corruption in my hands. Manifesting a makeshift arrow trap, I carefully positioned it right above the door before also making a lever. Connecting the two together, I stared at the system, which, as soon as the door opened, would send arrows flying downwards at the person entering. Finally, Astrid responded. And what exactly do you want me to do about it? Staying silent, I pulled out my smartwatch before immediately realizing that I didn't have Alia's number saved anywhere. Finding Ruby's contact, I rapidly messaged Rin, "I need Alia's hash, ASAP." Ruby, I sent it, but why? Aren't you at odds with everyone, basically? Reminding myself to check for her reply later, I copied and pasted Alia's number into my messaging app before opening up a group chat with her. "Rin, this is Rin. There is a problem. Alia : I know, I'm right outside the bathroom too. Can you just finish and come out so we can discuss it? This is getting ridiculous. Rin, I'm being serious. Alia, all right. Then, Rin, I'm going to make Astrid come into the bathroom. Then I need you to shut the door right behind her. Alia : You know, those rumors weren't too far off. What you're asking me to do is quite literally. Yeah. Shaking my head, I quickly typed another response. Rin, that's not really Astrid. It's someone disguised as her. I need you to trust me, just this once. If you don't, we could be in serious trouble. Alia: all right. But I would never have been involved if something happened. Rin, when she opens the bathroom door, close it behind her. Closing my smartwatch, I picked up my 2 daggers before replying to Astrid. Can you come in? There's a problem with the sink, I'm trying to figure out. Hearing someone practically collapse behind the door, I immediately continued. I am fully clothed. There is nothing sexual about this. Maybe should have said that first. Huh? From the shower and behind the curtains, I manifested a stick of corruption before making it long enough to reach the doorknob. After another bit of silence, Astrid's voice finally sounded again. If you say so. But I swear to God if this is some ploy. Pretending to sound hurt, I replied. Do you really not trust me after everything? All right, open the door. Keeping my 2 daggers ready, I slowly inched the corrupted stick forward, placing it right under the doorknob. Waiting a moment, I slowly lifted up the corrupted stick while simultaneously moving further back into the shower. With the glass of the shower against my back, I completely lifted up the stick, causing the doorknob to lift as well. Trying to give Alia more than enough time to react, I slowly inched up the door with the stick while holding my corrupted daggers in the other hand. As the door opened fully, I waited in anticipation, watching Astrid slowly take her first step into the room. At the same time, in a forest far away, my pitch-black crow began frantically flying at the window, attempting to catch the attention of the real Astrid, who was currently signing documents. The crow frantically threw its beak at the window as hard as possible. After a couple of seconds, the sounds finally reached Astrid's ears, prompting her to stare up from her papers and at the out-of-place crow banging on her window. As Astrid walked up the window, the pitch-black crow stopped banging its beak on the window before moving to the right. Like an artist choosing a paintbrush, the crow precisely used its paintbrush, or beak in this case, to trace the words Ren on the window. Unfortunately, Astrid didn't understand the crow the first time, still looking confused, but as the crow began to trace Ren once again, the real Astrid seemed to have an epiphany. Seeing Astrid dash out of the student council room, the crow moved from the window, flying in the direction of my dorm building. Back in the bathroom, I watched as Astrid fully entered the bathroom, staring at the sink and mirror on the opposite side of the shower where I was located. Bang! As the bathroom door slammed shut, Astrid immediately twisted her head, staring at the closed door. Where are you, Ren? As Astrid shifted her gaze upward, looking around the room for me cluelessly, I further tugged at the corrupted stick, which she hadn't noticed due to it blending in with the black walls of the bathroom. Then, before she could react, the arrow trap I had prepared earlier triggered, sending countless corrupted arrows I had made down at her. As the arrow flung down at the oblivious Astrid, I gripped my 2 daggers, letting the corrupted stick fall to the ground and disintegrate. Flinging away the shower curtains and revealing myself, I immediately boosted off the wall, with the tip of my daggers pointing straight. Bang! While I flew through the air at Astrid, I could hear another bang sound from outside, signifying Astrid's arrival. Thinking that Alia would explain the situation and what I had told her, I slashed my daggers at the helpless Astrid. However, stopping me just as my daggers were about to hit Astrid, the arrows from the roof each arrived at Astrid as well. That wasn't what caused me to stop, though. From behind the door, the sound of the real Astrid screaming out echoed. Wait, stop. It's me. Just please, it's me. With my daggers a centimeter away from hitting Astrid, I stopped upon hearing the real Astrid screams outside the door. Were they both fake? Why was she stopping me? In front of me, the fake Astrid simply stood still, only getting hit by one corrupted arrow while easily catching the others mid-air. Staring at me and my daggers, the fake Astrid simply smirked before sarcastically raising her hands and saying, "No, please don't hurt me. I'm so scared." At that moment, the bathroom door also swung open, revealing the real Astrid and Alia, who were waiting right outside. Swapping my gazes between the Astrid in front of me with her hands up and the Astrid outside of the door staring at me, I felt a headache coming on. I don't even care anymore. Just what the hell is going on? Leaning back on the couch, I alternated my gazes between the two Astrids once again, who were sitting side by side, before asking, "So, you're telling me you can clone yourself?" While the Astrid I had previously thought to be fake stared out the window with a smirk, the real Astrid shook her head before once again explaining, "It's kind of like cloning. I can replicate myself, but each time I do that, I have to give an emotion to that clone." Pointing to the fake Astrid with a sly grin, the real Astrid continued, "So, she has my sly and clever side because I didn't think I would need them." Recounting how the real Astrid had just been signing documents for almost 3 days straight, I began to understand. That's how she had signed and read all those school documents without being bored. Continuing, Astrid grabbed the shit of the clever and sly Astrid, a clone, before pointing at the hole my one arrow had made. "As you can see, we still share the same soul essentially. If she gets hurt, then I also get hurt. If she dies, I also die." Nodding my head, I tried to recount if Astrid had any abilities like this in the main story, but nothing came to my mind. All she was in the book was some earth and plant major renowned for her power and brains. Deciding not to ask about the origins of her power as I doubted she would answer anyway, I sighed before asking, "Would it have been too hard for you to just tell me this earlier?" My nerves were still shaken. And worst of all, I was beginning to lose trust in my prized possession, my eyes. At my words, the clever and sly Astrid gazed at me before chuckling and saying, "And what fun would that be?" Ignoring the clever and sly Astrid, I looked at the real one before asking, "So, she doesn't just blindly follow your orders, huh?" After nodding her head and staring angrily at the clever and sly Astrid for a moment, the real Astrid turned before saying, "You can call her Astra when I'm around, so there's no confusion." As I looked around the room, I remembered that Alia was also in the room with us as she had been staying silent the entire time. Glancing between Astra and Astrid, I asked, "So again, why exactly are you two here?" Keeping silent, Astrid glared at her clone before sighing and replying, "I never told Astra to come to you for help. So I don't have a clue either." As the room descended into silence, Astra finally turned around from the window, staring at Alia and me for a moment. Shrugging her shoulders, Astra replied, "What? We weren't getting far by ourselves, so some reinforcements could help." Not giving me any time to respond, Astrid immediately replied, "Well, you've heard his answer. It's time to go." When did I answer again? I was going to say no if they asked anyway. But why was Astrid putting words in my mouth? As I opened my mouth to respond, Astra, who was by the window again, chuckled before saying, "Reverse psychology? Good one, Astrid. We're going." As Astrid and Astra left the dorm room, I sighed before finally turning to Alia, who had not spoken a single word. "Let's just forget about that and focus on helping Zack." Nodding her head, Alia hesitated before replying, "Earlier. You said you had a way to help him?" Getting up from the couch, I walked to the windowsill, where my cat was resting under the sun, before abruptly picking him up and placing him in my arms. Zack's condition had been caused by a spirit. So, therefore, the way to remedy and cure his condition would also be a spirit. Sitting on the couch with the cast resting in my arms, I said, "I think, at least, that I have spirit of my own." A normal animal couldn't travel back in time, and it wasn't unheard of for spirits to have a form in both the astral and physical world, so logically, it was possible that my cat was a spirit. In fact, we have already seen an example. Although in a weaker state, the spirit in the dream that had passed Zack had managed to influence the physical world by leaving green particles for us to follow. And the contract? When I took the cat from my younger sister, Audrey, it could have technically been a way for me to form a contract. The cat had agreed by stepping into my arms and leaving Audrey, and I had agreed by accepting the cat from my younger sister. Also, what happened to my younger sister? After seeing her, the Colosseum exploded, and I had traveled back in time, so technically, I had never even met her. Yet, the cat sitting on my lap right now was proof that I had. I can worry about that later. As Alia slowly got up from her chair, curiously staring at my cat, she hesitantly asked, "Are you sure?" To me, it seems like a normal animal. Shaking my head, I honestly replied, "I'm not too sure, but it's the only lead we have. I don't see any spirits around with you." "That's because they're in the astral." "Exactly." Kneeling on the ground in front of me, Alia carefully examined the cat before placing her hand on it and petting it. As Alia's hand swiped across the silky, black fur of the cat, it let out a soft meow before stretching out its back as if asking for more. Oh, when I pet you, you ignore me, but when she does, it's different." "I see how it is." Looking up from the cat and at me, while still petting, Alia asked, "What was that?" Glaring at the cat, who was still stretching its mask and basking in pleasure, I replied, "Nothing too important." Nodding her head, Alia got up from the ground and sat beside me on the couch before asking, "And what now?" As the cat jumped off my lap and ran back towards my bed, I replied, "Well, first, I need you to bring Zach here. Then we can talk about the next steps and see if my method works." Nodding her head hesitantly, Alia pulled out her smartwatch and started typing while I got up from the couch. Since Zach had been possessed in a dream, he wasn't actually hurt or damaged internally. It was more of a psychological problem like depression, anxiety, or any syndrome that could have arisen from dangerous circumstances. To solve it, I was no therapist or anything near that, as I could admit that I was quite insane myself, but I knew of exposure therapy. Staring at my cat, which was lying restlessly on my bed, I sighed. The hard part is getting him to agree. Normally, you could communicate with spirits, yet this cat had just been meowing at me for 3 months straight without saying a single legible word. As I sat down on the bed next to the cat, Alia said, "He said he'll be here in a few minutes." "That fast?" I kind of over-exaggerated my condition a bit. As I attempted to negotiate with my black cat, dangling a piece of steak in front of it, the door suddenly shook. Glancing at me with confusion, Alia got from the couch and walked to the door to let Zach in. As I continued negotiating with the black cat, who was just lying down on his back and ignoring me, the door burst open. Before I could even turn around and respond, Zach's footsteps rapidly advanced through my hallway. Then, just as I turned around, Zach dashed towards me while screaming, "This is too far, Ren." Stepping to the side to dodge Zach, I watched as he jumped and promptly landed on the bed beside my cat. Not saying a word, I simply stared at Alia with a deadpan expression. Was that really the best way to do it? Turning around to avoid my piercing gaze, Alia shrugged her shoulders before replying, "It was the fastest way." Shaking my head, I turned to Zach, who was slowly lifting himself from the bed and asked, "What exactly were you On second thought, I'm all right. Glancing between Alia, the completely clean room, and Zach pondered for a moment before asking, "Wait, ith." However, before Zach could finish his sentence, Alia interrupted. "You thought wrong." Continuing, Alia assumed a deadly serious tone before pointing at me and saying, "We think we might have a way to help you." As soon as those words came out from Alia's mouth, Zach's amber brown eyes seemed to light up with hope. Yet, a second later, that fire in Zach's eyes disappeared as he shook his head and replied, "I really do appreciate you two trying to help me. But after everything, I'm not too sure I have any hope left." Zach must have gone through countless attempts by the main cast to restore himself back to his main conditions, each resulting in failure. Imagine having your hope extinguished over and over again, until finally, there's no more left. The worst part? Zach couldn't even show any emotions like defeat or exhaustion. The main cast all felt partially responsible for what happened to Zach as they had all failed to notice Zach's possession by the spirit. The guilt they were all feeling, especially Alia, was already immense. The only way to alleviate that guilt, Zack had to pretend to be fine. Every second of the day, concealing his true pain. If Zack showed the least bit of sadness, the burden on the main cast would increase tenfold, and Zack knew that. That's why he simply put on a mask of false happiness, hoping to alleviate the worries of the main cast. Even in his current terrible conditions, he was still thinking about the emotions of others. A true team player. That was Zack from beginning to start. Picking up the cat and placing it on my lap, I replied. I can't guarantee it'll work, but it's at least worth a shot. Tired and exhausted, Zack laid down on my bed, staring at the ceiling, before asking, "All right, what do I need to do this time?" Lifting the cat from my lap, I placed it right in front of my head, making it look directly into my eyes. Holding the cat right in front of me with its whole body dangling in the air, I sighed. Now, how do I make it break its contract with me? As Zack and Alia stared at me in confusion and unease, I tried inwardly and outwardly commanding the cat to break the contract. And, as anyone could tell, nothing happened. After around a minute of me making eye contact with the cat non-stop in pure and awkward silence, the cat seemed to finally get sick of it. Squirming between my hands, the cat dropped from my hands downwards, landing leg first on the bed. The next second, the cat elegantly walked over to Zack before jumping on his lap. What the hell is going on? Looking around the room, I saw Alia and Zack looking at the cat with expressions of anticipation and excitement. Did those idiots really think this was part of the plan? Waiting a moment and staring as my black cat settled down in Zack's lap under his gaze of expectation, I got up from the bed. This plan most definitely had not worked. To be honest, I honestly had no idea what I was expecting. But could you blame me? That cat had traveled back in time with me. Purifying someone's soul and solving their internal issues were nothing compared to that. Purifying? There were purification magic rituals, but they wouldn't be developed till much later. The main use of them was to purify jinns, reverting them back to humanity, alongside curing disease. Of course, such a ritual was very complicated. And I wasn't some brainiac or something with photographic memory, so there was no I would be able to find it and use it. It was probably somewhere in my memory as it was one of the few illustrations that the author had released alongside the book, but finding it would be impossible. Sure, I could draw out its main symbol that was present, but making all the lines at exact distances and other smaller details was not a realistic option. If only I had the dragon's eyes back in the real world. Well, I probably wouldn't have died in the first place if I had the ability to perceive everything and slow time though. With the incident fast approaching, which would need the main cast at max morale alongside Zack in his best condition, waiting over a year for the ritual to be invented wasn't an option. Leaning against our nearby chair, I watched Alia and Zack's expressions dry up as the cat simply lay down in Zack's lap, not doing anything beneficial or useful. A moment later, the cat jumped off Zack's lap before slowly walking towards me. "Oh, are you finally deciding to listen to me?" Alia, from the chair next to me, asked, breaking the silence. Is it talking to your cat normal for you? Is this now the time? As the cat approached me, Zack sat up on the bed before leaning against the windowsill and staring outside. Ignoring Alia's gaze, I leaned down to the level of the cat before making eye contact with it once again. Ignoring my gaze, the cat simply continued walking until it was eventually right in front of me. Standing in front of me, the black cat let out a soft meow before stretching out its back, exposing it fully to me. From beside me, Alia asked, "I think it wants to be pet." Raising my hand, I moved it along the cat's back, feeling its soft fur brush against my fingertips. Then, just as my hand reached its head, the cat suddenly moved, forcing my hand off it. Ignoring my and Alia's gaze once again, the cat abruptly turned around before making its way back toward the bed. Did it do something? It had never asked me to be petted before, had it? Why now? Well, it can't hurt to watch for now. Leaning against the kitchen counter, I intently watched as the cat jumped onto the bed before making its way to Zach's head. Standing right beside Zach's hand, the cat threw its paw at his head as if petting him. Nudging my shoulder from the right, Alia questioned. "Is this part of the plan?" Keeping my gaze on the black cat, I replied. "Who knows at this point?" Shaking her head, Alia curtly replied. "I know you said that doing anything is worth a shot earlier, but I think I'm starting to disagree." Watching as the cat continued throwing its paw around, hitting all the space around Zach's head, I answered. "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Looks like your cat is taking the shots, not you, though." While the cat circled Zach's head, throwing its paw in various directions and locations, Zach simply closed his eyes. I couldn't even blame him. This was probably the most unserious situation I had ever seen. We had gone from trying to cure Zach's serious issue with his soul to just watching a black cat walk around on a bed like it was some sort of special museum exhibit. Well, that was how it looked in their eyes, at least. Through my eyes, which were far superior due to my dragon's eye, I could see a cat with the power to travel back in time with me walking around Zach's head while throwing its paw around. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity due to the awkward silence, the cat stopped right in front of Zach's head. Letting out a soft meow, the cat threw its paw forward. However, this time, the paw actually hit Zach's face. As the cat's paw landed on the dead center of Zach's face, his eyes suddenly flickered open in confusion and pain. Paying no attention to Zach, the cat simply repeated this motion once more in front of the shell-shocked Zach. From my side, Alia also seemed befuddled as she replied awestruckly. "Is he getting ordered around by a cat?" "It's not a cat. It's my cat. And what is the difference?" Smiling and bringing my hands together in preparation for applause, I replied. "You'll see." Either my cat was really obsessed with Zach's head and face, or the black cat was actually doing something. As if confirming my suspicions, all the lights in the dorm room turned off, plunging our surroundings into darkness. Paying no mind to the sudden descent of darkness, I peered through with my eyes, seeing the cat, now standing right over Zach's head. A second later, a bright light suddenly emerged from my right side as Alia used a simple and basic fire spell, also known as a torch. However, the torch only illuminated the area around us, not managing to fight its way through the darkness of the room. Even the windows, that had previously displayed the bright rays of the sun, were covered by the darkness. Thus, the entire room was left in the darkness, besides the small area around Alia and I. Extending her hand and holding her torch out further into the dorm room, Alia asked, "Can you see anything?" Watching as the cat slowly shifted its gaze away from Zach and upward at the roof, I replied, "I can see everything." As Alia made her way through the pure dark dorm room with her torch lighting up her way as she walked forward, I remained still. Should I tell her that she's walking towards the kitchen and not the bed? Looking away from Alia and the cat, I specially examined Zach, looking for any facial expression changes. Yet, there was nothing. It was as if he were frozen in time. His eyelids, mouth, and the rest of his body did not budge a single bit. Normally, Zach would have been terrified or curious from seeing the lights suddenly turn off, yet here, he remained still, like a stone statue. Slowly looking upward from Zach, I met eyes with the black cat, our blood-red eyes looking right at each other despite the darkness of the room. Is it waiting for my confirmation? Nodding my head, the cat broke away from our eye contact, staring at the ceiling above us. The next moment, the entire room, previously shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, seemed to light up. Hanging from the roof of my dorm room, a familiar symbol lay, hovering right above the position of Zach's face and the cat. That cat really is something else, isn't it? The symbol lying on the roof was familiar to me, because I had just spent the last 20 minutes trying to recall its illustration from the book. On the roof above Zach's face lay a gigantic circle, and in that circle was a human sitting in a chair with her elbow resting on his knee, with his hand pressed up against his face. The figure inside the circle seemed to be pondering something. The thinker, or the main symbol of the purification symbol. Did it read my memories? Alia, now able to see the bed in the distance due to the glowing red symbol on the roof, dropped her torch on the ground in shock. What is that? Recalling my short-lived minutes as a sculptor in the loop when I had recreated myself using corruption, I smiled and replied, a sculpture. Too shocked to be confused at my words, Alia simply watched as the symbol slowly descended from the roof, getting closer to Zack's face with nearing second. Finally, as the symbol met Zack's face, a bright light appeared, blinding everyone in the room. As I opened my eyes, the room was back to its normal state as the lights were on, and the bright sun was once again shining through the windows. It all seemed like a dream or something artificial. Yet, as I stared at the proof, lying on the bed beside Zack's motionless body, I couldn't deny what had just happened. You know what? Raven can take a pay cut for a bit. I'm sure he'll be happy if he knows it's going to the good cause of feeding my cat premium beef every day. Alia, opening her eyes a second later than me, surveyed our surroundings before immediately rushing to the bed where Zack lay. Using my skill, I arrived at the bed earlier than her, immediately and carefully lifting up my cat. As the cat crawled into my arms, with its eyes still closed, Zack's eyes finally flickered open. Leaving Zack behind, I carefully placed the cat into the bed I had bought before turning around. On the bed, Alia was helping Zack get up from the bed, already bombarding him with questions. Do you feel any better, Zack? Rubbing his eyes, Zack stared down at his hands and body for a moment before confusedly saying, I can't see any change. But I don't know how to describe it. It feels like I've gotten better. Walking up in front of Zack, I curiously asked, what do you remember from the last minute? Scratching his head, Zack quickly replied, I remember the pain of being hit in the face by a paw. But from there, it's all jungled up. I went from being in this dorm room, to being back in the academy, to being back in my old house. Indeed, the purification ritual sent its user into their soul, so what Zack was seeing were probably his most important and cherished memories. Could I see her again in my soul if I got purified? No. It'd be no use. That wouldn't be my mother. Just one created by my memories. A smile appeared on Zack's previous emotionless face, and Ali reciprocated his happiness before helping him off the bed. Walking around the room, Zack's smile only grew as he seemed to realize that it wasn't just an illusion. His incurable conditions had been cured. Or not yet. Seeing the two smile so brightly, I turned to Zack and said, this isn't the end of it. The ritual takes 3 days to complete. So you'll have to come here every day for 3 days at this time. If you don't do this, you'll be reverted to your original states. And then, you'll truly be in trouble. Nodding his head, Zack quickly checked the time using my clock on the wall before taking out his smartwatch. Getting off the bed, Alia slowly approached me with a grateful expression. I didn't think it would work this fast. We just discussed today at lunch. Shaking my head, I replied. Take it as a lesson. Nothing will come if you just wallow in self-pity and give up instead of doing something about your circumstances. Wiping a small drop of water that seemed to be sweat from her face, Alia chuckled. And, you're some kind of inspirational speaker now? But I am truly grateful. If you do need anything ever in the future, please do contact me. Nodding my head, I also let a smile creep onto my face as Alia led the recovered Zack out of my dorm room. Or at least tried to. Thank you, Ren. I'm sorry for ever thinking anything bad ab. You're amazing. Zack, refusing to leave, bombarded me with grateful words as Alia attempted to drag him out. Then, just as Alia got distracted while opening the door, Zack rushed out of her control, sprinting towards me. With a wide smile, Zack opened his 2 arms widely while approaching me. Then, with full force, making it feel like a bear hug, Zack wrapped his hands around me. Slowly pushing him away, I simply replied. It was the least I could do. After a minute of Zack attempting to hug me and thank me, Alia finally managed to get him to leave. Guess it's just me and you again. Turning to my cat, who was fast asleep on the bed I had bought him, I smiled for a moment. Although I didn't like to rely on the cat due to its mysterious nature, whenever I did rely on it, the outcome was always successful. Walking to the kitchen, I opened the cabinet before digging deep inside and finding a premium steak that I had been saving for a special occasion. boiling up the pan with a basic fire spell, cooking the steak to perfection. I looked out the windows, admiring the clear blue sky one last time. BZZT. Putting down the pan and plating the steak, I took out my smartwatch as a sudden vibration shocked me. Ruby, you're a hero. Final answer. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. In the end, does it really matter as long as I'm doing what I want to? Washing my hands, I promptly replied. Rin, you do know, I would have taken either answer, right? Ruby : What does that mean? Rin, we both do what we said, or in other words, even if you got it correct, you have to mess with Liam for me. Ruby, that doesn't seem fair. Rin, seems fair to me. Ruby, I'll remember this when it's the day I get to command you around. Smiling, I put down my smartwatch before walking over to my bed and sitting down. Earlier, I had planned to watch over the upcoming incident to ensure the main cast was all right. Yet Astrid had already beaten me to it. Without even knowing it, Astrid had discovered the cause of the breach. Not for the ballroom but the Winter Wonderland incident. All the work that I had put off and had been worried about for the past week had just disappeared. Who am I kidding? Something's bound to go wrong. With Astrid aware of the possibility that the criminals could bring everyone to the courtyard and attack from there, precautions would already be taken. Knowing Astrid, or the not clone one, she would already be using her connections to gather people in the courtyard. And if that didn't work out, she would it herself, setting countless traps and escape routes in the courtyard in case anything happened. With nothing to do anymore, I could actually help out with that. Within around 3 days, and definitely before the Christmas Wonderland incident, the entire courtyard would be rigged with traps and have countless escape routes. There was also the chance that Alia coordinated with Astrid to make their planning more efficient. While Astrid took care of evacuating and helping the students, the main cast would protect the vault under the faculty building. The vault. What was in it? Although I was curious and most certainly interested in what vault could be worthy of protection by the school principal, someone among the top ranks of heroes, the process would be lengthy. Of course, I didn't have access to the vault as there would be keys required. However, in the book's plot, it was said that the jinns attacking somehow had obtained a way to bypass these security measures. That would mean I have to trick both the main cast and the attacking jinns into getting the key and then somehow arriving at the vault. The process was lengthy and would be difficult. But the real question was it worth it? Well, there was also another solution. Shaking my head, I watched from the window as Astrid walked towards the courtyard. Wait, is that her clone, or is it actually her? Sitting down on the couch and leaning backward, I dreamed of the treasures that could be in that vault. Looking around my room, I had nothing. Every item and weapon I had used was made out of corruption. I quite literally had no real magic artifacts or weapons in my possession. There were the flimsy mana rings on my finger that had been useful to me earlier, but now, with the number of abilities I had that required mana, they didn't help that much. My mana rings were rare and uncommon artifacts that simply boosted my mana capacity as a passive. Not to badmouth corruption, as it was definitely powerful and more than strong enough. But unlike magical weapons, corruption didn't come with any abilities. For example, Liam's sword, which was a divine artifact he had obtained before reaching school, as described in the prologue of the book, had countless powers: nullify magic spells, create natural disasters like hurricanes, and like my corruption, his weapon was soul-bound, or he could summon it at any time. Of course, not every magical artifact had these overpowered abilities, as Liam had the highest rarity artifact, which was divine. I mean, even Zack's axe, an epic artifact, had a passive ability that allowed him to gain 0.5 stats of strength temporarily every time his axe successfully hit an opponent. And Kevin's sword has the fearsome ability to quite literally make someone weaker. Every time Kevin landed a sword slash, the opponent's substats and rating would drop until, finally, they were a flimsy rank. This means that, given enough time, Kevin could turn an A-rank hero into an E rank by just using his magical artifact. Though his artifact was classified as mythic, a rank below divine, his sword artifact was still powerful given enough time. Even Lily, Ruby, and Irene, the non-weapon users, had countless magic accessories that slowed the time it took time to cast. Their wands were all at least epic artifacts, with Lily having a mythic artifact that allowed her to store spells and instantly use them at later times, matching perfectly with the trait that allowed her to replicate spells. And here I was, with some low common, uncommon, and rare mana artifacts that were barely of use to me. Making up my mind, I instantly stood up from the couch with newfound motivation. I was going to commit a robbery. However, this was like robbing Fort Knox, the USA reserve that holds over $274 billion in gold bricks, or Area 51, the military base famed for its security and obscurity. Allowing the criminals to break in would be impossible, as the main cast would surely put a stop to them before I could get anything. So, what if the vault had already been opened before the djinns even arrived? Looking at my hands, I reconsidered my decision for a moment before taking out my smartphone. Ren, you know, I think the principal could be of help. Astrid, and, what do you mean by that? Ren, you are the student council president. She would be inclined to help and believe you if you explained their circumstances. If the main cast, school principal, and Astrid came into contact to stop the Christmas Wonderland incident from happening, this robbery might just be possible, even if it's a less than 1% chance. Stretching out my hands, I reluctantly got up from my bed before heading down the building stairs and outside. In a few minutes, a very familiar building popped up. The training hall. It's been a while, hasn't it? Opening the doors of the hall, I was immediately surrounded by the sounds of countless students panting and breathing heavily while attempting to stand straight. Usually, I came in the dead of night when the training hall was nearly empty. But coming in the afternoon was definitely an experience, to say the least. Pinching my nose, I walked past the hundreds of strength training equipment at weights, arriving at the familiar area. I'm right back where I started. In front of me stood a set of secluded rooms, each marked with a sign that said something like AI Dummy Training Room Number 5. Rubbing my hands together, I located a vacant room before walking in and shutting the door. Been a while, buddy. I still haven't forgotten all those times you made me feel pain. Not wasting a second, I walked over to the control panel and set the difficulty. Which difficulty bot would you like to choose? User, Stage 1 Dummy, ... Are you sure Stage 1 is the correct difficulty for user? I'm sure. Grabbing a towel, I wiped the sweat that had accumulated on my face from the past 3 hours of training. Staring at the metal dummy laid out across the floor, I smiled before manifesting my daggers. Grabbing a piece of paper and pencil from my pocket, I wrote maintenance required. Slapping the note on the wall, I took one last glance at the AI dummy, which was practically in shambles, before heading to the door. How does it now feel now, damn bot? Wait. They don't have security cameras here, do they? Cringing internally as I realized that some security personnel may have just watched me scream countless curse words at an inanimate AI dummy while harming it to the maximum, I sighed. Revenge feels good at first. But what follows is always a period of self-reflection and emptiness that causes you to think, was it worth it? Thankfully, my journey of revenge was not yet complete, so my body was still filled to the brim with energy. Sliding open the door, I embraced the cold breeze that had slipped in through the door before wrapping the towel around my neck. As I exited the AI dummy room I was in, I saw an excited student, who had been waiting by the row of AI dummy rooms, immediately ran towards me. As he passed by me, I heard this random student exclaim, "Finally ... I've been waiting 3 hours for a room to open up. I can't wait to test out my new abilities and power-ups. This is going to be the highlight of my week. Yeah ... Who's gonna tell him?" Resisting the urge to smile and break out in the laughter, I just let the student pass by me and entered into the AI dummy room I was just in. Quicking my pace as the random student entered the room, I stopped to get a fruit before arriving back at the main area of the training hall. As I walked by the countless machines, I was quickly surprised to realize that there were no familiar figures in sight. Even Liam, who had been known for training every single day, was nowhere to be seen. Had Astrid already coordinated with Alia and the rest of the main cast? Well, maybe not the real Astrid, but the cloned one could have, considering how excited it was to team up with Alia earlier. The real Astrid is probably off signing documents or something like that. Heading out of the training halls, I closed my eyes for a moment, allowing the cold night breeze to cool me down. However, just as I opened my eyes, a soft and sweet voice that reminded me of cakes and candy sounded from in front of me. Oh, what a surprise it is meeting you here, Ren. In contrast to the night black sky and the waxing crescent moon above, a girl with long, curly blonde hair and matching orange eyes stood in front of me. Trying my best to resist the urge to ignore her, I calmly replied, "Princess Charlotte." "That's 2 times in a day I've met you. How lucky can I be?" Then, before she could respond, I quickly moved out of the way and walked toward my dorm building. "I would hate to interrupt your schedule of training, so I wish you the best." Yet, as I attempted to walk another step forward, I felt the back of my shirt being pulled back, holding me in place. Slowly turning around, I made eye contact with Charlotte before curtly asking, "Do you need something?" Shaking her head, Charlotte simply smiled, causing the few students watching our interaction to immediately contract diabetes. "I just needed someone to show me the royal dormitories. My new dorm building for the rest of the year." Thinking for a moment, I came to the conclusion that the event had been sped up. At the beginning of the second year, the fight for the crown and the next successor of the king of the High Dominion would start. Of course, the 2 contestants, the prince and princess, couldn't live in the same building, which would cause some major problems, both violent and non-violent. And since the prince was supported more than the princess at the time, he got the ability to choose or stay in the building from the king. Thus, at the beginning of the second year, Charlotte was forced out of the building, reserved solely for those from the royal family, and into the next best building, which was usually reserved for the top 10 ranks of each year. Regaining my composure and gathering my thoughts, I scratched my head and pretended to reply ashamedly. "Unfortunately, I do not live in the royal dorms. Due to extenuating circumstances that are out of my control, so I am unable to lead you there." Charlotte obviously knew that someone with my backstory and personality wouldn't be in the royal dormitory, but she still decided to ask me. Was she trying to embarrass me or something? No. I had probably been one of the few people so far she had told about her departure from the imperial dorms, so she would be embarrassed in this situation. There was also the situation of the fight for the crown starting now instead of at the end of the second semester. But that wasn't something I could do or change. What's done is done. The real challenge is adapting and evolving to not be blown away by these new developments. Hesitating for a moment, Charlotte, for some reason, smiled even more before replying. "Is that so?" I had just asked the student council president for directions. But she told me she, alongside the other first-year occupants of the royal dorm building, was busy. Raising her hand, Charlotte pointed at me before saying in a slightly less sweet tone, "Instead, she told me that I could talk to you for directions." "Really, Astrid?" After everything that happened during the attack on the dormitory incident, pretending to scratch my head in confusion, I replied, Did the student council president?" "I wasn't notified." Shrugging her shoulders, Charlotte gripped my shirt even harder with her hands before asking, "Well, do you know the way?" Trying to think a way out of this situation, I placed my hands upwards and pointed my finger up, like a light bulb suddenly lit up above my head, and replied, "Now that I think about it, I used to live at the royal dorms before school started." Since Ren's father didn't want to see his son as he believed him to be a disgrace, he had actually sent Ren off earlier to school. And since Ren was still a high noble and a representative of the Montclair family at that time, the principal was unable to decline. Thus, Ren was placed in the royal dormitories and had to live there until school started. What kind of father sends their son, their own blood, at the first chance they get without any goodbyes? Instead of trying to change or discipline Ren, his father simply sent him away, essentially giving up on him. Ren was only 16 when he was sent away, Yet his father had already thought of him as a lost cause. That was just the start of it. By the time Ren was 11 years old, it was clear that the entire Montclair family had given up on him. A child. Instead, they used all their resources on Ren's older brother, attempting to shape him into the future leader. And, instead of fighting against the family's decision, Ren's father accepted it, even playing into it, by ignoring Ren whenever he tried to grasp his attention. He was 11 when his family had already given up and abandoned him. What did they expect Ren to do? How did they expect his future to end up? Of course, a 10-year with no one around him to talk to is going to end up as a delinquent with no morals. I would imagine that after the age of at least 13, Ren would have realized that his entire family had abandoned him. Imagine that, being a 13-year-old with a full future ahead of you. Yet, you were already considered a failure as everyone that you've loved and trusted for the entirety of your life had given up on you. Snapping back to reality, I noticed that Charlotte was awkwardly waiting in front of me, so I quickly said, "I can show you the way." Seeing Charlotte nod her head, I walked forward, leaving behind the couple of students who had been curiously watching the interaction. The worst of the academy. And the purest person in the academy talking? What is this, a reality TV show? The nice guys never win. Charlotte and I were indeed an interesting pair. On the surface, but in reality, we were actually quite similar. As Charlotte followed me, passing by the sullen and interested students, I quickened my pace, attempting to avoid any further conversation. Opposite magnets attract, but similar magnets repel. However, Charlotte quickly caught up, walking side by side with me, and asked, "You know, if I didn't know any better, I would think you were an influential figure both inside and outside the academy." Shaking my head, I asked, "What exactly do you mean by that?" "First, in the forest with the elven princess, and now, somehow, you've gained the trust of the student council president, Astrid. And now you're with me, the princess, through a series of coincidences. I wonder, perhaps, are you more than you let on?" Interrupting Charlotte mid-sentence, I let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar building of the royal dormitory in the distance. "We've arrived." Instead of looking at our new home for the next year, Charlotte instead stopped and looked at me with her eyebrows raised. Trying to avoid her question and any more conversation, I walked up to the security guards before gesturing to the figure of Charlotte behind me. "She's here to move in." The security guards, of course, familiar with the princess of the human realm, did not hesitate to ask for any evidence. Within a heartbeat, the gate around the royal dorms was opened to Charlotte. As Charlotte walked past the gate into the dorm, I made sure to follow behind her from a distance. Just as I stepped foot into the garden surrounding the dorm, I heard the security guard's voice sound from behind me. "Ahem, sorry. We can only allow inhabitants of the dorm inside." Pretending to act sullen, I simply nodded my head, hiding the smile on my face, and started to walk back. Yet, just as I turned around, another familiar voice sounded from behind me. Standing right next to the security guard was Charlotte, who had a smile plastered all over her face. "Oh, don't worry, Ren, it seems the guards have changed their mind. You are allowed in. Not just today." Approaching me, Charlotte held her hand, revealing a small square-shaped piece of paper that had obviously been torn from a notebook. "Permanent visitor pass to royal dorms." As I stared at the paper, Charlotte forced it into my hand before continuing. "They've made it just for you." "Have they now?" Again, I walked past the gate and security guards while stuffing the piece of paper into my pocket. "Like I've ever going to use this." Entering the main building, Charlotte simply walked past all the luxurious decorating and chandeliers like they were nothing. Following behind her, I asked, "Is there something that requires my presence here?" Nodding her head, Charlotte turned around, yet again with a grin, before saying, "Ah, of course, I have to move all my luggage into my new room." Staring at Charlotte's empty hands, I stood still for a moment and asked, "And where might your luggage be?" Walking to a nearby window, Charlotte pointed at the very relevant faculty building in the distance. "The guards have moved it to the faculty building, and they couldn't move it here?" Shrugging her shoulders, Charlotte turned around and replied, "You see, My brother is quite the petty person. Walking back to the royal dormitory with countless bags and pouches hanging from my shoulders and hands made me feel like a pack horse, but I persevered. After all, for the sake of getting on the good side of the princess, it was necessary. Yet, I also showed some defiance, such as a pack horse refusing to move under the force of its owner by trying to slip away at every chance. I had to seem reliable, but at the same time, someone who the princess couldn't easily control. She had just been pushed out of the imperial dorms, a clear power play by her brother, so she would be in the mood for revenge, and for that revenge, she would have connections and people to support her. And I wasn't trying to be one of them. But on the off chance that the princess did win the crown over the prince and the plot of the book was wrong once again, I had to seem favorable to her. It was like I was walking on a tightrope. If I seemed to be controllable, then the princess would turn me into a puppet and command me to do her bidding. But, if I seemed like a terrible and unhelpful person, she would punish me harshly if she became the queen. There was one good thing about the whole situation, though, that kept me from just pretending to pass out to avoid doing the work. The location of Charlotte's bags. I had already made my decision to see what was inside the vault by messaging Astrid and suggesting she ask the principal. Making my last round, I quickly dropped off some bags to Charlotte, who was patiently standing outside the royal dorms, before nodding to the security guards and heading back. During the last few rounds, I hadn't been able to look around as I didn't have a valid excuse to look past the bags. But now I did. Opening the familiar doors of the faculty building, I saw the receptionist let out a sigh upon seeing me again. "You again?" Pointing to the last few bags by the desk, the receptionist glanced at me before quickly looking away. Walking over to the last two bags lying on the ground, I stared at them in silence for a second before looking upward. Scratching my head awkwardly, I looked at the receptionist and asked her. The princess said there would be 3 bags left. Not even looking up from her documents, the receptionist simply gestured her hand before saying, "Some of them must have been lost in transportation. You can have a look around." Nodding my head, I placed the 2 bags on my shoulder before walking forward past the receptionist's desk. As I passed by the desk, I heard her mutter, "This is why I hate getting caught up in these family disputes." Was it already public knowledge that the princess and prince were beginning their fight over the crown? Stopping for a moment, I peered back, examining the documents on the desk that the receptionist was looking at. Incident report number 43, maintenance required on AI dummy room number 5. Incident report number 44, cleaning is required in the bathroom in the first-year building. Blood. The investigation over the massive amounts of blood found in the bathroom is pending. Incident report number 45, dorm transfer of princess, rank number 4, to royal dormitories. Incident report number 46, early recruitment dispute of Liam, rank number 1, relegated to principal. Incident report number 47, from Astrid, student council president. Confidential, hand to the principal. Shaking my head, I walked further into the hall, using my eyes to memorize my surroundings, the location of each door, room, air vent, and other possible thing that could be useful. Walking by the countless closed doors that contained the offices of all the administrative officers at the school, I slowly stopped as I reached an intersection point of the hall. There were 2 paths, to my right and left, each looking identical. Knowing my time here was limited, I chose the right path without thinking and continued walking. Finally, seeing a labeled room in the distance, I peered ahead, seeing a small signing hanging on one of the doors. Principal's office. What is this elementary school? Standing still for a moment, I pretended to kneel down and tie my shoes, which actually didn't have laces. Without any hesitation, I turned right back around and started in the direction I came from. An S-rank hero would definitely be able to detect my presence, even through a wall, and then realize I wasn't supposed to be here. Arriving back at the intersection, I decided this was enough reconnaissance for now, so I turned right. However, blocking my path ahead and back to the receptionist's desk was a familiar face holding a clipboard in her hands. Professor Zia. Equally shocked, Professor Zia pushed away her black bangs and readjusted her glasses before replying. Ren ... And what might you be doing here? Gesturing to the bags hanging off my shoulders, I quickly replied. Ah, you see. I'm helping the princess with moving her bags. Staring at the High Dominion symbol on the bags I was holding for a second, Professor Zia took off her glasses, revealing her amethyst purple eyes, and asked, Ren, as a teacher, it is my responsibility to ensure your well-being, so be honest with me. Is anything going on? What do you mean? The princesses of both the Elven realm, Alia, and the human realm, Charlotte, are suddenly talking to you. We both know that can't be a coincidence. Writing something on her clipboard, Professor Zia continued, is anything going on? Such as blackmail? Even if they're the princesses, they have no right to take advantage of you in school ground. Rapidly shaking my head and waving my hands, I thought of a way out before immediately replying. No, nothing like that. I'm just trying to build up my connections for the future. Tilting her head, Professor Zia stared me for a second before asking. And that's it?